off and I'll take your lead.
Yeah, wonderful. So, Sparty's back. Today, tackling the tier list one more time. The tier list in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 has to be one of the most hotly debated tier lists in all of fighting games, not only because there are a colossal amount of characters in the game, 50 of them, but also because that they slot into a variety of different three-person teams, or three animal, squid, god teams, that creates absolute chaos on the screen. So, me and Glass, introduce yourself.
What's good, people? What's good? What's good?
I'm going to take on this challenge today. And we're going to attempt to get some semblance of order within this game, because it is a difficult thing to do. There's a lot to discuss, so buckle up, and we're going to get into it in just a second. But first of all, this is a tier list video, and I should go through what is a tier list to begin with. First of all, a tier list is a ranking of the relative strength of all of the characters in any given game, or all of the weapons in a game, all of the teams in a game, the cars in a game, whatever it is. And in this case, we've got 5 tiers to rank them: S tier characters, the best of the best, and D tier characters, the sloppiest of, well, the slop. So we're going to go through and try and rank these characters accordingly, but there are some assumptions that we have to make whilst talking about tier lists. First of all, we are talking about real humans playing these characters to within human limits of execution and decision making, because again, they aren't robots and they can't be psychic in making decisions, and it's trying to gauge how would the best of the best, playing to the best of their ability, play these characters, and how often would they come out on top versus the rest of the cast. And there's some really interesting cases where sometimes a top tier character has great matchups against certain characters, but then loses a really particular matchup, and we can get into that when we get to those types of matchups. So we have to assume we're looking at best of the best play, best of the best decisions, to within a reasonable limit, and we have to try and order them within 2 main sort of categories, and the fact that it's a 3-person team, and on those teams you start off with 1 character on the point, and that person has to take control of the field, and then you also have 2 other characters behind you, either playing a support role or some form of anchor role where you expect them to come onto the field and dominate once they do. There are assists in this game, and when the assists come on the screen, they take control of the neutral, and some characters can exist purely on the basis of a strong assist. So they never actually come onto the field to play themselves, but you can have them come onto the screen whenever you feel, temporarily hit their assist on the screen. It's really powerful, and then it helps your character who's on the field dominate the neutral. So there's lots to discuss, but that's the basis of the list. Glass, is there anything that I'm missing right here from that?
No, you actually mentioned the key thing I was talking about. I made a note here is not considering like max task potential, because then you start to take things like Zipfinite and Viper and such in, but the highest player capability that we've seen is what matters.
Yeah.
I think the support factor is huge as well, but I think something that is worth considering is how reliant a character is on support as well. In terms of like the more independent characters are typically better than the characters that are strong but need a support character in order to function at their highest capability as well.
There's a very good point.
Value or block points for with some characters as well.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, I suppose, your thoughts and my thoughts on how valuable support is overall. As some of you, if you did watch and listen to my last tier list video, I noted that I do value support very highly, and I believe that in a lot of cases, certain characters can be complete garbage, but still be relatively mid to high tier if they have the correct tools to support those characters who can do very well with the support given by that other character who's not so great on the field. So I'll be interested to get your opinion as we go as to, you know, which one of these characters might be highly elevated by the support that they offer on the teams.
Yeah, that's it as well. I love to see people go wild. PT Boy going wild in the chat about Hsien-Ko.
Hsien-Ko
He's
already.
waiting for the Hsien-Ko placement, and then he's out of here.
All right, Hsien-Ko going last. Just make a note there. Just put Hsien-Ko down here. Yeah, perfect. Right, so we're going to get started with this. If you aren't already, hit subscribe. YouTube tells me that 91.234% of you guys are currently watching this but not subscribed to me. That is complete horse crap. I made that up completely, but that's what the YouTubers say, isn't it? So if you're not already subscribed, make sure that you do. And if you've not already liked this video, just smash that like button right now, because you're about to strap in for a wild ride. And one last thing, Sparty set up a Patreon. So if you are interested in supporting me and maybe seeing more videos from me, perhaps getting your content reviewed by me, if you'd like a match review or some sort of advice based on your gameplay, and perhaps an analysis video put up for you, that's one of my options on my different tiers that you can get. But also, if you are hankering for some Sparty content that I'm just not creating, and you've asked for it like three or four times in the comments, there is a tier for you. You can select what videos I create every month. So if you're interested in anything like that, if you want to support me in a more cold hard cash way, you want to reach into your pockets for something big for me, wait, pause, we'll get to that when you get to it. Check out the Patreon. It's patreon.com/Spartan Throne. And without further ado, let's get going on our beautiful tier list. Glass, we're starting off with Phoenix Wright.
So this is actually quite an already interesting one as well, because I think a lot of people put Phoenix extremely low on the tier list. And for a long time I probably would have as well. But I don't think of the bad characters, he's not bad. I think there are some aspects to Phoenix Wright that are more powerful than people are aware of, but you don't often see it because of, what's the polite way to put it, that's kind of the nature of people that will play Phoenix Wright. You get a lot of casual people playing Phoenix Wright, so you never see like the advanced stuff that he can do, and then you get like the really experienced Phoenix Wright players who abuse his strengths. And I am in agreement with Aeonian. I think there is one, maybe two viable teams of Phoenix Wright at like a high to semi-high level.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
I think he's either at the very top of D tier or low C tier.
Interesting. So I think this is a really good character for us to start with. Number one, because lots of people want to play this game because they love Phoenix Wright, or because they are massive, huge Lythero fans, and as well as maybe loving Phoenix Wright, and they just want to get playing. So the character has a lot of exposure and a lot of love, but it's often perhaps that people stick him in D tier and he is right at the bottom. It's like the worst character in the game, or down there, bottom three. But when you mentioned that the top players who do run him in like the two best like team shells for him, Spencer, Phoenix Wright, Doom, or perhaps I take it the other variation you mean. Do you know what Aeonian's other pick would be for Phoenix Wright?
I don't. I just feel like you could slap him on something like Doom Vergil.
If you give
like,
him,
as far as like a point Vergil, Phoenix Wright team, but I think Aeonian's on the line that Phoenix Wright needs to be played second. Yeah, which isn't wrong.
You don't want him on the point. If he's on point, you are dying to any good character on the field. It's tough. Yeah. Unless you have something to get off me with, like a lariat assist, but then you're playing Phoenix Wright and Haggar together, which is a rough combination to be using.
Yeah, exactly. So you either, like Doppel was just saying in the chat now as well, like playing Phoenix Wright for the defensive. I think that's the kind of the bad habit, is when you play a character overly defensively, you give up all offense. And so even if you do like survive because of all your defensive assists, when you start trying to be offensive, you're not going to hit them. You have no way to combo into objection. You're not going to open people up. You're not going to be able to approach safely as well, because you're not going to call Lariat at full screens and dash in and get an objection, for example. Yeah. So that's where having a team that enables Phoenix Wright more than is like a fully defensive team is what's critical to make him work. Yeah, and the thing that does make him work, where he's not on point and he is a character used for a little bit of support and then used to set up with like your DHC in to set up and get your evidence, and then find a setup to get into turnabout mode. But the strength there that he has a low hitting projectile assist that Spencer can abuse to create unblockable situations, because Spencer can grapple, get a wall bounce, OTG, and get the 80k for big damage, hard knockdown again, and then call Phoenix Wright's, what's the dog called? Missile, calls Missile, does another OTG with Spencer, and it forces them to reset on the ground into the missile assist whilst hitting overhead with Spencer at the same time. So they get unblockable, and they can hard tag out of it, but you can account for that at the same time. So any hit with Spencer becomes an unblockable, becomes a dead character if he wants it, or he can do some sort of setting up and DHCing to get Phoenix Wright in. And it's one of the few ways that he actually enhances other characters to the point where, wow, that's actually really strong synergy. That could be useful. You could make that work. For me, we need more characters, but he's the poster boy, I think, for me for this bottom tier. I'm leaning towards low C. I think the other thing that's worth considering is that his specials when he's in trial mode are really good.
Evidence-based ones.
Paperwork. Not even considering the evidence as well, but paperwork specifically, it's this super active, really durable projectile. It's got 3 hits normally and 8 hits when he's in turnabout.
Yeah.
It lingers for a million years. You can throw the paper, especially like the upwards paper, and someone can jump at you. The papers will disappear, and they'll still have an active hitbox that you can combo from.
This happened to me in that tournament a month ago, didn't it?
Well, yeah, there you go. But that's like a normal thing that Phoenix Wright players could do. And then some of the evidence he does have, of course, the phone, which is completely busted.
Yeah.
It spawns 3 projectiles that then track. It's like Dante's multi-lock on crack, and you can do like 3 of them at once. The knife is really good. The vase is really good. The vase is the arcing projectile that just covers this huge space in front of Phoenix Wright as well.
Are those assists? Are those evidence-based projectiles and his paperwork? Are they the same in turnabout mode?
The evidence, I believe, is the paperwork gets better.
Does it?
And the walk forward, the press the witness. As well.
It's interesting.
I guess he's just able to do the faster, I suppose.
Like that is the case, but I still think this guy requires the setup. Is essentially dead weight if your other characters get hit. So requiring the setup, dead weight if your other characters get hit, and even if he is in and top tier, if you still have X Factor and you have a way to up back, you can dilute a lot of what even makes him good once he's in turnabout mode. And they have to fish for a throw or catch you with a finger when you're chicken blocking. But good players playing really well are very unlikely to get caught. I think on average
this is why Phoenix Wright is still always going to be at most C tier. Is he ultimately loses to airborne characters because none of his evidence hits super jump height, or besides the phone because it tracks the beam. But he has to commit to a super jump. He has no air mobility, so if he jumps and whiffs, he's just dead weight. He's falling as well. But I think
playing against
because he. Go ahead, sorry.
Playing against other mid tiers, other low tiers, there's a better percentage chance of him setting up, getting the evidence. But against decent players in general, they're going to be creating a very little percent chance of you setting up properly. If you do get to set up properly, getting the hit to get the turnabout is difficult. That's a percent of a percent, and then a percent of a percent of a percent becomes, can you actually exploit the turnabout mode well enough for it to then justify him being put maybe above 10 other characters in the game who might fall into D tier. It's an interesting one. I feel like I want to leave him in D tier for now, and maybe if there's some sort of discussion about what we do there, that's going to be a good one to go back to. Second character on the list is Buckethead, Dick Ryder, Nova. For me,
everyone's least favorite character to fight again.
He is a bit of a...
So few people...
He's an arsehole to play against, basically. He will throw you, and he will hit you with cross-up dolphin kick.
And the other person will not be planning on it. But then you play against people that do plan on it, and it's extremely fucked up.
This character is able to fight characters in S tier. He dominates characters in D tier, C tier, and B tier, and a lot of the characters in A tier don't have stuff really that just counters him. And he has stuff that counters, like if you've got A tier projectile chuckers, S tier projectile chuckers are still threatened by Nova. Morrigan.
It's specifically Human Rocket is the most broken non-install level 1 in the game. It is a neutral defining super.
Yeah.
Where as soon as Nova has 1 bar, which is what he has at 99 seconds, he is a threat. There are a lot of characters, like you said, there's a lot of characters he invalidates because if you over commit to 1 projectile, especially if he's got a damage engine team, you just die instantly.
Yeah, can I just interrupt and say that Ionian's just dropped in the chat, and the very first thing he's seen is his boy straight at the bottom.
I was advocating for Phoenix Wright Ionian. I want that on the record. Yeah,
Glass did want some of this, but for now, let's just keep him where he deserves to be. So the neutral defining super of Human Rocket, it means that Zero and Morrigan have to respect what he's doing at pretty much any moment because they could die for it for no good reason because it's just a horrific super. But he also has, in my mind, possibly a top 3 flowchart for playing the game with his ideal team, which in my mind is Nova, Spencer, Doom. The flowchart that comes with that team is so strong. Flowchart for neutral, flowchart for if you get a hit, flowchart for on the mix-up. There's so many options that he has to cover all incoming options, and punish like a hard drive, punish up back, punish mash and grab, like punish everything and still get ambiguous 50-50s at the same time. It's super potent in my opinion, and I'm not going to order the tiers immediately like we said, but for me he's one of the best in A tier, if not the best in A tier in my opinion.
I'm on that page as well. I think for me, again, we'll get there eventually. For me, he sits at 7 or 8
in the game,
on the
7th or 8th out of 50.
In the game.
I think
he's just it's such a polarizing effect. Like again, Nova's one of those characters that I think the support really does matter for him as well. I think he's fine on his own. Like the damage is a big thing. Like Nova hits like a grown-ass man. He looks like he hits like a grown-ass man. His damage is mediocre at best. So he needs a damage engine to really be like as threatening as possible, or like a TAC. But then TAC, the whole point of the game is you want to minimize the amount of time your opponent has to play the game. And that's why Nova Spencer Doom is so good, because you have to put less thought process into what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because you can commit to 1 or 2 or 3 extremely disgusting left, right, or 50-50 mix-ups, and then tag Doom, kill, Nova back in.
Yeah.
That solves the damage issue, solves the meter gain issue, makes Human Rocket a threat as well. You can spend X Factor whenever you want because it's not an X Factor team.
And I suppose a point we've not brought up yet, he has, with Spencer, a true 50-50 inescapable snap mix-up. So regardless of whether you have Vergil or Strider or Phoenix or whoever in Anchor, or in a bad character for whoever the player is, they can snap 50-50 you into layered mix-up afterwards. It's kind of disgusting, or more than just kind of. It's disgusting.
Actually, that is a really good point. It's the ability to kind of eliminate anchors is huge.
Yeah.
Because even if it's like you said, like the slant shot 50-50 is disgusting in and of itself. Like it's uncounterable. Because even if you do it to like Sentinel and he does hard drive, you have Human Rocket and you can chase it down and it forces them to X Factor.
Yeah.
And then you get the layers afterwards too is huge. It's such a team that it's a team that's designed to counter every other team in the game to some extent.
So for anyone who's unaware, what we're talking about right now is Spencer has a wall bounce move that he can use in the corner after he's crumpled them. He uses that wall bounce, is it Human Nova something? He wall bounces them.
Nova Strike.
Hits a crouch medium whilst facing out to the middle of the screen, snaps them, calls Spencer's slant shot, which when the next character comes in, it actually contacts them before they're allowed to act. But if they're not blocking, they get hit by it. But if they are blocking, they will block it, but they're just not allowed to act. So characters with invulnerable stuff or dashes, they can't dash, they'll get thrown, so they'll get hit by the slant shot, and they can't invulnerable super like Sentinel's hard drive or Morrigan's level 3. They're unable to do it because they will get caught by the slant shot if the current direction isn't holding the correct way to block, which makes it extremely potent because it's completely inescapable. Which is just, it's so strong for deleting characters that you do not want to see on the screen later with X Factor 3 and a lot of meter. So he manages to control the flow of the match, but also if you do something like, oh, okay, Nova's an arsehole, I'm going to snap out Nova because I want to get to the real meat of the team. It's Spencer or it's Doom and I want to kill them. Yeah. If you end up in a situation where Nova's last, an overlooked type thing is that he is actually a demon in X Factor 3. Like
he seriously is. This is a personal anecdote as well, but I'm sure you can attest to it. When I play against Demon Phoenix, when he used to main exclusively Nova and snapped out Nova, I would lose to Anchor Nova more than Anchor Vergil.
Yeah.
Or Vergil third. Like, that character is a menace.
He really is. And part of, while I said, of course, we're talking about top tier players, the best of the best, executing to the best of their ability, part of being a player is the fact that this thing, Abare, exists. Sort of, in a situation, does your character have good stuff that just happens to win? Does it happens to just be fast and has a good hitbox and can hit other people and you'll get that throw by accident, and Nova checks all of these boxes. You are getting thrown by accident by him as he's coming in to attack you super fast with X Factor 3 Dolphin Kick. You're getting hit high-low, cross-up. He's hitting you from all sorts of angles, being able to convert it. He just does stuff that wins a lot of situations, and also has super ambiguous left-right stuff with Javelin and Shield, and he's fast. Stupid fast. So top of A tier for him.
He's got the... Yeah, and the instant overhead as well, because he needs it.
Instant overhead, absolutely.
Yeah,
right, I think we're good on Nova. Akuma, though, coming up next. For me, this character, is one that started off extremely well with Justin Wong right from the get-go. He has his main role as an anchor because he has a Tatsu assist, which hits 3 times and nullifies and then continues to hit after nullifying. It nullifies projectiles and goes through and hits characters. It's also a half-screen, very fast assist. It's his anchor potential, which also then allows him to still stay quite relevant, I think, within the game, but not overly potent. You are, I think, with him having to outplay your opponent. Would you say you have to outplay your opponent?
Yeah. That's what I was going to mention if you didn't mention it as well. I think it's not like an effortless anchor, because he has really strong incoming. He usually gets like one actual mix-up and then like a follow-up afterwards as well.
Yeah.
So you might try and do like Demon Flip, Fireball, teleport through you. If you block it, you might try and guard break or like dash under S and so on. If you defend against that, then the Akuma player has to play the game.
Yeah.
And Akuma neutral is very similar. So Akuma neutral in X Factor is very similar to not in X Factor. You do the same things. But they're just harder to deal with because he's faster, and you have to be more cautious of his super. You just don't pull assists.
Yeah, I think there's like 4 elements to it, maybe. I think you just called one there, that he has the ability to absolutely nuke your assist if you call it badly, and possibly get a happy birthday and kill your point character at the same time. So 2 characters could die instantly into one mix-up, and that's the game. So that's number 1. Number 2 is his survivability when he falls in. Like, his air movement isn't available, but he does have a mashable invul super when he hits the ground, which you've seen Living Legend play, you've seen Justin Wong play. That is coming out, and he will survive some welcome mix-ups that maybe other characters wouldn't be able to. His assist is the 3rd thing, and his ability to, if you outplay your opponent, as in you read what they're about to do and actually anticipate it, he has the tools to capitalize on you knowing what your opponent's about to do, because that kind of, I think, sets apart. If I put him in B, would you say that's fair, just on a quick glance?
I personally think he's on the lower end of A.
Lower end of A, interesting.
I think he still has a lot of good matchups against the characters below him.
Yeah.
I think he has an awkward amount of bad matchups as well, and then he loses to all the top tiers really badly. Okay, I'm in agreement with those points. Just to finish up the point I was making a minute ago, that he has the ability to read the opponent and then has the tools to do something about it. And I think part of why I like him here in B is maybe an aesthetic thing, that the characters below them here, a lot of them can read the opponent but just can't do things in the game to actually capitalize on that read, because he's fast and he has projectile defeating moves and he has invulnerable moves and he has throw like guard breaks, and he can do things which a lot of the characters beneath him can't. And I think there is a little bit of justifiable difference between him and, in my eyes, what the sort of characters that go into A, which we'll get to later. But I got Phoenix right, and I've left him in D tier. Let me put that in low A tier, and we'll sort of like move him along as we go. That's all right. Yeah, I think when there's other characters filling that list, because A and B will get quite busy. I think that's when it makes it easier to
get very busy. I think A especially, because this game is just full of really good characters. It's surprising how great a lot of characters are in this game, whether they're actually really scary and have, with fully developed tech, kind of broke game plans, like kind of broke stuff. A lot of them do. But we'll get to that as we populate. Any final closing remarks on Akuma?
Akuma is actually one of those characters that has like past level tech, because he can do the thing where you throw someone on the frame, they block something.
Yeah.
So you can time Demon Foot Fireball as they're incoming, and then throw them as they block the fireball. It's completely inescapable. But then no one does that, so it's like it's not worth considering. One frame time in May. How good do you expect these players to be? Yeah, and with that, 2 frames at least. 2 frames at least.
You think?
Iron Man.
2 frames. Anyway, Iron Man. Hate him, D tier. Right, Iron Fist. I'll stick him back. Iron Man, the guy who has more tools than Iron Fist and has a similar name.
This is another controversial one as well. I am in the same boat as you were. I value support very highly.
Yeah.
So Iron Man support in and of itself is extremely good. The only thing I think he's missing, as far as the support character goes, is a safe DHC. And that is admittedly very huge.
that is it, isn't it? So safe DHC is missing, but he's got a TAC Infinite, and he's got a really strong Unibeam horizontal assist. It's a beam assist, which are categorically good in the game generally, and it hits a lot of characters crouching, even though there are some small characters who can go under it. But that's not necessarily terrible either, because as long as you know that it's going to go over, say, Wolverine's head, then you can play for that, can't you?
Yeah. Exactly.
What else is the support-wise for him? He's got the Infinite. He's got reasonable DHCs. They're just not particularly.
Yeah, the damage on the DHC is really strong, is really important as well, because there are some cards that need that top up on their damage to go from one to the next. I think it's very easy to DHC into Iron Man as well, because he's got a horizontal and angled beam, and the cannon has a hit.
Yeah.
I think his capability as a team super enabler is one of the big things also.
Good point.
There are a lot of characters that either go in front of him, or you can rotate back in front of Iron Man as well, that abuse the team super really well. And he's got people call it the 0 frame THC, but this team super's active frame 1. So especially if you've got a quick point character's super, you just get an instant assist demolisher.
If you have an invul super, for example Spencer with Iron Man behind it, you can't hit Spencer, but then Iron Man on the 3rd frame after you've hit THC hits you before the flash happens. So once the flash happens, you've already been smacked in the face by by Iron Man. So you can't X Factor in response, you can't DHC if you already had a character who was doing a super. You have no option if you've already been hit, do you? You're already getting hit, which is potentially one of the scariest things about him. The fact that
it's such a tide turner.
Yeah, that can come both as a THC, but also when he's on his own and you do a team super, that is his fastest reversal outside of a snap. It's kind of scary, because you're just getting hit with no warning whatsoever. You're just getting hit by a 3-frame reversal with a big hitbox. It's got a stupid hitbox.
Oh, it's huge as well. It's above and behind him.
He's all over your face. Yeah. So the point I think here is that Iron Man in general is slow. He is mobile in the sense that he can move around the screen, but he's clunky to get started. So you have to be controlling space very well with him when he's on point. So he is tricky to use. He doesn't see as much use as maybe a lot of the other support characters do for that reason. But when in the right hands, have you watched any Joker play recently?
Yes. He plays on Zetsu a lot. He's in TNS and B-Blues tournaments and stuff.
His control of spacing and zoning is incredibly impressive. It's really, really impressive to see him use Iron Fist. I can't stop saying it. Iron Man with, say, Sentinel drones, because I said zoning before, and people's mind might have automatically thought zoning. Morrigan missiles, that's what zoning is. But zoning is also using normals. For example, he has an air dash down back, jump S, is it, or it's jump heavy?
Jump heavy is the S is big, but heavy is the massive pulse beam thing.
Yeah, he's got big normals which control space in front and down in front of him. He can then launch his little missile. He can use a smart bomb. You're not really zoning people with the smart bomb consistently, but when you're looking for an angle to get in and under him and trying to duke out the button, the smart bomb comes at an awkward space, and the smart bomb allows drones to get out, and then you've got a rocket, and then a unibeam, and then a repulsor blast. He's got all of these different parts of the screen that he can control with his tools, and those are zones that if you enter one of those zones, potentially you're about to get smacked for it. And effective Iron Man use, such as the way Joker does it, is actually not terrible at all. It's pretty good.
So this is where my controversial opinion comes in. I think Iron Man's point value is much better than people give it credit for. I think there are awkward aspects to Iron Man. There's no doubt to that as well. The air dashes, as I was talking about in the chat, there's awkwardness coming from throws and such as well. But it's kind of like when you mentioned using Unibeam assist, is when you know there's a fault with something, you play around it. I think I've been saying this in our server for a while as well, that people keep talking about how bad Iron Man's launcher is. You do not use his launcher. I was about to do the clap with each word as well.
Same for this guy right here, Iron Fist. Don't use that launcher.
Yeah, you just do different combos, and he has super jump height conversions because you can do super jump heavy, down heavy, air dash down heavy as well. They're non-committal because of how big his buttons are as well. His flight's very fast startup.
Yeah.
As well, so he can do something like jump heavy, flight heavy, unflight heavy, faster than most other characters can do it as well. I think his flight may not be too dissimilar from like Nova's startup.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting if I remember right. His flight's kind of hot.
But it's like you said, rather than playing him, I think because they're so easy to compare. Actually, as I did exactly what I was just about to talk about, it's so easy to compare him to other characters that don't play the same way Iron Man plays, and then try to play them like that, and then complain they're not that character as well. But Iron Man plays like his own character, where you exist at a mid-range, you wall people out with your crouching heavy that's special cancel into other projectiles. You've got an amazing anti-air with repulsor blast. It is somewhat predictive because of how slow it is as well, but it's also very reliable in some regards.
He is unique, certainly, and there is a lot in his toolkit that answers a lot of stuff. I think there's a slight problem there where, like Esla mentioned just before, if you have used your air dash and you get a throw, there's no conversion. There's little bits of like the Abare isn't there as much, and if you do try to say 3-frame THC to stop offense coming your way because you've been left with Iron Man Anchor, or you try to use Repulsor Blast in the wrong place and there's an assist coming at you as you recover, like you can choose very easily to do the wrong thing. And I think while the tools are there is a matter of percentages matter eventually, whereas you won't always make the correct choice, and sometimes playing overly safe against a lot of the better characters is going to lose you more games than it wins you, if you sort of take my meaning there.
Yeah, that is fair as well. It's kind of the opposite of the Nova Spencer comparison, where that team very much has a very defined route you have to follow, but Iron Man, you're constantly making decisions.
Yeah.
You can get into like a mid-range or keep away set play or like flowchart rather.
Yeah.
But I still think that his point value is better than people give it credit for. I think his support value is incredible, except for one major aspect as well.
Yeah. I could say his point value is maybe like just about around about top 30 mark, maybe slightly like lower or higher.
I think it's his support value. Yeah, I mean that's right. I think he's. If we consider how he relates to the rest of the cast in terms of point, I think there are a lot of characters he just outright destroys.
Yes, that control
he doesn't have to interact with as well.
Yeah, but then if we look at his support value, out of all the characters with good support, he's probably amongst top 15, top 10 in terms of support, depending on what your point character needs. But having a great assist and a TAC Infinite and a decent THC, like, probably makes him even better than like top 10 supports in some cases. Thinking about who has good assists and that, and then having the TAC. It's just you have to play Iron Man if you're playing that, and it's quite an onus. But if we're talking about the best players playing the best Iron Man play with good decisions, then I think B is a solid tier for him, and I don't think he's stretching into A. I don't think he deserves to be in C.
Definitely categorically not C as well. I could see him being at like the lowest point of A.
That's where Akuma is.
Well, in that same range as well, yeah. So, like, Akuma's support value is like he's got top assist, and that's it. And
Iron Man does have some sort of like X Factor 3 50-50 type thing going on. A little bit tricky to deal with if you're not got escape options.
But I think the fact that he can enable so many other characters elevates him for me personally as well. But if he's going to be in B, I would say it's the absolute very top of B. Considering the nature of him being a support character. Top
of B, interesting. Right, well, I want to see where you're putting him in relation later then to a lot of these other characters, and one of those other characters is coming. Iron Fist, my character. I played this guy for 13 years. Well, yeah, I was November 2011. We're in November 24. It's been 13 years.
Oh, well, yeah. We're 19 days into it. It's been like, or I think it's 18 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. So Iron Fist is a character who is probably like pretty much like the opposite of Iron Man. He has no projectiles. He has no sort of like variation in his zoning tools. He's got some normals which are good, which control a certain amount of space, but he's very fast on his feet. He has basically two supers that have good utility but are still bad in some ways. Volcanic Roar is one of his biggest strengths because he can take a vertical pillar of the screen out and does a decent amount of damage, above average damage certainly, for a lot of the good supers. And then Iron Rage, which is invincible, which puts him in the tier with like there's about 10 characters with invul supers that are level 1. or maybe have a level 1 thing, 1 bar reversal or something that takes.
That sounds right. There's probably more than, if you consider like any in frame 1 invincibility to active frames rather than just like has invincibility.
Yeah, up until his startup frames, yeah. So he's in like rare company. There's not many others. Like you think of Spencer as having a bionic arm. He has an Iron Rage. It's just that his Iron Rage is on his forward input with a DP super that overlaps, so you can sometimes get DP instead of Iron Rage. And he also does lots of hits and doesn't travel very far compared to Spencer, who does 1 hit. So if it trades, or it can't trade, it will do all of his damage and then trade and get a full combo, whereas Iron Fist sort of drops. So it's kind of like a lot of his stuff is good, but there's bad stuff about it. And people sort of do say, like, you know, he's got awkward stuff, but for any top player, it's not really an issue that his combos are a little bit skew. If you're getting standard confirms, you do great combos and you get 900k damage for 2 assists. It's well above average damage. He's just very difficult to get a hit with. He can dash, he can press a button, he can throw you, but he can't really manipulate you into positions where you are mixed up regularly, and he can't really mix you up that fast once he does actually have you locked down. Do you have any immediate opinions on him?
That's it. I think he's got a lot of, I don't want to say useless moves as well, but moves that have very low value.
Yeah. 5-frame lights that don't really chain on any sort of airborne opponent, which is kind of where he needs them to chain.
They've got bizarrely low hit stun for a character with rapid fire lights as well.
And low range.
Crouch medium is arguably one of the worst buttons in the whole game.
Yeah, crouch medium sucks.
Like you can't chain stand medium to crouch medium at all ever because of its pushback, the stand medium pushback as well. But I think it's just like you said, the fact he's a character that rewards player skill. Like I think you can tell when someone's like confident with Iron Fist as well. But I think he, as a character, has no kind of major influence on the game as a point character. I think it's like the raw super is the big thing, because you can like, but that's just it. Like whenever I play against, this is from experience, whenever I see Iron Fist players as well, like there's a lot of times where your only decision as Iron Fist, and now I'm saying Iron Man, is wait for someone to do something, dash up Iron Rage, and blow through that. Because it's the only thing that gets through like certain walls or projectiles as well. And then if you block that, Iron Man just dies.
It's highly committal, or if he manages to get a throw on point, he's sometimes unable to convert that for awkward spacing or frame advantage just isn't there.
And he's got the glitch for his air throw.
Yeah, you can mitigate that.
Yourself in the air.
If you whiff a button on the way down, it shouldn't ever be a factor. Takari said that the other day, and I was like, wait, why did I never think of that? So yeah, you can always learn. So on point, he's kind of bad. I think on point he loses to most other well set up characters. Like if Iron Fist has his best assists and they have their best assists, you basically have to be counter calling their assists at all time, and you essentially have to force them to flinch and take a hit or get thrown for trying to evade his speed. It's kind of fair against like the bottom 10 characters, with specific exceptions where he trounces them or they trounce him, and then it gets a bit too difficult once it gets to like C-tier characters who have stuff that they can just put out safely that he can't get through, and it now becomes you have to outplay more often than not. So the thing that actually makes him a character worth discussing really, and not just shoving straight into D tier at the bottom, is his Rising Bang assist. As if you're on this channel, you probably saw me at EVO last year, 2023. Wait, was that 2023? What year is it? It was 2023, yeah. Making an arrival there, top 6 at EVO. Top 8 should have been the thing. It was top 8, but it was top 6 because they made the finals. Top 6 only. So the assist itself is incredibly potent, and I think if I was going to say Iron Fist himself, I think his lone strength is like bottom 5, bottom 4 on his own, with not much else going for him.
I have him as 4th lowest in my list.
Damn. But with that assist is one of the best assists in the game, and if you aren't ever in a position where you have to play the character on point, you could well run, like I do, Wolverine, Dormammu, Iron Fist, or Magneto, Dormammu, Iron Fist, and play a team that does not ever have to have Iron Fist play on the field, which means that you get 2 good characters followed by an assist, which is really good, which means that you can, as long as you're running a flowchart which kills every time you get a hit, you can kill 0 Morrigan and Doom, or 0 Doom Vergil, or Morrigan Doom Vergil. Like, you can kill them and beat them and arrive in whatever top 6 or whatever else you want. The assist is that good. And do you have anything to say about the assist itself and what it does and how good it is?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you cover it occupies such a unique place as an assist as well, because the immediate comparison is Pendulum, Log Trap.
Yes.
But they do
From
two
Rocket.
different things because of the arc Pendulum covers, but the speed of Rising Fang is devastating. And the damage too as well. The fact it's a single hit of 130,000 damage.
Yeah.
And that makes such. If it was like an 80k hit, like less than Disruptor, it would still be good. It just wouldn't be as nearly as dangerous as it is now.
Yeah.
But I think Iron Fist's value is like 97% is in Rising Fang, and 3% is in Stand Heavy.
Yeah. I think I agree, and I think potentially I sometimes don't even think about Iron Fist assists and what it really does, but just to round off what it does, I think it's 33 frames or 34 frames of startup on the assist, but I think he's only vulnerable for about 5 or 6 frames when he lands on the ground, maybe slightly more. So you're not too vulnerable when you call him. You can call him a bit recklessly, because when he actually starts up, his hitbox is immaculate. It comes with a really strong hitbox, quick startup, and when it hits the opponent's character, even if they're hitting your character right then, it's such a long amount of time to convert that you can often tech out forwards and get a conversion on it, or if you're blocking, dash over and get the conversion. So it's really convertible, does a lot of damage, it's quick, it's got a ridiculous hitbox, it happy birthdays, and then there's no scaling on it whatsoever because it's only one hit. Your combo then starts with 130k damage. It nullifies projectiles. The one thing that it doesn't do, and I think people always misread this, so like I said before, Akuma's Tatsu is 3 hits and it goes through projectiles but then carries on hitting. Iron Fist assist goes through projectiles, but then it's neutralized. It's cancelled. It doesn't hit anything after that.
Because it has a projectile destruction hitbox, so once it neutralizes something, it goes away.
Yeah, mutually nullifies them. So that's one of its drawbacks as an assist. But then your point character is getting through where that assist used to be, and you can hit them like that. But because you got so long to convert, you often get 130k to start the combo, and then you confirm with a heavy on top of that into S, which is 3 massive hits to begin the combo with, into whatever maximized combo you want. So you often break 950 or 1,000,000 health damage, which is above average. 950 is above average in this game. That is a lot of characters dead off a lot of hits for a lot of characters. So it's usable by a lot of characters in the game. Like it's a get off me assist that reaches half screen at normal jump height, and a lot of characters can make use of it, as we saw in the ratio tournament that we had the other night on Ghost Channel. So it is a lot better than Iron Fist is in itself, and I think I did my last tier list before Evo last time, and I think I placed him around about 42nd or 41st. He was like the second to best character in D tier, I think I placed him at last time. And I'm kind of godlike, personally, just me. But am I so godlike that...
So you're trying to say you're carrying the character?
Like, did I elevate Iron Fist to S tier? I mean, sorry, it's C tier. Or am I being crazy? If I was to put Iron Fist in the bottom C tier, is that crazy? I think so. You think it's crazy?
You mentioned a point earlier. Yeah, you mentioned a point earlier where like you pick Iron Fist on a team where you don't have to play Iron Fist, but then he's a character you pick hoping you never have to play him.
Absolutely.
So he has such immense drawbacks, despite having such an overwhelmingly powerful assist. Is why I think the fact that some of the best characters in the game can use Rising Fang really well as well. I mean, most notably Magneto.
0-2
adds value.
Strider
well.
2.
Yeah, could be the case too.
Like I think there's a lot of value there across a range of characters, but it's interesting. Like there's that discussion about tier lists. If one character can use one assist and that makes them S tier, where do you now rank that compared to one character who can be used by all 50 characters and do well? Like what's the? Sorry, I just realised what I'm doing to the stream right now.
I was pondering, so I wasn't looking at the stream, but I looked up and saw it.
That's a separate discussion I suppose we could have, but I think I think I don't think I'm that godlike.
Yeah.
I just think I'm the only person
the last
who
thing
was.
I was going to mention with the assisting as well is because we mentioned that Rising Fang occupies like a very unique space as well. Is there's no character that needs Rising Fang. I don't think Rising Fang makes a specific character, besides maybe Wolverine, much better than they would be otherwise.
So
I think it gives you
I would have gone the other way and said Dormammu.
Okay, well, I was thinking of the main team anyway, but
Yeah.
there's very few characters that are objectively considered better as a character because they have Rising Fang versus another more conventional assist.
Yeah.
So while I do think Rising Fang is an extremely good assist, I think it's not really a win-more assist, it's just kind of a lateral movement to offer a different playstyle.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't rate Iron Fist as high as a result.
Where would you put him?
Is why I think. I have him at 47th in my 46th in my list.
What, as in you literally got him there, even considering his assist?
Yes.
Oh, I thought when you said that was where you had him.
I think it's because of that last
without
factor
considering
as
the
well,
assist.
is because there's no character that needs Rising Fang. I think it has this very unique place in the game, but I don't think it's enough to be like. It's the reason to pick Iron Fist, but it's not the reason to then like no one picks a character thinking I'm going to pick this character so I can play Rising Fang with them.
Yeah, and I can win more.
Or like, yeah, it's just like I want to play this character with Rising Fang, and that's why I think that while we were kind of semi-joking about it, I do think you are carrying the image of Iron Fists with the way you've not manifested the right word as well, but you've molded your team specifically around that assist.
Yeah.
And that's why it looks like the absolute best assist in the game. But I think someone, like, let's say there was a different person who also played your team at a similar level, could then switch to a different team and still have as much success.
Well, I can play, I can Mag Dorm Doom or a Mag Doom Vergil, apparently, Remy Martin's broken
well,
team. I can play that.
Also, go ahead, sorry.
And I'm playing something that's like 10 tiers worth of characters above what I was previously playing, and still do as well, or maybe do worse. Like that's true. Maybe I could do better. But if there is a potential there for this character, like if this character on a team of Wolverine and Iron Fist can get to top 6 at Evo with like 1,300 entrants, where everybody's after that 25k, everybody's been training, like. Is that not? Are we saying that comes down to more? I suppose there's other reasons why I would have got to top 6, and I don't like bringing tournament placings into this discussion. There's people being unfamiliar with fighting against it. There's me being better than a lot of those players because I am genuinely the best player in the game. I'm just held back by my shit character that I picked. If I was a 0 player, I would have dominated this game. Morrigan player, fuck me, no chance for anybody else. Like this character is holding me back, if anything. So,
So I think there's no way Iron Fist is above D tier. I think that's my position as well. I think putting him at 42nd or 41st is a stretch. And I think again that's on the back of the assist. But my stance is that the assist isn't a reason to pick a character with Iron Fist. It's just the benefit of you choosing to play Iron Fist. That's my
yeah. The closing argument for Iron Fist is I think this character is pretty trash, but the 2 or 3 things that he does well: number 1, the assist; number 2, the speed, if you want to consider it; and number 3, the invul super that you can survive a thing with and get a kill with. Is like the only 3 things that he's really got going for him. But the assist being, like you said, 97% of his character strength, I think the value of an assist is it's very high potential. When I look at the other characters I'm going to put in D tier, I want to revisit Iron Fist later.
That'll make more sense, yeah.
Yeah. For now, let's leave him there. I think he's better than Phoenix Wright overall, personally. Interesting. Amaterasu.
Amaterasu. So this is an interesting one because there's so little data on Amaterasu that people, even now, people that have played the game for ages are just like, is Ammy a good character? And I think yes. I think she's another character that has like, how do I phrase this? She's a support character that needs support to do support the best.
Yeah.
And that like where I'm going with this is like the Doom Ammy shell is like a de facto Ammy team.
Yeah.
As well, there are a lot of characters that can use Doom Ammy effectively as well.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of like point character X Ammy teams becomes slightly less effective. Like Cold Star is very difficult to use as a primary assist. But I think the other thing is that her point value is very, very good. But there are just few people that are good with Ammy. So when you like, that's the thing as well. When you see good Ammy players, you know them because of how good their Amaterasu is, and they always do well.
Yeah, the Ammy stands out.
Yeah,
like you get something like Rock Mode or Jumpman or Shogun. Like the Ammy play,
even
she's always doing something scummy.
Marlin Pie as well.
Marlin Pie, yeah.
That's it.
Full schedule.
Yeah, she's got like you think she's just like this little dog barking around, and then she kills one of your characters, puts paper, then air dashes over. You don't know what side she's landed on. Then she converts into an infinite, and you die for it as well. But I think there's a number of other like the slowdown is one of the big things.
Yeah, slow is enormous.
It's one of it's probably her defining thing. Is having access to the slow where it slows the opponent's entire team.
I agreed, and then I very quickly remembered that the THC with Doom is a thing, which I think Doom Ammy is the defining combo for her. That's her BFF, and the THC is the most potent thing that she has for, you've lost a point character, but you've still got Ammy in support. You've got Doom coming in who can escape stuff because his foot dive and his supers are kind of dangerous on welcome. And then if Doom does survive stuff, you are going to have to play around full screen, anywhere on the screen, THC, which then combos you into a death into mix up. Potentially, if they X Factor, you get another THC on your next welcome straight away. It's really hard to do anything when they've got the ability to THC and punish it immediately.
Yeah, that's that neutral defining super situation.
So it's the THC neutral definer. It's the assist, which is very good. It's not the best assist. It's not as strong as it maybe used to be considered. But it is a long lockdown assist, which is really potent on welcome, even if you've not got the THC. And then on Anchor in X Factor 3, slow plus them flags. What the hell what are they called?
The paper.
I could call it a flag. Slow plus paper, left, right, high, low. Like she's got instant overheads that are comboable solo.
Yeah, her 3-frame, 360-degree hitbox jump light is disgusting, by the way.
Insane. Yeah. I think she's a very good character. I think she fits firmly into A, and I think she's not as good as Nova, and I think she's better than Akuma.
Completely agree.
I don't think she's as strong as an S tier character, but she's definitely outstripping everyone in B. And the fact that her best friend is Doom, who is the best support character in the game. Spoilers, sorry, but Doom is the best support character in the game. Her best friend is that. Any team that can utilize missiles or plasma or rocks, plus make use of Cold Star, is automatically a really good team.
Yep.
So I think that's good.
Yeah, I think the fact that she's almost always going to be paired with Doom, and then also like she is also a low damage character, but she can just tag to Doom.
Yeah, you've got tags and you've got TACs. Like she's
just so like present.
I think one thing that's maybe just one last thing, maybe to round her off, is that she has a lot of tools which are unique to her. Like the really quick counters that she has for projectiles and physical hits, and then also just stuff that fills up a hell of a lot of the screen in unique spaces. Like one thing that Zach Bennett always used to use that I don't see as many Ammys using, them bloody whips in the air, whatever the H stance is. Like them whips are so big. Like, and then alternating between your different stances, and she's just fast, tricky, hard to hit, and then stupidly fast on, you're trying to beat her out, and she's got a 3-frame jab to challenge you with. It's really tough. So I think that's fair for her.
Yeah.
And then next up, Vergil,
everyone's favorite character.
It's the Sparta bro.
Yep.
Should I just do it? We don't really need to. No fanfare.
I think it's somewhat almost superfluous to talk about why Vergil is S tier as well, but it's extremely flexible character, best anchor in the game.
Yeah, he's best anchor in the game. Interesting.
Well, let me rephrase this: best conventional anchor.
Best conventional answer. He's better than Strider. He's better than Ammy. He's not as good as Dark Phoenix, but you got to work for Dark Phoenix. Yeah, so there's discussion to be had there. But yeah, insane use of meter, like round trip plus swords, plus Devil Trigger, or plus Crown or Blistering Swords. He has a lot of options with any of his bar spend, plus the ability to dump it all into level 4 as well. He speeds up with his Devil Trigger, which is why did he do that? And then his X Factor use.
Hashtag give Dante a speed up.
Yeah, give Dante a speed up. His X Factor. No, he probably just none of his buttons would hit. He'd all whiff.
No, we tested it as well. They would actually be fine.
Would they? Nice. Yeah. So he has the ability to control everything once he gets bar and X Factor and control, and then in getting control, he's always got a good option to get into it because he's always got his Helmbreaker. Apart from when his round trip's out, but his Helmbreaker is such a good tool to option select throw, to hit the third of the screen in front of him and a little bit behind him. Like I say, accidentally get the throws, happy birthday with them. He does it all with that, and then has huge normals, and can basically be a damage engine as well. I can just keep listing positive things about him, really.
I think the other major thing that... So my starts, I think, besides non as far as special moves go, I think round trip, and specifically the round trip glitch, is one of the most disgusting things in the whole game. I think when you play against like a practice Vergil who's got the assists to time, stop people being able to jump out between you doing the round trip, the button and the round trip release for the round trip glitch as well. It's you can build bars by making people block, and it knowledge checks people. If people don't know how to escape round trip glitch, you just lose. There's no counterplay to it if you don't you don't know how to specifically push block, how to escape if your character doesn't have good enough buttons.
But again, we're talking about the best of the best who will have an idea of how to escape. But even if you do know how to escape, sometimes that option isn't available to you because the round trip was done a slightly different way, or they teleported a slightly different time in, or they dashed, or their assist calling was slightly different from the other time, because it all varies. And something like Vergil Missiles, which is the best assist in the game, I think, for him, second being Jam Session probably, Vergil Missiles just allows you to have a lot of control over where they can move to, when they can move, and essentially what options they have to try and counter you. And if you've got bar, you can reset it up again, get the missiles back up again, build a third to half of a bar back during the string, and then get another swords up and repeat. And you've chipped their character to death, mixed them up if they're not been chipped to death, or at least just been continuously putting them under blocks, under this block string, and made them have to think, I'm going to have to hard tag, I'm going to have to super, I'm going to have to X Factor. I'm going to have to... You push you under that pressure. And that's without even mentioning his assist, which is better than it should be. His assist is good meter build, good damage, good lockdown if used correctly once you've set it up, and the crossover counter, you can convert off it meterless. There's all sorts of good stuff about it that it has no right being so good for combos and so good for certain neutral situations with Zero or Morrigan or whoever. Sets up Morrigan soul drains. The list just goes on for this guy. He's S tier as all hell. Do we need to say any more?
Nope. That's it. You can't whiff cancel his normals though, so I think A tier is fair.
Yeah, A tier is fair. He can't whiff cancel his normals except into swords, where he controls neutral immediately for a good 3 seconds.
Okay, S tier he goes then.
There we go. Artie, it's our friend Arthur, the knight.
So now this is another interesting one. I personally rate Arthur very highly. I think there are currently 2 people that play Arthur the way he should be played in quotations as well, and I think Doppelghost is the primary one as well.
Yeah,
I think the way, and the next one of course being Sakta. They do have fairly different playstyles also. Very different
playstyles.
Sakta's a bit more raw with Arthur. He himself says that he plays with his Hort when he plays with Arthur as well. He's got that dog in him. Sorry,
what accent was that?
I don't know. I'm trying. But I think the way Doppelghost plays Arthur is almost flawless. I think the idea, he's designed as a projectile trap character, where you can occupy so many different points of the screen and have different levels of projectiles on the screen at the same time, and convert from insane heights. When you do super jump, medium heavy S, because that pulls him down into scythe toss, and then you convert from that. I think he does have some key weaknesses, of course. Doppel will disagree with it. Not being able to dash is a big one.
Yes, huge. And I think for a good reason as well. If Arthur could plink dash, he would be up there as A tier, S tier or something. It'd be ridiculous.
This is what I say. that's what I say. Doppel was like, Doppel said he doesn't need a dash. Thematically, he doesn't need a dash. It makes sense for him not to have one.
Yeah.
But if he did have one, he would be an unbelievably much better character.
He just said it in chat as well.
Arthur plinks up to you and then does his instant overhead S, by the way. He's got a 1-button instant overhead that hits you in like 11 frames or something.
Yeah. I'm just imagining like plink dash back away from you and then just does super jump into his S into some projectiles that now he's full screen away and can set up so much better. Runaway Arthur would be absolutely disgusting. Yeah. Like how would you approach?
Besides that,
you need to teleport.
Like he could just and even then he could dash away from the assists and get underneath him with his low profile crouch medium or crouch heavy.
Yeah. But this ain't the theory tier list. This is well, I suppose it is a theory tier list. That's all it is. But this is.
I think
Arthur as he is.
Despite that, I think he has some deceptively good matchups into a lot of good characters. Like even characters are well above him in the tier list as well.
Yeah, he's able to control.
He gets absolutely devastated by.
Yeah, control a lot of characters who, they are high up on the tier list, and he's able to control them for extended periods of time. I mean, you see Doppelghost do it with Arthur, backed by Thor's trash-ass half, like not even that quarter screen Mighty Strike, is it? And then with Swoop from Firebrand, like if he had actual assists, I really would be terrified of that Arthur. So he's able to control a lot of characters. If they've got their own projectiles, it becomes trickier for him, and if they've got good movement, it becomes trickier for him, and that's why he's very limited, because a lot of people will eventually get around him. But he's sort of right in that he's got a lot of good matchups, and he's got darn good assists too.
Yeah, and I think I've already spoken about his point value so far. He's got an incredibly good grounded assists with daggers.
Yeah,
he's got 2 extremely good DHCs, so both Goddess Bracelet and King's Armor are safe to do. Yeah. Goddess Bracelet is one of the highest damaging DHCs, and he gets a little bit hit afterwards, so he gets some bar from it too. He can loop those supers. He's good at spending loads of bar as well. He's got an invincible level 3 that you can X Factor for Happy Birthday because it's non-cinematic, which is a huge, like, completely underrated. I think a lot of people know now in our server because we play against Dopp all the time. But it's such an underrated facet that you can just do reversal level 3 X Factor and just tag out. Yeah. And just you get a character that does an invisible mix up because you can't see them underneath all the effects.
You are covered. There's no push block in it. There's no X Factor in to get out of it unless you got invul reversal. Like you are sitting there for a little bit. Take this mix up. He has a lot of strengths.
And the other thing that is, for some bizarre reason, he's got an actual invincible DP he can cancel into either of his safe supers and just be completely plus or safe on block.
Yeah.
And you just have to hold that.
Yes, you do.
You have to respect Arthur much more than you think.
See,
when you consider his options.
I wanted to just chuck him straight into C tier. You're kind of making me horny for Arthur, though.
So in my list, Arthur is he is the best character in B tier.
The best character in B?
Yes.
Did you say that right? B tier?
I think he's got, so to summarize, I think he's got a significant amount of good matchups against characters both better and worse than him. I think he's an incredible support character. He's a great pivot character. So he's good at being second or third because he's so easy to rotate in and out because of his install, because of his safe super. I think the fact he's got so many reversal options. So even though he has has mobility issues, he's got a double jump on incoming. He's got a jump pass with a huge hitbox that falls underneath him. He's got 2 invincible moves.
Sorry,
1 invincible moves as well.
You just said he's got mobility issues, and I can just see him with the disabled sticker on his arm. he gets the parking right out the front of the shop.
I'm going to put the sticker on his helmet. But he's just got like so much of his kit is when you think about how all of it comes together, because he's such a high skill ceiling character. Makes him like a really powerful character. I think the only real downside to a lot of this is that he's a character that has to make frequent decisions. He's got a good neutral flow chart, especially in the matchups he wins as well, but you do have to make several correct decisions sometimes as well.
Yeah.
But I think all of those things combined with the support value, I think I could not put him anything less than top of B.
Top of B tier. So I was tempted initially because I did have a look through the tier list and I thought, where would I place him to begin with? And I thought I'd stick him in C tier, but it is this idea that it's the best Arthur play, and if you look at the best Arthur play, using his strengths, he can be, like you say, a tide turner. He changes the pace of the game. He will happy birthday to characters, dominate afterwards, X Factor, and like invul. He's got the invul stuff. He's got the projectiles. I don't want to go over his strengths again, but he is, I think, certainly in the B tier, and I think he can't happy birthday as well as you'd like if he doesn't have a level 3. Like, his super will sometimes just get him punished because he's hitting an assist instead of your point character. His low mobility once you get into any sort of scramble. Like, whilst he's controlling the game, yes, I really like him. But beyond that, if he's not controlling the game, he's getting a bit messed up unless he is...
He does his invincible DP.
Yeah.
So safe super.
Okay,
so
okay.
He's a meter-dependent character. Like, if he has no bar, it's hard to win with him.
I think,
and that's like it very much his double skill level shining through when he's got like 0 bar Arthur and he still wins with that as well. But I think he uses all of the game's tools really well, besides being TAC'd into.
Yeah.
Even then, he's got cool TAC combos.
Oh,
as well.
and I forgot though. To actually make him really dominant in neutral, you got to go gold, and at that point, you have committed suicide.
So I disagree. I don't. I think gold is not always a necessity.
I abuse Arthur. If Doppel has Arthur on a timer, I'm just rubbing my hands together, and I'm really cognizant of the clock at all times.
No, that's what I mean. What I'm trying to say is I don't think he needs gold to dominate neutral. I think
that's what Sactap says.
Nah, I don't think so. I think
no. Sactap's agreeing with what you said. He wished Doppelghost would do less gold armor.
Yeah, and the thing is, Doppel doesn't even use gold that much as well. I think it's more like he's seeing tournament games where he does.
Uses it all the time.
But that's because he goes into it when he's in a winning position. Like when you really break down how Doppel uses gold armor against characters and players that he knows can punish it really easily, he doesn't do it. Like, he very rarely gets gold against me because all my characters punish it very easily. Like, he very rarely do it against Vergil, doesn't often do it against Magneto because of level 3. But when he's against characters or players he's confident against that can't or won't punish it, he does it very frequently.
Specifically him, though, to do the damage he needs from Thor, he's going to a gold armor for the DHC, and then he's using half of his gold armor there, and then if Arthur comes back in, he is on a timer. Like, he is looking to get a level 3 or do a level 1 to stay safe, but you can play around it very easily. I mean, it is a matchup thing. It's tricky. I'm going to put him in B, but I'm going to facet that I think he would be the low end of B and nowhere near the top end of B because of his weaknesses being so bad against any team that's got any sort of real support and any sort of real strength.
Yeah,
I'm sticking him there.
I still think he...
Go on.
He uses support and he supports very well. So I am an Arthur simp in this tier list.
You're a Doppelghost simp. Let's be real. But we're coming to your guy right now. We're coming to Christopher.
There is a letter in this tier list with the design for this character's name.
All right, we'll put him there.
This character sucks.
But again, clearly defined strengths.
Yeah, so I don't think Chris is C tier. I think he is in B tier. Chris is an interesting character. So I've actually thought about this a lot recently. Because I used to always have doubts as I was playing. I'm a Chris main for the people that are watching that I don't know. That he's just not viable at a high level.
Yeah.
And I've since come around to changing my mind on that. I think he is barely viable at the high or highest level.
Yeah.
But he requires such extremely specific support to make anything happen. I think there are actually a lot of Chris players, especially in the US as well. So you've got like the two in particular, Jumpman and Living Legend, who both win with Chris despite having really bad Chris teams.
Yeah.
And that's on the back of their player skill.
Yeah.
But I think it's similar to the other thing where Chris is so close to being a broken character, but he's such a well-designed character at the same time as well because he's got such insane strengths but massive weaknesses. And that he obliterates characters that are below him in the tier list.
That was what I wanted to really emphasize, is that he will tear apart mid-tiers and low tiers like you basically like you fight in Zero or Morrigan.
Yeah. But then he loses so badly to some of the top tiers. Like, when I always tell people that there's people lose. How do I phrase this? Chris doesn't win the character matchup; he wins the player matchup. So people forget how to play against Chris, or they don't consider how they need to play around Chris as well, so the grenade specifically, and lose to themselves being overly aggressive.
Yeah.
Because, again, from personal experience, where I've played against people that I'll play them in a first to 5 in the queue, for example, we'll play a tournament set, and they'll start winning. They'll be like, oh, I'm gonna call Remy out here. They'll play Mag Beam. Mag Beam annihilates Chris. It is free. There is nothing Chris can do about people super jumping, getting over him, and calling assist, and going back to the other side and beaming him over and over and over again. As long as the Mag player isn't just like mashing beam over and over and getting interrupted by Magnums, there is nothing Chris can do to stop this.
Yeah.
But people get bored of doing that, and then they go in and they start getting aggressive.
Well, you just want to hit Chris in his stupid, ugly face with his gorilla arms.
That's exactly it, and that's what makes him slightly more effective as a character. Like, he is designed in such a way to make people want to do that, because you have to play so lame against Chris. Chris is such a good anti-keep-away character against grounded characters, loses to airborne characters as well. But I think he has such a polarizing matchup spread and effect on the game, where his incoming is actually fairly good now. I've got a couple setups that I've been doing in tournament as well that work.
He benefits, I think, massively from enjoying some of the best support in the game. If Wolverine's picking Iron Fist and Chris is picking his beautiful Sentinel drones and he's got his Dante jam session or his Strider, and it's not just like he uses them, he excels with them. They amplify him. Like some of the stuff that you've developed with like Strider to convert stuff, like the super jump magnum with Strider to convert, get a hard knockdown and then continue, that was disgusting.
That's just it. He's a character that uses support very well, but he is so extremely dependent on support.
I think that's an interesting point. That can we talk about a character who would say be pretty strong but utilizes mid stuff as a support? So it's the other characters that sort of like let him down versus a character who's pretty strong but then takes the top tier stuff as his best support. Like, would that not make the character himself, by the nature of what assists he enjoys, a better character in a sense?
So yes, this is actually in my notes for Chris as well, is that I think if you consider Chris independently in a vacuum, I think he is arguably a C tier character.
Yeah.
But I think he uses so many of the good assists so well because they enable his game plan, which otherwise has very deliberately designed gaps in it, to kind of let him make the neutral his. Yeah. And he can, especially because the what people like to do again is super jump against Chris, because you can't do anything against it. But like when you have a sister that you make people think about what they're doing in the air, jam session in particular, Vajra as well, when people aren't super good at playing around it, but they have to think about how they land, and that's when you take advantage of, like, you're trying to find those in those 7-3 matchups. You're trying to like find every way to make it like a 6.9 to 3.1 matchup, and go from there as well. Just like take every single possible advantage you can get. But he is a character that ultimately has to take more risks. He loses horribly to a lot of the conventional teams. Like Zero is his worst matchup by far. He gets absolutely dumped by Zero. Zero Beam in particular as well, but Zero misses.
So he's got polarized matchups. He uses the best support, and I think his high health, his weak assist. I say weak assist. Machine gun's okay.
I think it's really good.
It's kind of slow though, isn't it?
Yeah, his. If
you're using it all right,
it's in low profiles too. No one can duck it.
Strider or Dante using machine gun assist and then getting a hit is kind of like, oh, you're tickling me a little bit there.
Yeah, it's the same as if they get hit with plasma beam as well.
Wow, plasma beam has a much bigger hitbox, is faster, better, safer, like, you know. But like the thing is that he is snap fodder because he's got high health, he's weak on his own, and he is not well endowed with assists.
He's a horrible user of X Factor. He gets a measly 10% speed boost. He has no mix-ups. He has no overheads. He's a strike throw character, and he barely strikes.
So I'm saying these things like those are negatives, but the fact that he is a snap fodder character means that you're going to have your good characters come in, yes, but on the other hand, you are getting an extra life, pretty much guaranteed, unless they choose to reset Chris or TAC Chris. Like, you are getting an extra life which, you know, sometimes you block, sometimes you don't. Like, the mix-ups aren't always going to hit you. And then sometimes you scab a reversal throw or something out of that situation and, you know, turn the tides of the fight, get Chris back in, and it's a different story now. Like, your game is completely flipped. Like, because of one extra life, percentage-wise, that's pretty big over the course of many sets, many tournaments, many years. Like, it makes a difference. Yeah. Chris, I'm happy with him in B tier, certainly.
I think he'll end up sort of in almost the midpoint of the game, where I think he's maybe slightly higher in B. Now I think about it, but I think to summarize, I think he's a character specific support is mandatory for him to be relevant.
Yeah.
The damage makes him a factor because he will kill you from any hit with good teams.
He does kill. That's a good point.
Like, and they were talking high health characters. I can throw Hulk and kill him with my team. I see you snapping Hulk out when you hit with him, though. That was more just like testing stuff.
It's always disappointing, though. I'm like, oh, we can kill off this, and then you snap, and I'm like, oh.
I've just been trying all the new stuff now.
But Chris, he's living good right now. He's in B tier, well above where he should be, and in C for Chris,
he's almost broken.
Yeah,
but he is otherwise a fair character.
And then Captain America. Is this going to be Captain America, C for Captain America? Because I think so. No. I think Captain America is a C tier character.
I don't know. I have Cap as like solidly in my notes. I had Chris next to Cap.
Really?
I think Cap has a couple relevant aspects to him as well. I think his 99 is pretty decent.
Yeah.
He's got
a fast jab.
Really good lights.
Yeah.
He's got a 4-frame crouching light with the range of a medium. Charging Star is like the thing that makes him a factor.
Yeah.
And that it's the neutral skip of this game, as much as I hate using that term.
Yeah.
He's got a
especially
very fast startup, projectile destruction super, and an invincible reversal.
Yeah. He does have stuff, doesn't he? But also his stuff. He's in this awkward spot where everything that's good in this game is a projectile, bar a few things, and he has the power to go through projectiles. But if he wants any control, so if he wants to do like the 90% safe thing, 10% good thing, he has to use his shield, which, unless they don't have a projectile and don't have projectile assists, will get beaten by other projectiles and stuff. So the way he beats everybody is to take a big risk, and the way he controls anybody is to do something quite weak. If you see what I mean? Like, his shield is low durability and gets stuffed by other good stuff out there.
Yeah, that's just it. He loses his projectile loses to pretty much like a bullet from bullet characters. So Wesker and Chris will negate the shield because they have that durability.
Yeah.
As well.
So
but I think go ahead. I'll leave you.
I think it does come down to the fact that versus any competent player who's fighting against Cap, they should be utilizing assists where you are fighting against usually a point Cap, because you're not really going to get a mid Cap or an anchor Cap, are you? His optimal position is going to be point. So he's going to have one bar, one charging star into super, and then he's done. Then it's you've either hit or you've not, and now we're back. We're back to playing some sort of neutral here, and you are again now much less of a threat if you've had to like X Factor or let Cap die, whichever, if you don't succeed. So he's sort of like high risk, high reward in that respect, but I don't think those percentages make him a good character or someone I'd put near where Chris is or Arthur is, because he's also not offering much by the way of support.
Yeah,
he has a little bit.
He is almost exclusively a point character, but I think it's the reason why I have him similar to Chris is that he's like Chris is that he's very reliant on those assists, because by himself he's not a threat.
Yeah.
You can down back and not push block, and Cap can't open you up.
Yeah.
Because he has to just go for a throw. But I think the fact that when you have him with his best assists, so I think Jaeger agrees that I think Log Trap is one of those assists that's almost mandatory for Cap. I think it enables a huge amount of his disgusting nature.
Log Trap,
because it hits from angles that, like, he can poke with a shield and then the log hits and he converts that. He can use it for snap mixes. He can use it to enable him to do a snap and then get a snap mix up from it as well.
Yeah.
He's got the left-right, just calling your freedom flip plus log.
Yeah.
And the damage that it's again not as much as Rising Fang, but he gets that raw 80k hit and then he converts into like a really high damage combo.
Yeah. And then you've got options on your DHC. Yeah.
But I think because he's a character that uses his health as a resource, he can like he can get whittled down in neutral and take like a bunch of straight hits and still have more health than some characters can kill, but then build a bar from that.
Yeah.
Just getting hits with like little chippy hits and then using that to DHE into something else to enable that and go from there as well.
Yeah,
I think he's a good user of X Factor.
I think
as well, because he... Oh, go ahead.
No. What are you saying about X Factor?
I think he's a very good user of X Factor because he can use that to build loads of bar early on and then just have loads of bar for the rest of his team, because he'll often have a support-based shell behind him, and those support-based shells then use meter very well. So even whether he's spending X Factor early to kill meterlessly, or if he just dies outright, he builds...
Yeah.
Because he's got low enough health that by the time he normally gets hit, he's killable. Whereas a character like Chris doesn't often get hit by random things as well, so he's going to get snapped more often.
Most top cat players that I've seen always end up spending 1 bar in their X Factor combos. Or am I thinking of just their normal combos, maybe?
No, I mean, that would be the way he gets hits, especially if you like
a throw, right?
Like a ground throw into X Factor, yeah. But rather than leaving yourself with 0 bar, like you're building and just barely enough to get the kill, like on the dot.
Yeah.
You build like an excess of meter. And then by the time you hit the second character, because you've built the extra bar, when you do that combo, you've got like 2.8 or 3 bars, and then you can DHE through, and then you've got a 3 vs 1, and that's easy to win. He's very good at stopping comebacks as well. Because the amount of times I've seen, like Jaeger's good at doing this on reaction too, is you'll guard cancel his Captain America, he charge missiles you instantly. He'll do it on reaction.
Damn.
And then you have to consider, do I X Factor and block to bait Charging Star? And if you have to make that decision, then the X Factor becomes much less valuable because you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
So I think he's a good wall character, but I think he gets absolutely demolished by the top tiers. I think Morrigan shuts on him, Zero shuts on him, Magneto shuts on him.
Definite. And I think most of anyone good does either give him trouble or make him have to take more risk than is sustainable over the course of sets and matches and tournaments and so on and so forth. So, I mean, you could argue
it's
maybe
like you said,
B tier.
I think the volatility of the character, like in terms of risk rewards, isn't in his favor, but it's enough that it makes him a threat.
Yeah, percentages need to be considered at the end of the day, because we're talking about a list that takes into account the long game here. So I think Cat being in C for now is fine. There's chance for rediscussion, I think. Chun-Li's coming up next, and she's staring at me something fierce. And I recently played her in Ratio tournament. It was completely useless. Like unless you know what you're doing with Chun-Li.
I'm the 4th best Chun-Li player in the world.
I'm the 4th best, and she is useless in my hands. Like unless you know what you're doing with her, unless you're playing the effective game plan with her, there is limited utility from her. She has a lot of good stuff, but you need to be able to capitalize on that and use it. It's so specific, damn it. But at the top level, you see Ryan LV, and I think he's peerless. Yeah. Is there any other Chun-Li? There's Eccentric, if they're called Eccentric still.
They have, I mean, Eccentric now plays Ryan LV's team as well, but back when Eccentric was playing Team Street Fighter or various other Chun-Li teams, the playstyle was very different. Yeah. I think this is one of the characters I feel like the least informed on, because all I have is like passive experience.
Yeah,
from people play character as well.
She's kind of a menace. She has an invul super and an invul special, and her invul special.
Yeah, the meterless invisible reversal was huge.
Yeah,
she's there.
So hard to punish on her stupid invulnerable stuff that it kind of just becomes do it for free. It's an invul DP as long as you've charged it. Have fun trying to punish, and you're dead if you don't.
But that's just it. If you do instant air spinning bird kick, it is safe.
Yeah.
So, and even the regular spinning bird kicks are safe as well. Like she just does. I don't know if you've ever looked at her frame data. Her buttons are insane. Mm-hmm. She's got her lightning legs have 1 frame of recovery. So she can just do them as pokes, and then she recovers instantly. She's got buttons. Her DP has 2 frames of starter, but it's safe on block.
Yeah.
It's just
2 frames. Well, wait, a DP safe on block?
Yeah, the light one it's not punishable because you recover almost instantly.
It is so quick. Yeah.
Yeah, you just jump away, and it also combos if you hit it.
Like Corky says, she can jump cancel her buttons. She can instant overhead and combo off that solo. Yep. It's really hard to do. I've been trying it on Hitbox the other day, and I was like, that's tricky, man. But Ryan LV does it, and no problem, like converts that. The high-low game is actually quite potent, even though it's just a crouch medium that's low. Well, into crouch heavy, but like the light isn't low, but the crouch medium is, but it's fast enough. It's scary enough. She's super oppressive once she's in your face and there's an assist coming too, because a throw option selects really nicely off her offense.
Yep.
But then her runaway is also really potent. And I think the only way we can really rate her is as part of the best team that's ever been shown, which is Ryan LV's teams of Chun-Li, Morrigan and Phoenix, Morrigan, which is a runaway team, and she has all the tools specifically to run away and stay safe while running away, and then mix you up whilst running away, whilst trying to chase her. It's kind of broke
like,
how good she is.
That exists to frustrate you to death. Like she will make you make mistakes constantly because you're just desperate to hit her.
Yeah.
And then you make that mistake, and then she hits you into TC Infinite.
Yeah.
Either from herself or teasing in someone else as well.
Yeah, she's good at doing it, and if they've got mid-screen infinites, you are doomed. Personally, she's in such a weird spot because there isn't really another one that we can say, all right, yeah, have you seen that Chun Doom Sent? But with the best team for her, Chun Morrigan teams are S tier as hell in their own respect.
Yeah.
She enables it, and she's super strong on point, despite not actually doing anything so broke. She is still really difficult to catch, really taking a risk if you're trying to catch her, because she's got lots of stuff that throws you, that punishes you, that catches you, that, just messes you up. I think she's an A tier character for me, personally.
I agree as well. I think
she's...
Even despite... Like, if you considered only the runaway, she would be an A tier character, but she has alternative options as well. She's viable on other teams. Corky's mentioned it in the chat as well. Like, she starts her combos from bizarre hits, doesn't use any bounces, builds a reasonable amount of bar, and then can beat you to damage engines.
No bounce. Imagine if there was like a Chun Vergil Strider team or something out there.
So Chun Vergil Strange is actually one of her best teams. As well, like starting a combo from EX speeding Burka and killing characters. Like,
that sounds like some mini boss team.
there was someone. I'm sure there's videos of it on YouTube somewhere as well. But as a team, I've dabbled with it.
The videos for Chun-Li, I tried learning of her ratio, like I said, and I tried looking up videos, and it's all TAC infinites, and you can't learn B&Bs because there's no one's.
That's just it. You could know no Chun-Li combos besides her TAC infinite and how to do a runaway, and you could win. Like. You could win high level games with Chun-Li as well. The big thing that stands out is the fact that she can do jump up back, wall jump, double jump up back, wall jump, triple jump back, wall bump, wall jump, DP, and that puts her a complete, like, a super jump height above super jump height. Well. The whole time,
and able to call an assist.
Yeah, so you get like 5 or 6 Morrigan calls, and there's just no interaction at all, and you just have to hold the fact that she gets 2 bars for free.
Yeah, and naturally, if you wanted to deal with that, you're going to play like a Dormammu or a Strider, and she can rush down Dormammu, and she can hit Strider out of the air and stay up there longer still. Like Jam Session is your option, maybe?
No, she can go above the Jam Session hitbox.
Oh, for God's sake, and even if you hit it with Jam Session...
she just takes out and does it all again.
So you just got to do Jam and Strider like you do before she gets too high.
And that's all you can really try and do. But she's such a good enabler character, and she's good at being enabled. I think she's a character you constantly have to be conscious of, like consciously have to be conscious.
Consciously conscious.
Like the options she has at a given time as well, because she'll just mash out a DP, she'll mash out lights or EX reversal.
Yeah.
But she's a relevant character.
Yeah.
I think sticking to that for now.
Yeah, I think that's good for Chun. I think everybody's on that level. We've seen Ryan LV. He won an Evo. He dominated when Chris G was dominating, and Chun-Li was part of that. So Deadpool, I think we go into next. Deadpool, this character,
I rate very highly as well.
I rate very highly. I think recent years, Jewel Kevin showed Deadpool for what he was worth, like 2015, 16 sort of era. And then more recently, Man Like Wedge, and also B-Man. And is there any other notable ones still going with Deadpool?
I feel like I'm going to miss someone and feel bad for saying it, forgetting it.
Well, there's no other.
Those are the Wedge and B-Man are like the two. Sikilic as well. Zempel too.
Zempel, yeah.
Yeah.
I think what he does well...
Deadpool's different style of Deadpool as well.
Yeah.
But, sorry.
I think what he does well is, much like Chris, uses top tiers in support. I say top tier supports, rather, as his best partners. He peppers the areas on the screen which most top tier characters get away with against most characters. So he's very good at disrupting the normal gameplay of a Zero or a Morrigan. Yeah. And then beyond that, he controls mid tiers, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. The way he can position his grenades on the screen is just again outright shut out characters.
Yeah.
It's like you said, he can shoot every angle, so he's overcome the Resident Evil. He doesn't have the Resident Evil curse. He can look up when he shoots his gun.
Yeah.
Which helps as well. But it's like you said with the peppering thing too. Against like a lot of the good characters, if you can hit Magneto and take him out of flight mode, if you can hit Zero, make him lose Buster, if you can hit Morrigan and make them forget about their flight patterns, and then you can like exploit those gaps in a way most other characters can't.
Yeah.
He still loses quite badly to some of those characters as well. But he always has like a I can't remember the terminology now as well. But he always has like a chip in the game where he can weasel his way in. He's such a pest of a character as well, that similar to like Chris and Chun-Li, like you get desperate, you like, I just want to hit this character, I'm bored of playing this neutral.
Yeah. And then it's a bolo catches you as you're trying to get in, or a grenade pops right as you didn't want it to. Or you get caught by that full screen happy trigger. Well, no, not happy. That's the super, isn't it? But you get hit by his machine guns into a teleport into convert, or you block one of them and he teleports into overhead or assist and jabs and throws, and like he's got stuff where if you are on the screen, he can mix you up. If that makes sense. Like wherever you are, he can suddenly just switch it up and go from being the most annoying runaway to, what's that? You weren't paying too much attention? Well, now you're blocking something blocked up off of that thing you blocked. Because that's his strength. And you're going to get thrown, you're going to get like jabby, you're going to get overheaded. It's tricky to keep him out. It's also tricky to get in on him. He's good at controlling space. Yeah. I think he only has like two major weaknesses that come to mind. One is getting away from scrambles because of how bad his backdash is. Yeah. So he can't like plink away from a situation. He can plink OS as well, but he's not going anywhere when he does it. Yeah. And his very poor meter gain. Yeah. In fact, is he one of the characters where if you plink fast enough with him, he goes forwards? No, he just doesn't move though. You can plink and stay on the spot. There is one character who does that. Is that Taskmaster? No, it's not Taskmaster. Taskmaster has like acceleration to his dash, so he has to do it. You have to do it slightly slower, so it makes you go forwards. There's definitely one character. If you plink dash fast enough, you backwards, you go forwards because of the heavy. But yeah, he does a lot of good. He happy birthdays well. He can set up mix-ups off kills really well with Katana. Whatever his other super is. You probably know the name, don't you? Well, you get him off quick work. Cutting time as well. That's the cinematic super. Cutting time. There you go. A regular kill. Again, because Deadpool's a character that is similar to Chris. Is like he should realistically always be paired with Dante and Jam Session. Yes, it's such a perfect enabler assist for him as well. But you mentioned it earlier. It's like he uses a lot of the top assists very well, but there's a couple of assists specifically that he abuses the most. Yeah, and I think he's one of the best users of Vajra at all because he can cover Vajra perfectly. Because he can shoot up as well. He's one of the characters that very rarely has to take a risk to call Vajra against a more experienced player. Yeah. And I suppose it's the fact that he can cancel his specials into his teleport means that no matter what he's doing, if Vajra is coming, you have to respect it and also be worrying about, are you about to be teleported left, right? Yep. Because he can be doing a quick time, whatever it is, his thing on the floor. What's that called? Quick work? Yeah, you can be doing quick work on the wrong side of the screen, facing the wrong way, and if Strider's coming, you might be about to get mixed up left, right. Like, teleport, and, you know, which one's it going to be? Like that's one of Wedge's specialities, like, picking such a disgusting moment to hit you with that teleport. But I think you're right that he needs Dante. I think the THC with Dante is super important, and I think the jam session left-right, just like Spencer's slant shot assist helping Nova do the left-right, having to block a jam session, pure meaty left-right guess is really strong. We sort of saw that with sort of like 2020 era onwards, where we've seen more 50-50s than we've seen, meaty into bringing you down to the ground to hit you with a high-low mix-up. hit you with something potent like that.
The kind of like minimal interaction mix-ups.
Just do a 50-50 and then mix them up afterwards. Like some of them, it doesn't matter if the Chris G, Justin Wong, Ryan LV, they will get hit by a 50-50 because you've got to guess. Eventually, you're not going to guess those 50-50. Otherwise, go to Vegas and win yourself the big bucks on red.
Yeah, you could be doing better things with your.
If you have the power to control those 50-50s, go and win the 48-48-2 or whatever it is. 6. No, I don't know how to do maths. 49-49-2 chance you have on the roulette table, whatever it is. That's exactly it.
Ultimately, he has very few weaknesses. I think he's very cleanly like high A.
High A. Do you think he's better than Ammy?
You could begin to. Yes, I think he's much better than Ammy.
Much better than Ammy.
Point value. Well, maybe not much better as well, but I think Deadpool's a character that could arguably push top 10.
Yeah, I think he's a better point than she is, but she has better support than him.
Yeah, I think this is where like the deviation comes into effect. Where like, is Ammy's support better than Deadpool's point value?
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
I think. Wedge just joined us in the chat as well. I think Deadpool is a. I would have put him no less than top 15, but Wedge just thinks he's 15th in the game.
Number 15 in the game. We'll see how many characters we put into A tier and S tier. Yeah. Speaking of A tier and S tier, the Flamey Boy himself, Dormammu. This guy is.
I think you've played him a few times.
He's one of those characters who people, I think, often assume he's meant to zone and zone and zone like Morrigan does. But he's actually kind of messed up in his block strings being teleport mix-ups at a moment's notice. His neutral is a teleport mix-up at all times. Like you are considering the fact that you might be getting crossed up any moment now, or not crossed up and just get hit front side because we thought he was going to cross up, but he didn't. And he's very potent at running away, but then switching it up and catching you when you think you're chasing him and you're not. You're being sort of led into a trap. He's got a low-hitting flame carpet, which he can place and then move around independently from, which he's got unblockable.
And it's safe on block.
Yeah, safe on block. Unblockables can be brought from that. You can teleport solo for a left-right mix-up. Full screen super, I suppose. We gave Akuma praise for his ability to kill two characters, and that full screen super, Chaotic Flame, is super potent. Like the damage is there, really simple stuff that you don't drop in tournament situations. Yep. There's a lot going for him. +0 level 3. It's decent assist, better than it really was originally given credit for. Dark hole assist is really nice.
Yeah,
stalking flare.
Well. This functionality is like it's effectively like a counter assist where it just absorbs all the other, not all of them, but a lot of other projectile assists.
And I think one thing that he does have going for him, which we're talking about top level play with top level execution, but he has so many viable play styles. I say so many. He can do different things. He doesn't have to fall into a runaway play style. He can become quite aggro, quite throw option selecty, quite left righty, or he can lean into, like, you know, if you've got missiles on your team, you can be a very potent zoner, but then also you're trapped under missiles and there's a left right coming your way, or like he can set up getting himself out and other more potent point characters in, like Magneto. And I think that point that we've given to like Deadpool and to Chris and to that, he also makes great use of a lot of the best characters in the game.
Absolutely.
Like maybe not as many as some of those other characters. Like he's not utilizing Strider as well as maybe Chris or Deadpool does. But he loves Dante. He loves Doom with missiles. That's the two best support characters in the game. He loves Shuma Mystic Ray. He loves Iron Fist Rising Fang. He loves Magneto Disruptor. He loves like Strange Bolts. Like anything that's good, he utilizes well.
That's just how it is as well. But I think Dorm's an interesting one as well, because like my perspective, the two things I've always felt about Dorm is that one's not really a hot take. One, he's a very selfish character. I think he's a character that wants team, like he's a fake support character, and that he's actually a secret point character.
He is. He's the focus of the team whenever he's on it.
Yeah. So, but you play him second because you don't necessarily want to play him point, so he comes in with resources or advantage, and then he just completely dominates the game.
Yeah.
As
TAC
well.
Infinite, I forgot about.
So it doesn't really limit his team building, because again, like you said, he uses so many of the other characters, the support characters, so well. But you typically, he's not a character you say, Dorm would be a good fit this team. You say, I want to play Dorm, I'm going to build around him.
Yes.
As well. But because he's so flexible in terms of UCCs as well, that very much works in his favour.
Yeah. He's a character that if you are facing a Dormammu team, you have to focus on the Dormammu, and if you spend your resources, yeah, if you spend your resources, especially X Factor, Dormammu can dominate you, and it is free. Like, if you are without X Factor, sometimes your entire last character can't play because he's got Bar and X Factor, and you get a Meteor and then a Stalking Flirt, an X Factor, more Meteors, Chaotic Flame. Like, you are taking 700k chip. Sometimes it's just checkmate because you managed to spend X Factor at 99 or, you know, like 70 seconds or whatever it is, and now 20 seconds left in the game, Dormammu falls back in, executes your last character with X Factor, and then your last character, your second character, and then your last character comes in just dead, just unable to play, and then he sets up nasty stuff too. I think he's clearly A tier.
Yes, it's just where would he end up in A tier as well? I think he's definitely better than Chun-Li, IMO. I think his presence in a match is like a constant relevant. It's funny to think back when a lot of people thought Dawn was top 5, like back in 2012. Pretty much for all the same reasons you mentioned, but like for the very basic aspects of like he just has left rights constantly. He's a good X Factor character. Yeah, he crushes anchors.
Filipino champ was making him look super broke. Maybe slightly controversial here, but I think that Dormammu is better than Ammy, and I think he's better than Deadpool personally. I think he's better than both of those characters because it's a bit of a funny one. Because there's cases where Ammy's better than him, but she's still having to like earn the hits. He doesn't have to earn some of those hits. Like Ammy still has to mix up a character even if they've not got X Factor. Like he can dead them for the sake of it, and he's also better at murdering assists than Ammy is. Yeah. Because he can teleport down into super, he can catch an assist and then just convert straight to death. Like he's always a threat. And like with Deadpool, it's a Deadpool team, and he's on point. And if you then deal with Deadpool, you're dealing with some good support, like Dante Strider or something, Doom, maybe. Or do you get any Deadpool Doom teams? Maybe Dante Doom.
I think Wedge might be able to verify in the chat as well. I think some of the Deadpool players agree that Deadpool Dante Doom is his best team, but just no one plays that team.
Really?
There's not a lot of overlap between Deadpool players and Doom players.
I'd like to see that. That'd be sick.
From my understanding.
Dorm as an anchor is worse than Deadpool. So it's an awkward one to discuss that, because then you're talking about Dorm in a position that he's not naturally associated with, versus Deadpool, who's just not associated with that either.
It's actually weirdly difficult to get Dorm on anchor, because the point has to die, and then he has to get off of point again for who would have been the anchor to die. Yeah,
so maybe it's cases where you've had a combo, you've DHC'd out with 2 characters left, or maybe you TAC'd away from Dorm, or just hard tagged your sacrificial character in to save Dorm or something, like I sometimes do with my deadweight Iron Fist character, D tier. I think Dorm does more overall for teams than, say, Deadpool gets with his best support. I think overall, and I don't know how Deadpool players feel about that. Like Wedge, if you're still here, like, I don't know how you feel about that. Like, is Deadpool's potency stronger with his best assists and teams than, say, like Magneto with Dorm, or Zero with Dorm, or even Morrigan with Dorm that no one plays it. Nova with Dorm.
I think it's arguable. Yeah, I think they're probably right next to each other in the list. That they're both very good at like invalidating a lot of characters, and just completely stopping comeback potential.
Yeah,
as well. They're both very good at doing that as well. It's like it's difficult to make a comeback against Storm.
Yeah.
Like you were saying before as well. And if you spend resources early, it's just over, like game over. Deadpool has a similar effect as well, but it happens more gradually. Whereas Storm, it becomes very apparent very quickly whether you're about to lose to Dormammu. As well. Whereas Deadpool just kind of whittles away your hopes and dreams.
Yeah. Corky says that Dorm has a really bad matchup against the top tiers compared to Deadpool. I'd say he maybe doesn't have as good of a matchup against maybe Zero, or potentially like maybe Magneto as Deadpool does, but I think he does better than Deadpool does with Morrigan, I think.
Every Deadpool player I've spoken to has said they hate the Morrigan matchup as well, and I've played it. I'm not Wedge level at all, but I have a pocket Deadpool, And there are some matches that feel awful as well. Like playing against Magneto, playing against Morrigan is like atrocious, but he does quite well into Zero. He does decently well into Vergil too. But
Dorm versus Vergil is actually such a good matchup, like such a fun matchup, and basically Vergil has to spend meter, but can't spend it without worrying about getting chaotic flamed. So
you have to be constantly aware of like where Dormammu is on the screen, whether he's grounded or airborne.
Yeah. And you've got to worry about the assists, you've got to worry about left-rights, because Vergil doesn't want to be in the air, so he has to be somewhat near where a dark matter is going to come, where the come dark's going to come. He has to be worried about that, and then as much as he's got his own teleports, a flame carpet on the ground then becomes an issue for him whilst teleporting around. He has to think about things. It's a very interesting matchup, and Solo is really fair, really goddamn fair, and he takes like 600k damage for taking one dark matter, even if it's just like full screen. He's taking 2 dark matters and then a dark hole or whatever, and then a super. Like he's suffering, and then a little bit of chip afterwards. Like it's interesting certainly, but then one bad teleport from one good teleport from Vergil will punish like Dormammu out of anything that he does. It's quite interesting. If there's meter, if there's X Factor, there's a lot of stuff going on there. But I think like overall, you said it yourself, like Dorm's a fake support character, but his support is still potent. Him being able to set up a stalking flare.
His support style is enabling.
You kill with stalking flare, DHC, you can now set up unblockables or a level 3 spell and tag out, or a level 3 spell and use it and then tag back in for chip damage and a better mix-up, which is what I do. And it's super potent. Like, he is affecting the field after DHCing. Like, you DHC to him and he's super potent as a result of that. Whereas Deadpool has to remain the focus on point, doesn't DHC in and change the game. Dorm does, and he's also that threat of I will murder 2 characters at any time DHC wise, or just be safe with a stalking flare. Like, it's really nice. I'm going to put him there for now, and if there's
I think it's good there for now as well. We can see where else, like as the characters that encroach into the top 10 where they end up.
We've come against the blue kitty, blue waffle.
So I think this character fucking sucks. I hate Felicia.
Alright, D tier.
Both as a character and in the game.
Do you think she sucks?
Yeah, I think she's still C tier. She's better than all the D tier characters.
I vibe with her. Like, I fully vibe with her style. Like, I don't think she sucks as a character. I think she sucks in the game.
And I say this as someone who's put a bizarre amount of time into Felicia the past like 2 weeks or so because of the ratio. I think she's a completely outclassed character. So this is the thing. She's a grappler. That's not immediately obvious, but Felicia is a grappler character. She is a character that is able to set up plus frames and go do command grabs from them as well. Her ground mobility is pretty good. She's got a pretty decent flank dash. She has a very linear approach as well. She can dive kicks. Her dive kick is easily chicken blockable. It's not an overhead when you do it on the ground, even though it looks like one as well. The grounded one is very unsafe. He has her DP light is like the little cat scratch, which like hops forward and goes yeah, and that's plus or block. That's like her thing, is doing that to get plus frames and then go from there.
It always looks like an overhead to me.
Yeah, but it loses to delayed push block. So. And there's nothing she can really do about that as well. So she's so unbelievably assist dependent. She still needs a damage engine because her damage is good, but from the hit she gets, she's not going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So she's TAC or assist dependent in that regards. Yeah. I think she does use some of the good assists really well. Like Doom, of course, is a big one. She beams on a grounded physical character, of course. She uses Vajra quite well. She picks up from Vajra, but she can't protect it when she calls it.
Kitty Helper Super is good, but you have to be watching to make sure you get your unblockables off, and then it can ruin your own combos. That's it. You can account for it. It's actually easier than I thought to account for it in the combos as well. But the thing is, when you start the super, it depends on how reliable it's going to be. Because if you start from, say, 2/3 of the screen away and then go in, the little guys, it takes like 4 or 5 seconds for it to catch up to where Felicia is. Yeah. Ideally, you'd be hitting them with some zero unblockable setup, where they're under a jam session. You get your Kitty Helper up, and then a set timed high-low happens, and you manage to convert it, and then it's canned after that, and you'll be the same every time. But in reality, you are getting it off at different times in different spacings, and it messes things up. And the kitty comes at bad opportunities. Like that's a small percentage of the time that will happen, which is.
But the fact it is a possibility.
Yeah,
is,
she can sabotage herself.
Is a factor as well. Like
she's
got a super that's very difficult to DHC from as well. Like the dancing flash, the little rolling ball into all the kicks and stuff.
Yeah,
it leaves them at super jump height, and they tech out at super jump height. So there's maybe 4 or 5 supers in the game you can get proper DHCs into.
Yeah.
So despite her being a point character that needs support, you have to give up about 30% of the damage on a super just to do a DHC.
Yeah.
As well, unless you play Doom second, which you should.
So I sort of see her as a strike throw character who has corner carry, so can actually get to the corner to then TAC to like Doom and have like Doom Strider maybe as her best team or something to that effect. Like because then you've got a damage engine. Can she hard tag to Doom?
No.
In any sort of good way? No, probably not.
She has no like reliable hard knockdowns.
Yeah, so she's making the most of corner carry with her whatever it's called. Something kick, Delta kick, and then she is TAC into Doom, and then Doom's doing the business with an infinite, and has Doom Strider as her best support. Maybe might be like a reason why you can sort of see that she would be a decent character because she gets to make use of 2 strong characters in support of her, and who can then stay alive on the team. It's not stay alive on the team rather, but like actually once she's dead, they can work. Like so, I can see her as a C tier character. Would you give her that credit?
Yeah. I think she's in C tier as well. I think the other problem is she's just an outclass character. Like being a strike throw grappler with little air mobility is so flawed in this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are other strike and other throw based characters that do what she does significantly better. Most notably Firebrand and Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no again she's a character. There's no real benefit. You'd never pick Felicia to say I think Felicia's good at this team. You pick her because you like her.
Yeah.
But she has so many. She's a matchup check as well. When you're not used to playing against her, because she can steal plus frames, she has a bunch of moves that stagger and counter hit as well.
Yeah, but in this scenario, matchup checks don't exist in a tier list because we have.
When you're playing on like both fully experienced players who know how to play every matchup even as well as they can, she should lose to more or less every single character.
Yeah.
Including other ground-based characters as well.
Yeah, because the percentage of the time where she's making a mix-up happen and then actually scoring a successful hit is difficult, and then the damage issue, she's always got to TAC, so you are relying on either her X-Factoring or the gamble, which is just gradually lowers the percentage until she's rendered less effective than a lot of other characters. We have the other Sparta bro coming up next, though.
Dante, my boy. So, I love this character.
Talk to me about some Dante. In fact, I need to take a piss. You just talk about Dante for about 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine to do this. I've got opinions on Dante as well. So Dante is no doubt the second best support character in the game. I think there is a close third behind him, which we'll get to eventually as well. But he's got the second best assist in the game, in my opinion. I think Plasma Beam is the best assist in the game. I think he is splashable on more or less every single team. He's one of the characters where pretty much all but maybe 1 or 2 characters use Jam Session effectively. He's got a TAC Infinite. He's got the meta version of the TAC Infinite with the timer scan where you can win a game because you hit the first character, leave the opponent with maybe 20 or 30 seconds to make a comeback, and then you stall them out as well. I don't think Jam Session is outclassed by Plasma Beam. I think Plasma Beam is the best assist, and then it's Jam Session. He's got extremely safe DHC. He's got Devil Trigger, which is very good for him as well. $1 million, super high damage assist. Missiles is not the best assist. I think there's argument for it because a lot of the top characters use it best, but it's in terms of overall benefit to the game. Plasma, exactly like we were saying. Every single character benefits from Plasma Beam to a significant margin. Plasma Beam makes some characters neutral, whereas Missile is just irrelevant for a lot of characters as well. 4 Tech plus Plasma Beam is the most broken thing in the game. Anyway, Dante. $1 million is extremely high damage DHC. He works from full screen. It's similar to when we were talking about Iron Man as well. The THC, when depending on the other character he's with, which is always going to be a factor because he's a support character, is relevant as well. That's why he's back now.
So what's the verdict? How good is he?
So he's probably 49, 50th on the list, I think. But no, he goes on, in my list, he goes 7th as well. So I don't know whether you're including like the top support characters in S tier as well to round off, or you're leaving S as just the top 5.
I have a differing opinion than the one I had last year. We can sort of get to it. Would you place him higher than Nova?
So this is something I was considering before as well. I am torn on this. I think.
I mean, what we're really asking there, I think, because the best character in, not the best character in the game, sorry, the best character who uses Dante is Zero, right?
Yep.
And then the next best character in my mind is Vergil.
It's from Genesis usage, yeah, I can see that.
Because then it's you're into the mid phase of the game, and it's Vergil jam session. In terms of putting Zero, Dante, Vergil together to make a team that synergizes the best possible way with jam, does Dante then become more effective than Nova overall is?
It's again from like an enabling perspective, it's arguable. Because it supports. So if we're going by like the logic of some of the people in the chat as well, like this as being number 1 as well, the fact that it enables the Zero to be his absolute the most disgustingest.
Yeah.
As well, and the fact that it's one of those assists that it doesn't like beat certain characters, so Morrigan most notably as well, but it makes a lot of characters. It gives a lot of characters the opportunity to fight reasonably well against other characters they would otherwise have really bad matchups into as well. Because there's a bunch of characters we've looked at thus far that we said that when they have jam sessions, so again, notably Chris and Deadpool in this situation, like when they have jam session, they get to play their game for real.
Yeah.
As well, and I think that goes a long way on top of everything else Dante actually does. Also. Yeah.
I think it's a nice bonus because I don't want to get too sort of wrapped up in sort of Dante's really applicable to like Felicia or Cap. When his position probably should be more based on how much does he kick ass with Zero, because I don't think like he's got Zero, he's got Vergil, like Morrigan not as much, Phoenix not as
Morrigan
much.
Can use him as well, but again, the most Morrigan seems to work Dante as well.
Magneto can very well. But I feel like Mag with Just Jam isn't like Zero with Just Jam. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's a good secondary assist for Magneto.
And then Nova Jam, funky as hell.
Yeah, it's kind of.
And you're losing your damage engine.
Also, the fact that he gels so well with the other best support character in the game is relevant as well. Like it makes him like doubly efficient.
Yeah. So top tier support. Top tier assist, DHC, TAC Infinite. In fact, it's TAC Infinite. How long does his TAC Infinite last if they've got like 900k health? Like, is it like 60 seconds?
I think it's like 60 marble seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So because it's not uncommon to hit the first character TAC and leave them with like 30 seconds or 30 marble seconds on the clock or something as well. I think. This is also probably going to be somewhat controversial as well. I think Dante's point value is underrated. I think a lot of people play Dante very badly, or not well.
Yeah.
And that they don't actually utilize the tools that Dante has.
Yeah.
To the
I think
level they can be.
I think his X Factor utility too is underrated because he will kill a character, mix up the next, and then mix up the third and have the bar to kill.
Yeah, not only that, he'll probably still have the X Factor time to kill. He is one of the fastest killing characters when he is in X Factor as well. Like, it's not unreasonable. Like, I've made so many comebacks where I've had, like, 6 or 7 marble seconds on the clock, on the, like, X Factor timer left because of how quickly you'll kill a character if you hit them with, like, an unscaled starter and use double trigger as well.
I think for years people were using too many Thunderbolts or whatever way around they were doing it was getting slow kills.
Yeah, well, Thunderbolt is the one you do want to use.
Is it? Because I thought that was like that lacked the hit stop, so it became an issue.
But it does so much damage that it kills so quickly.
It does,
so you do a lot of like high hit stop moves early to do like big chunky damage.
Get some crystals in there, not what are they called?
Million carats as well. Million carats is kind of okay. Use it to set up other stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think his X Factor utility is fine. The fact that he has such a big shift in playstyle when he's an X Factor versus non-X Factor as well. But I think because of the way Dante is as a character, like design-wise, people want to play him as a rushdown character. They want to go and they want to do like all the cool combos and all the flashy stuff as well. But he is such he's content to occupy the mid-range and zone. He's got giant fucking sword normals. People talk about how shit his lights are because they are pretty bad.
Yeah.
But then they're
Don't use
sword
them.
normal lights as well.
Don't anti-air with L then.
Yeah, that's just it. People press light and there's it does anti-air, press medium then, or do something else. But he's got like his crouching medium covers a third of this. Well, a third is kind of pushing it as well, but like a huge portion of the screen. Dashing it covers the entire screen. Beats beams, will hit assists, goes through projectiles. Seeing a Devil Trigger is extremely safe on block.
Yeah.
It's like plus 40
good.
or something.
I think to do more with Dante here, we need to place more characters around him.
I think that's fair as well.
Yeah.
I think I can understand putting him below Nova because of how effective the highest level Nova with the highest Nova teams would be.
I mean, I can stick him there for now. I mean, last year I did my top 5 and then had Dante straight after. So I had Dante 7th best character last time in the 2023 list. So I'll leave him there for now, and then we'll return to him. We'll revisit. Firebrand is next.
So I might be biased. This character is literally a demon. So I think this character is absolute horseshit.
Yeah.
Both in terms of his ability to play neutral and what he's allowed to do as well. I think we've seen two sides of Firebrands. There's the conventional Firebrand, which abuses the unblockable, Apology Man, or if you follow anyone in Europe, Miles, who's kind of almost mastered the unblockable, even beyond what Apology Man had done once.
Yeah, Apology Man started more recently when he was kind of getting back into this, but then Miles has just gone, well, why don't you just do this and have can setups off basically everything.
Like, I've seen more perfect Firebrand games in the past, 6 months than I'd ever seen Apology Man do.
Yeah, which is why I've started playing Magneto more, because I can't fight Apology Man's team when I'm playing Wolverine, Dorm, Iron Fist, because two of my characters have nothing to do against Iron Fist, against Firebrand's unblockable.
That is exactly it.
It deletes everything.
We talk about rendering characters irrelevant. Firebrand will make characters physically unable to play the game ever, because they just get snapped in every single time and they get unblockable and they die. And then if everything goes as it should, or if the Firebrand is playing where they should, they will not touch the ground.
Yeah.
And I think that's just talking about unblockable Firebrands as well. In terms of Firebrands, a neutral is horrible. He's got an insane 99. He's got a broken Pope select because he option selects one of his
stupid
throws, which goes into a dive kick, which is plus and block is a capture state, so it ignores assists, so you can't counter call assists on him properly. He's got a rapid fire light that he can mash. He's got 2 4-frame lights also.
Are they both 4?
His normals aren't very.
I thought one of them was faster. As in one of them, one was 4, one was 5, maybe.
I thought it was okay, so I think they're both 4.
But they're both mashable, and they're both pretty darn fast and have great hitboxes.
Yeah, that's just it. He's got fairly short range because he's got stubby arms as well, but they've got really disjointed hitbox too, and a ton of hit stops, so they're easy to hit confirm also.
Yeah.
His fireball's really good. His regular fireball is really good as well. His wall-cling fireballs are insane. They're true block strings on some characters.
Yeah. Any sort of lockdown he gets, even a little bit of lockdown, is a high-low mix-up. He can instant overhead everybody.
Jump light, air dash down. If he's in luminous body, he can just do jump light into dive kick.
Into his plus stupid amounts. Yeah,
if
dive
you drop
kick.
it at your plus frames. It's also got really low block stun, so it's easy to block the kidnap, try and push block, and you just get hit afterwards.
Yeah.
So because you're doing it, so something Miles does also is just on incoming. It's the character that can normally escape the unblockable like Magneto and Sentinel and so on. He just does meaty dive kick or meaty bon voyage. And if you try anything and you miss it, you get clipped. If you don't, you get put in a tiny bit of block stun, you mess up your push block, or it eats your input because you've put the input too early, and he just guard breaks you afterwards.
He's great at the game of you push block, you get guard broken. You try to push block and you accidentally get hit. You don't push block, you get in high load immediately or put into block stun immediately. He's bringing you down whilst option selecting multiple things. Very good at that game. As good as a Magneto, as good as a Zero at that, even though Zero's probably more likely to go for your left rights. He's very good at that type of stuff. He's great in both aspects of that gameplay. I think he's 100% A tier, and he's one of those that played perfectly, he's going to obsolete, like you said. Like 30 characters in the game can't do anything against him.
Yep.
The neutral is really difficult.
Including some of the top tier characters as well.
Vergil gets deaded instantly for just being a character who's on the team.
Yeah.
Like
Magneto.
Magneto.
We talked about with Nova earlier, like the ability to eliminate an anchor is a huge factor in this game.
Yeah. I'm sort of the opinion that the only thing that lets him down is his neutral versus like a Zero or a Morrigan or a Magneto. Like he's putting durability on the screen, but it is limited in how fast he can get it out, even if he's doing wall clings. So he has to be in your face, evasive, out of the way again, and then making you doubt your options. He has to really play well to stop the top tier characters.
But I don't think that's unreasonable for a practice Firebrand. And this is where I mentioned the two sides of Firebrand as well, which is Doppel, which is like raw dog Firebrand. where he plays... So Doppel has Firebrand third, but he plays his team as like a point assist point team. Where he's just there so he can rotate him back to being on point as well.
Yeah.
But Firebrand's mobility is ridiculous. He's got an insanely good plate dash. He's got command dash. He can do 3 of in the air, so he can like he's effectively got an air dash back and forwards and down. As well, he's got his flight's kind of mediocre. It's got 30 frame startup, so it's not really that practical to go into. But his down heavy dive kick, which is pulse on block, puts him in flight mode. So you can use that to like do a bunch of extra Firebrands, extra fireballs as well. I think.
I think I'm thinking of like a player who's a mix of Apology Man and Doppelghost's experience, Miles's canned setups, Zach Bennett's like development of the sort of like neutral option select game, and then specifically Doppelghost's ability to do daft stuff in Luminous X Factor 3, Chaos Tide level 3 is stupid level 3. It's one of those that I didn't even really see it do anything until about 3 years ago when Doppel was starting to do more of it.
Yeah.
And
so
realizing...
That's just because it was unexplored as well, but it's insane. He's got both of his installs he can build meter during. He's got a speed up install that has no drawbacks. It just gives him a 30% speed boost and nothing else is wrong. Yeah. Unlike Wolverine, he builds meter during it as well.
Yeah, I mean...
So when he's got extra speed...
I go on.
Go on.
My deliberation here is that Firebrand is really strong and I can sing his praises all day, but do I think like he's more potent than Deadpool? And in a sense, I think if Deadpool hits you, you reset to neutral off his neutral hits. Maybe you get comboed and converted, sometimes you don't. Like sometimes the converts just aren't there from the sort of hits that Deadpool can get sometimes. Whereas Deadpool's typically getting you into a kidnap, which then leads to a reset, which will be unblockable, or a TAC, which leads to 2 more dead characters because the meter's there for him then. Like there's a bigger reward for any Firebrand hit, and he's just as scummy as Deadpool is in scabbing hits out in really weird and fantastic ways. I mean, to be fair, I probably think he's better than Dormammu overall.
So for my opinion, I think Deadpool is number 10. He's number 10 on my list. I just saw the hand gesture there as well.
Yeah, because I think Deadpool's better than Dormammu's better than Deadpool in my mind, but I feel like Firebrand's better than Dormammu. But then, do I think? Wait, that still makes sense. But do I think like then he's up here? Like, I don't know. I want to leave him here for now, and then we can have a little play with the order after. Viewtiful Joe.
Interesting character. It's funny because no one plays him. There's 0 Viewtiful Joe players in the world.
I lost him on Evo.
So it's hard.
In fact, I nearly lost to 2. Wolf Street beat me at Evo in winners, and then Crazy Joe. Wait, was it Crazy Joe?
No, Crazy was a Viper player.
No, I was thinking of Snake Eyes. Sorry, I didn't even play Snake Eyes. I was just in the room with him long enough to assume that I played him.
You mean Snake Tits?
Snake Tits? Oh, for God's sake!
Different body part. Joe's a weird one.
Sorry, I'm getting all sorts of confused right now, Aces. Oh, yeah. So, like, Snake Tits playing, like, Viewtiful Joe Morrigan. Wolf Street playing all sorts of, like, Viewtiful Joe Morrigan Raccoon. Was that what he was playing? Morrigan?
Yes. Tia Uero's team, yeah. Tia Uero's the other Mexican or Japanese player who plays that same team. Joe Rocket, then Morrigan.
Yeah.
But he is a pest.
Kusoru?
He's just designed to wear people down.
Yeah.
As well, I think.
Like, triple jump game plan plus log trap is tricky to deal with. Like, red hot kick and log trap is tricky. Runaway Joe with a good neutral assist is tricky. He's just chipping away at you, though. He's not getting big combos. He's not winning scramble after scramble, because a lot of the spacings that scrambles happen at, he's not touching your character because he's stubby. I feel like he capitalizes on your mistakes.
Changed on a lot as well.
You say what?
It was actually he's a character that my opinion's changed on a fair bit over time as well. Miles also made some very good points about Joe in general in the Discord as well, where like it's effectively expanding what you said, where like, he just doesn't do enough. Where he'll throw fireballs, but all it takes is like a beam to clear all of them and hit an assist.
Yeah.
He has to start over again.
Mm-hmm.
If he super jumps, nothing's happening. He tries to get out red rooms. There's counterplay to it, but it's a knowledge check.
Yeah.
And if we're talking again like highest level, they'll play around them, which is just move forwards. He effectively has no normals.
Yeah.
His jump heavy's quite nice because his jump heavy can instant overhead because of the way it hits. His jump S is a good air dash in button.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a very system reliant, and that he needs a damage engine.
He does need a damage engine, doesn't he? He's a bit limited in that, or a TAC, but his ability to get to the corner is a bit limited, and he can't do it too low to the ground either, quite often.
That's just it as well. He does have raw tag routes to Doom as well, and he's good at stalling with Morrigan. So whether he chooses to play Morrigan or Mori, another character, as just like meter builds, where like again, Joe is almost better being played as an enabler rather than as like the primary focus of the team.
Yeah, I think maybe a Morrigan or maybe Mori Doom or something to that effect is maybe a better team makeup for him than trying to really accentuate his strong assets. I think he dominates pretty much all of D tier though. Having said all of what I've just said,
that's what I was about to say as well.
And I think he's going to dominate a lot of C tiers as well.
I think he beats pretty much beats everyone in DNC pretty clean. I think he beats a lot of the characters in B as well, probably all the characters in B maybe. I think I used to have him pretty high in A, but I personally would have him quite low in A.
Yeah, thing is, I think even if he does beat a lot of the characters in B, I don't think he provides enough to a team to outrank the support that a lot of the characters will have in B, who will end up in B. Like, Iron Man or Arthur support, I think, is more valuable than any sort of point benefits that... Because it's going to be Viewtiful Joe versus, like, Magneto with Unibeam, not Viewtiful Joe versus Iron Man.
Yeah.
Because there's that point of he's a point character rather than anything else. Do you think somewhere, like, towards the top end of C tier? Or would you stick him into B tier?
I still have an A tier.
You have Joe in A tier?
Yeah. Like, he's like on the cusp of B.
Wow.
As well, I think he just because he has so many good matchups, I think that makes him effective. But because he's again exclusively a point character, support is garbage. But I think he just has this weird like niche where he's good at stalling and being a pest, and I think because of how good he is at doing that, I think again we're talking about like irrelevancy. He renders a lot of other characters irrelevant. And I think that's too valuable to pass up as far as like how good the character is.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any characters in B tier that like besides again there's some like specific matchups or characters that are very volatile matchups where it's like Chris and Arthur that will again eliminate everyone below them.
Yeah. I think we have to sort of split the difference here, I think. Where, like, you sort of thinking you put him towards A tier, and I'm thinking this character could be, like, maybe top end of C tier, maybe stretching into B. Like, if we stick him in B for now, is that alright?
Yeah, that's a fair middle ground.
I think we're splitting that difference there, and I think maybe one we don't need to split the difference on as much is the biker with the chains and the black leathers, Hell's Angels.
Yeah, this character, I love this character. This character sucks.
This character sucks, right? He's ass. Yeah. He's got like 3 good things.
He is third lowest in my list, personally.
Third lowest?
I think, yes.
Wow.
So I think he's an interesting one where he like Chris is very close to being a broken character. But he has so many distinct weaknesses. Like his normals besides his heavies are bad. If he jumps, he's extremely vulnerable. He's so assist dependent, and there's only a handful of assists that really like make him scary.
Yeah.
But the thing that makes him scary is doing jump S on the way up, like his in quotations instant overheads, and there are 2 assists that let him reliably combo from that, and that's daggers and unibeam.
Yeah.
So you're then very rolled into playing 2 characters that are B tier characters or not as strong assist characters to make that aspect of him better as well. His defense is atrocious, which is why you see Sacked Up play Ghost Rider, Arthur Haggar.
Awesome Iron Fist, occasionally.
I think he's got a pretty decent matchup into some characters, but like, say, Hawkeye's a pretty good example of this as well. Like, he has to continually make correct decisions. He'll hit characters in neutral and just not be able to kill them.
Yeah.
Because his damage is so pitiful, and because his damage is so bad, his meter gain's really bad. So it's hard for him to like get a clean hit and then DHC, and then also do enough damage to kill someone with the DHC as well. So he's kind of reliant on, like, he has to play neutral before he gets a character to be able to kill someone.
I think in my mind, I've always seen him as a character who is able to dominate dominate a lot of the D tier, a lot of what the lowest tier is. He can dominate them through spacing and zoning. I say dominate them, like he's building meter in the process and occasionally getting a hit, but he's not mixing up so much unless, like you say, he's got some sort of like low chain or jump S. And his partners that he wants to do some of the nicer stuff with him and protect himself with, like you're looking at Arthur Haggar, like Ghost Rider Arthur Haggar, Ghost Rider Iron Man Haggar, Ghost Rider Iron Man Iron Fist. Like, what a team. It's maybe you could stick a Vergil with him. Like, could you get a Spencer Doom? Maybe. Yeah, he's going to use the wall bounce up, isn't he?
Because he wants. Yeah, that's the thing. He uses the wall bounce. He actually can use the wall bounce twice because of force wall bounce. But he needs such specific support. And then if you're playing like a different type of support, then it's just like, why are you playing Ghost Rider at this point? As well, like if you're playing a character that enables like a damage engine, then just play a different character. You have to play the teams that support him specifically.
Yeah.
And even then, his best possible teams still do quite badly.
Yeah. Like Wedge just raised the point. You could play Ghost Rider Doom Sent and have an okay team, but in my mind, you could play Ryu Doom Sent and have a slightly better team than Ghost Rider Doom Sent. Like, you sort of
interesting you say that.
Like, because it's sort of like, if you look at some of the ass characters, like Tron is just outstripping Ghost Rider. Like, I think Hsien-Ko, like,
I'd say outstripping.
outstripping, like Tron's underage shit. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think.
What would Ghost Rider have underneath his jacket? Is he all flames, or has he got like a body under there? If he was to strip, nipples. What would we see?
It's none of his body but nipples and bones. That's why he wears the jacket.
It's just nipples and bones. Nice. So I think right now he's the worst character that we've got, because I think Phoenix Wright actually does more, and Rising Fang is better.
I completely agree.
Yeah. Right, I hate him. Is Shuma a him?
It's a cosmic being. So Shuma takes the form of that causes the most fear, which is why he looks like that. And obviously, it's working based on your reaction.
I mean, this guy. Look at how wide open that eye is right there. That is a woke character. That is a they them if I've ever seen one. Look at that shit. He's always stirring as well. So he's a wokey, but he's secretly quite seedy. He's always stirring.
Wokey seedy.
Aye. Right. So. This guy, this it, right? He's got a great assist that select characters can use very well. Like, it's a great assist, but it doesn't work for all characters. But what matters is who does it work for, and it works damn well for that guy up there, Vergil, and it works damn well for Dormammu. And I'm assuming there's a few other characters that I've not really seen or considered that it works very well for too. Nova.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Team Fix played over Shuma, probably the only like pairing of that team we've seen, really.
Yeah.
I think Morrigan uses it deceptively well.
I think she does, because
there's always going to be like a jump in tier downwards whenever there's anything non-missiles related as well.
yeah, naturally.
But in terms of what Ray accomplishes, which is just a screen clear of a character that comes up miles behind the point character, is so valuable for any character that has any level of setup.
Yeah, it is slow
as well.
But one thing that it does do, am I right in thinking it hits Dante's jam session in the feet and knocks him out of it? And it also gets Doctor Doom's missiles and clears them all in a lot of different call situations. Like, it can hit Doom, or it can nullify all the missiles with its spread. It really, really pisses me off.
Depending on how far away you are when you call it, it can completely just destroy you.
It's like, where the hell did all my missiles go? They were at the top of the screen ready to come, and now they're gone.
Yeah, because Mystic Ray is like 8 hits, or 6 or 8 hits, so each hit interacts with the missile and destroys them all.
Yeah, so it can be one of those where you are reliant upon your missiles call to get the mix-up, or potentially keep yourself safe right here, so you commit potentially to something like, I don't know, Crouch Heavy Disruptor, expecting missiles to come, but a slight error in judgment, which, again, I'm talking about top players with top ability, with good decisions, but not perfect, that humans make mistakes. Even the best ones make mistakes, and you will potentially be unable to tell if your missiles that were off the screen are all gone, or if some of them are there, so you have to disengage more often. It's going to affect the matchup. And with a teleporter, like left, right, with Vergil or like Dormammu, it becomes a real scary thing in neutral. Like, if Vergil just does anything and you are unable to put a projectile on the screen to stop a beam, you are now in a mix-up because Vergil's exists on the screen and has an assist call. Firebrand Shuma pretty good, Dwayne raises. That's true, you can hard tag to him. I think with Firebrand, you've just got to consider the Doom Ammy, or maybe the Doom Strider, not Doom Strider, Doom Skrull, really, with him. I don't think the Shuma game plan works as well
Doom
as...
being there is too important.
Yeah. The problem here is, it's a really good assist. He's just one of those characters who has really tricky stuff that's quite droppable, in basically depending on, did you get the perfect confirm, or did you get the confirm that looks slightly janky, and now you have to guess, is this going to work, or is it going to drop? And even the best character players in the game with a decade of experience with the character still aren't 100% sure, and may have to make the call to like drop the combo on purpose and reset, which is
it's that volatility that comes into play again with some characters, where I think it was Demon Phoenix told me that, I've heard from a friend of a friend, but Demon Phoenix told me that Angelic once said that if you have to rely on a mid-screen Shuma combo to win a tournament set, you have already lost.
Yeah.
Like, I can count on everyone's hands how many times I've seen a Shuma player get a mid-screen air throw that would be a game-winning hit, drop the combo, and then lose.
Yeah.
Is like the fact that he has no real tournament-safe combos is a big detriment to him as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's like you're saying, he's got some really disgusting stuff on point.
Yeah.
But like, he needs to get in stand heavy range or crouch medium range to do that. But because he has such an I was talking about Felicia's linear approach as well. Like, he has two ways of approaching, which is planking forwards or tremble. I mean, you can do like air dash buttons as well, but he approaches from in a very direct manner that's very easy to counter.
You also see
like
with him. Sorry, you also see like. Yes, there is the Vergil Dormammu teleport teams, but he also does have like Spiral's team and oh god, what's the other guy's name? Point
I'm
Shuma.
gonna let you wallow in this.
No, don't do
I know
this to
exactly
me.
what you're talking about as well. Think about the gesture.
Oh, they sort me out in chat. Salute, yeah.
Oh,
I always know Salute's team. But yeah, not Salute himself, damn it. So yeah, Salute, like, and no, who's the other guy now? I already said his name.
you said Spiral.
Utilize multiple assists to enhance the neutral game and make him into something of a scary character. There is flexibility and viability and some really strong synergy with Dormammu. Like, it's really strong synergy. As far as two characters being BFFs go, like, that's pretty darn close to being Dorm's BFF right there. Vice versa. Your I suppose question here is, I think personally, right now, I think Shuma is a better character than Akuma, but you stuck Akuma into A. I would probably put like Shuma sort of like bottom of A, like top of B, personally. But what do you think?
Interesting. I probably would have put it much lower than that as well. I think the volatility is like really, really a downfall for him as well, where like he's capable of making it to come. If we think of him primarily as an assist character, because that is what his best asset is, his best spray assist. It's similar to Rising Fang, where you play him hoping you never have to play him, and then when you do have to play him, he, even as an anchor, he still loses, like an X Factor. It doesn't really change anything, it just makes him faster. So he doesn't have access to any like new tricks. Like he still has his overheads, he still has his command grabs, still has his crouch medium and such. It just makes him, you have to adjust what you're doing better. So he still loses to all the same characters.
Yeah.
I
That
think as
that
a point
issue
character,
of as a point character, you're about to lead in to say basically he's not as effective as he could be.
not exactly. I think it's he's so dependent on such a specific subset of assists, where, like, I mean, Shuma Dark Hole is the primo one that you'll see nowadays as well, because he has a really good assistance into, DHE into Dormammu with the Stalking Flare set and so on as well. But so he has like a very, almost like a flow chart that he has to follow. He has to follow even at like a high level, where even if you know you can outplay your opponent, you still have to do like a very safe sequence, because you can make the correct decision, but it's unsafe. And die for it, or like you can get push blocked as well, and die, and then you have to go for just the 50-50s over and over again. That's his mix. It's just it's overhead low, which is extremely good. But the capability of him getting into position to do that is so much more limited than other characters that can do the same thing, i.e. Firebrand, Zero, and such.
I think personally, Anchor is his best position for me, utilising the assist, and I think it's a Vergil or Dorm theme, or both. Potentially Vergil Dorm Shuma, Wolvie Dorm Shuma, Vergil someone Shuma. Who does Angelic play on that team? Is it Vergil Dorm, or has he not played someone else now?
It was Dorm, He started playing Morrigan.
With Morrigan a bit, because it's like Vergil Morrigan Shuma. Like, because I think that just the sort of like, it's like, what is it, 90? It hits like, what, 120 degrees around the screen?
It actually hits up and slightly behind Shuma.
Yeah, it's like behind. It's like extra like 30 degrees beyond like vertical. That he hits. Like,
he swings backwards.
It just makes it, unless you've counter called it already, it makes it, you are now getting mixed up tier level of assist. And I don't think anyone is capable of always stopping that, which means that you are always one neutral decision away from not having a projectile to stop him, and you are about to get left-righted, and there's nothing you can do about it.
So I think this is where I differ Iron Fist and Shuma, where I think there is a reason to pick Shuma for his assist, and it enables really messed up things with a lot of characters as well. And I think it is almost exclusively the assist that's carrying Shuma to the position he's at now as well. I think without it, if he didn't have that as an assist, and his assists were mediocre, he'd be like bottom C tier. But I think this is where I'm like somewhat torn as well. As I would put him below Arthur. I think while Arthur is more difficult, I think if we're considering like everyone playing at the same level, I think Arthur's capability as a point character is above that of Shuma's. Considering the situations where they get end up with
I
as well,
agree.
in terms of the effect they have.
Based on the discussion we had before, like, I agree that Arthur is more present and has more influence on point. But I'd very much argue that it doesn't matter, because you've got two top-tier point characters, well, point and mid, that are going to abuse Shuma better than any team can get benefit from Arthur. It's just that much more present.
I agree with that sentiment as well. But I think in situations where realistically your front characters, there will come times where they lose and you have to play those support characters, and I think it's easier to recover from that situation with Arthur than it is from Shuma. I think it's again similar to Iron Fist. You kind of accept that there's a good chance you've lost if you have to play Shuma, as well. Where it's entirely possible you can win. We've seen plenty of X Factor Shuma comebacks and no X Factor Shuma comebacks as well. But it's just like, I have to spend 2 minutes making this comeback again.
I kind of feel like I'm not giving Arthur any sort of ability to come back though either. Like he's got bad decisions from his opponent, but he's rarely able to force you to die on his own terms when you see that he's the last character left. Like, relating them to each other that way, I still feel like Shuma edges it anyway. But my issue now is that Akuma, for me, I don't think he is relevant like Shuma is. Like, I don't think that his assist does enough to make him a threat in anchor position like Shuma's does, even though he's got that capability to come back, because so many games are just won by the rinsing, by the pure, like, you flowcharted 3 characters into death. Next game, let's start. Like, I'd love to see some statistics on how often games devolve down at the top level into, did you just get mauled to death 3 characters in a row, or is it now a fight with 2v2 and 1v1? Like, I'd love some stats. We need some fighting game statisticians, whatever the word is, statisticians.
Yeah, so we need to spend like a month just watching every single VOD at the same time, like 6 VODs at the same time, and calculate everything.
Dwayne, are you in the right? Dwayne, this is your job now. For the next month, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to see you talk. I don't want to see you in a stream or in a voice chat. You are now to research. You are a research gooner. That is your job.
I was going to make that joke, but I didn't want it to evolve to that level. But I'm glad you stepped in.
I'm old. I don't even know what gooner means, to be honest. Like skibbity toilet. That's about as much as I know. Like, so I'm gonna have to battle you in a bit about the Shuma Akuma. It rhymes. Okay. But Haggar's right here.
I think I
you want to say one more thing?
You're kind of always. I think you're going there anyway. I think if you put Akuma in B tier, because I think that's where you're going with that as well, and then we can decide from there. I think that, and then we'll move on.
All right, we'll come back to.
Okay.
We're gonna be here till like 5 a.m. and I am working tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right, we got Mike Haggar, the mayor, man like Shaggar.
So now this is a really interesting one as well, because a lot of people put Haggar in like A tier. Some might put him in B tier. I think Haggar is I think he's okay. I think he's a character no one should lose to, but people do. And that's more a fault of the player than like any matchups as well. I think he's relatively straightforward to play around. I think people worry more about losing to Haggar than how to beat Haggar during the matchup as well. I think Haggar's greatest strength is his incoming. And the assist on Lariat and assist, of course, as well. But he's dependent on other characters doing things for him to be effective.
So are a lot of characters.
So I think,
but I think once those other characters have done that for him, like Jason Kido's team, his flowchart is really strong. Like KBR's team, when he has X-Factored to kill, and then DHCs to Sentinel, he hard tags to Haggar because the welcome mix-up is that much stronger. The incoming is really strong. The option selects are that strong. He's good at what he does. He's just friggin' awful at, being the last character, forcing you to do anything other than make a mistake in his face. Like, that's the only way that you lose to Haggar, is to make a mistake in his face. But then people make mistakes in people's faces all the time, like at every tournament, because pressure is real, and you want that win, you want that hit. You do something like they've just called Sentinel drones. You think, right, now it's time to pressure Haggar, and right before you touch, pressure Hulk. Right before you touch Hulk, they get the Haggar assist and call it right when you're about to pressure, and your pressure's not safe, unless you've got a really low profile type character, which a lot of the top tiers do. But it's interesting. The thing is, what is Haggar's best team?
Are we talking about the best team with Haggar on it?
What is the best team with Haggar on it?
It's KBR.
KBR, absolutely, 100% agree. Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind about that. And at top level, the best players in the world playing Morrigan will have trouble with Haggar. With the KBR team makeup. Zero's a lot better matchup. I think that's one matchup that Zero dominates more in, like against KBR versus like Morrigan, because Morrigan's got to stay so above Hulk's level. She's not really threatened by the Lariat, but the mix-ups are there with the Lariat and the Abare, the sort of like random shit happening. Here you go, here's a hit for you. Like happens with that. Like the Zero team just dominates though. Like Jabril, like playing against KBR, like showed that off.
It looked almost effortless.
Yeah, but like the thing is, it's 50-50s on 50-50s on 50-50s, and not just on welcome, not just on your incoming, but also, are you in neutral? Are you coming down? You've used your air actions. Well, do you press a button? No. Well, because there's a lariat coming or something. Well, now Hulk is enabled to actually do something. He can maybe call drones instead of lariat once there's a bit of conditioning there. Like, lariat does a lot for the best team that it's on, in terms of the mix-ups, in terms of letting you call drones instead and letting you get a mix-up with like a low or a command grab or bullying through your buttons. It's really interesting. Haggar does place high all the time, but I'm trying to separate results out of everything to do with tiers. I didn't say it at the start of the video, but I have mentioned it a couple times now. Like, it is theory of the best players with the best matchup understanding and experience, playing with the best execution they can have realistically, and making some normal decisions, reasonable decisions that players make, to take certain risks, maybe not doing stupid things, but maybe, you know, sometimes you've got to take a risk with certain characters. Haggar, on his best team, won Evo and has consistently performed in the hands of KBR. What other Haggars have performed? Like, Jason Keto won a major. I know I'm trying to separate out the results right now. You've got like Paradigm, Fublat,
Paradigm, Ramasama,
TJ more recently.
Yeah, TJ in particular. So it's, and then again, this is where you have to consider is like how much has Haggar been a factor in this?
I'd say a massive. So when
someone's had to actually. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, sorry, just to blow any sort of discussion out of the water there. Yeah, Sactap, of course. Like I think Haggar is fundamental to the teams that he is on to make that success happen. He does things that no other character does.
Are you talking about Lariat specifically, or like point Haggar?
I'm talking about Lariat, and then I'm talking about with certain setups there, you know, with Kido and Ramasama, it is the specific unblockables, and then even with KBR, it is the welcome mix-ups that are more potent, he thinks, apparently, against some characters. Like I think on like Vergil or something, he goes to like Haggar and does the option selects rather than trying to left-right him. Because it's better against like X Factor guard cancel with Vergil or something. I can't remember exactly how he does it, but
it's a 5-layered mix-up that OS is twice.
It's kind of redonkulous. Me personally, I think this is the weird thing. Like I want Haggar to be a shitty CT character. He's completely ass, but he synergizes so specifically and so well that he's not outside of the realms of beating pretty much anybody. I do think at like Evo, Jabril's a better player than KBR. Like this 2023. I do think that Jabril's a better player. He was more practiced, been playing for a lot more time consistently, whereas KBR was coming back off it. But when every player was around about the same level of play, as in same level of hours played and practice in tournaments, KBR was a coin flip of does he beat Filipino champ, does he beat Chris G, and then he pretty much dominated nearly everyone else. Like there's players who've knocked him out and whatnot, but like he was so dominant. And KBR's smart. KBR makes great decisions and executes like I'm talking about in this tier list. But those other players aren't dumb. Like they aren't just like throwing him games, although a lot of players do. A lot of players really don't know how to fight Hulk and Haggar. Like they suck ass. Close the brackets. But with KBR, like I kind of want to chuck him like up a full tier to the point where he's like here, because he makes stuff happen. But I don't know. What do you think? I'm stuck.
I think because we've talked exclusively about the positives of Haggar.
I've said he's ass
until this point. Well, I mean, in terms of like what is his good aspects as well, but in terms of his actual negatives, it's like the times when Haggar has to land and play the game is dire. Like there are so many characters from all the tiers, from D through S, that just eliminate Haggar. And again, it always comes down to like the Hawkeye Doom, like fake 8-2, where you do have to make a number of correct decisions against Haggar over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I think it gets easier the better you are at the game and the more confident you are playing against Haggar as well. And then of course when you're talking about like the actual better characters in the game, they will kill Haggar for making a hard read. and guessing wrong, or like they interrupt him trying to do something as well. I think there are a number of players that are able to play around Lariat and make it completely ineffective.
I'd agree.
As well, I think it's, as far as its ability to enable incomings, above and beyond probably one of the best assists to do it with, because you can't press buttons into it.
Yeah.
And it catches their and such as well. But I think that's, if we're putting all of our stock on another character's abilities to get the hit and then do an incoming with his assist, and then let Haggar come in and do a mix-up that if defended against, like again, we're talking like 4 or 5 layers here realistically.
Yeah.
But if defended against, you
There's
play
pipe
neutral
coming
men
after two.
and then you're losing. You can beat a character, make your incoming, they block it, and then you're losing the matchup again.
Yeah.
I think is a really massive thing to consider, because then you suddenly want to get Haggar back out. And you're trying to avoid actually playing Haggar as long as possible. I think it wouldn't be right to put Haggar in C tier. In my head, he belongs there. But I think you are still correct in that he is such a massive enabler for some of the strongest teams. He's very much more than the sum of his parts.
I want to throw a little wrench in the works one more time here, though.
Okay.
He, does enable stuff, but also I really do think, I know I said it before, that people do not play against Lariat right, and I also think people don't play against Hulk right, which I'm saying is his best team. I'm saying it's the best makeup for a Haggar team and where he excels the most. And I think people just do not play against Hulk correctly. They get completely
I completely agree with you.
Like fucked by Hulk and Haggar and drones when they do not need to. They do not need to be taking the stuff that's being put out there. Like, it is kind of ridiculous that people are still losing like this in the year of the Lord 2024. So I'm gonna sort of like say, like, if I wasn't gonna put him in C, I'd have to chuck him like bottom of B tier.
So that's where my mind is at the moment. And
Right.
so I think more, if we think about it objectively, people do lose to Haggar, or like Haggar beats people rather than Haggar beats the matchups as well. But if we're considering people of equal skill level playing at a higher level and Haggar is in and has to play neutral, he will lose every single time.
Yeah.
I think he's good at making other characters who are okay much better than they are normally as well. We'll get there eventually. But I think Saxup mentioned this once in that, like, Hulk as KBR as a whole is very much a win condition team. It has to snowball to like truly be the disgusting nature that people see KBR as. But it's a team that loses to many other teams much worse than it as well. I don't think Haggar could reasonably be close to A tier.
So I think we've reached some sort of consensus there then. And next up is Hawkeye better than Haggar?
Yes.
I think so. He's got a really strong neutral assist, which can be applied to lots of good characters, and safety HC generally.
It's very difficult to punish Kiss the Fire, the bomb arrow. As well.
Gimlet's really strong. He's capable of some X Factor comebacks occasionally.
Yeah, he's similar to Strider in that it's difficult for him to kill 3 characters in X Factor.
Yeah.
However, I think one thing that sets him aside from some other characters is his ability to play solo neutral versus a number of even very good characters. Works very much in his favor. Like, it's not unreasonable for him to kill a character off. Like, unless you've just been like washed and you're like they're on a perfect, you lost 2 characters and you have to defend. That's really bad. But if like the game's gone on and they've got 3 kind of 60% health characters and you've got Hawkeye, it's very much within the realm possible to kill a character normally and then X Factor the last 2. Or to X Factor the first 2 and then kill the last one.
Even like catch a stray, like full screen, you catch like a jump greyhound or whatever it's called when it's on point. Jump arrows into X Factor like dead, and then some nonsense on mix-ups. His tick throw game is very strong because he's very good at making you flinch and then catch you, so you don't want to flinch, so he gets a tick throw there because you're worried about his stand medium arrow hit into like a poison tip or into some sort of like nonsense, or even a flip if you're mid-screen, like flipping over your head quickly enough in X Factor 3. He's kind of nice at that. He also... Go on.
Go on.
What was your point?
You go.
I just think like I mentioned it my last time I talked about tiers. Hawkeye has a good matchup against the best support character in the game, who commonly ends up as an anchor without X Factor, because you spend X Factor trying to save your Vergil or trying to do something with your other characters, and then Doom is left on his own. Maybe he has X Factor, but a lot of the time, somewhere in the middle, if we even say half the time, Hawkeye versus Doom is a matchup that is in Hawkeye's favour, but he has to keep it in his favour for a length of time, whereas Doom just needs one like heavy foot dive or S foot dive or a throw, and it kind of is over.
Yeah,
so
all your work was for nothing.
Yeah, so it's a big point in his favour, I think. Not colossal, but I think it's a good one. And then what was the point you were going to make?
It was similar to the matchup thing as well. So I think he matches up fairly well into some of the other top characters as well. Like, no one beats Morrigan, but some people will argue that he has the least losing matchup into Morrigan from like a 99 perspective.
Yeah.
As well, in that he can match the pace of the fireballs. He can clip her in such a way that she doesn't get to do astral vision. Like when she's in astral, then it's whatever.
Yeah.
But I think he probably does really bad into Magneto as well. I don't know how Hawkeye players feel about the Zero matchup as well. But he does like sometimes okay into Vergil. You just have to be a bit more cautious about.
Yeah, Virgil's an interesting one. I think personally he gets completely shafted by Magneto. I think Magneto.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's too agile, and then in and out, and then up and down. Like Hawkeye's committed areas. If he wants to stop Magneto being in an area, he has to commit well in advance, and at that point, you are asking for death. So he has to limit the use of his tools, and yeah, just ground speed, air projectiles, ground projectiles. It means that Hawkeye's getting shafted, like solo or assisted.
He has to. Was that an archery pun? He has to get shafted.
Yeah, which Mag is part of the reason I don't play the Hawkeye team for that matchup.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I like Hawkeye.
I feel like Hawkeye just has to guess over and over again.
Yeah, I like Hawkeye. I think he's probably... mind yourself, Joe. I think he's probably better than, say, Joe Chris. I don't know if he's better than...
Definitely better than...
Arthur? Do I care more for... I feel like Arthur does more... No. I feel like Iron Man's better if I go this way. Because...
I really don't know.
Good assist,
I
TAC
like
support.
So this Hawkeye's support is okay. Like he's got an okay DHC, his assist is pretty fine. I think he uses support very nicely. He's not too dissimilar from Dormammu in that he's like almost like a fake support character because he wants to be a point character. And that he uses like again jam session in particular really well. He uses things like beams really well, plasma beam or missiles, drones and such. And he's a very splashable character. He's an okay anchor, bordering on like great, or good bordering on to great. But I think he has such a broad range of good matchups. I put him in A tier.
You'd put him in A tier.
I agree with Reg, and I think he is better than all of the characters in the B tier.
Yeah.
And because he does okay into so many good characters, I think that makes him relevant.
He won Evo, not the results of the one. But Deadpool getting so much support out of Hawkeye, like that specific synergy, and then Zero also getting, well, whatever the hell Flocker gets out of it, I don't even know. It just seems to work for him. But Zero can use anybody. Is it Hawkeye?
I think Hawkeye's a character it's fairly easy to play badly. Like he's a deceptively difficult character because you can just sit there and press stand heavy and do arrows and blah 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 as well. But there's certain patterns Hawkeye that are really difficult to counteract. That lead into good sequences, especially when you use assists as well. Also, the team super Dante is busted. Yeah,
it's not an assist that you can just call and do stuff with it. Like you can't just call it and win.
I think that depends on your... Deadpool or Greyhound.
Yeah. Deadpool's good at setting it up. Like I was saying before, like Shuma's anywhere that Vergil or Dorm is, if you're not at super jump height, this assist is from Shuma is like oh, you're in trouble now. Whereas this assist, you've got to be grounded. You have to be in the path of it when it's trajectorizing, whatever it's moving. It's not like a beam. It won't pierce, will it? It will only catch one.
No, it doesn't pierce.
It doesn't pierce, and it loses to other strong projectile games unless it's like Deadpool being evasive and catching you with some stuff whilst you're trying to beat that. I feel like it's more like Haggar supporting Hulk, Hawkeye supporting Deadpool. Like, I really don't think Hawkeye's that good.
Yeah. I think you're thinking too much about exclusively Dual Kevin's team rather than just like when Hawkeye is actually on the stage. Because when you think about like B-Man when he plays Hawkeye, and then again Dormammu when he switches to Hawkeye as well, the confidence at which they both play Hawkeye into a load of matchups. Again, like you want Hawkeye to come in when damage has been done to both sides, but you've got a meter to spend when they're bleeding as well.
Yeah,
and it makes he's such a good cleanup character for that purpose as well. When characters are hovering on like 500k health, and then you're scared to be hit by a single gimlet because like 2 gimlets just kills you.
Yeah.
Like it's dangerous to raw tag against him because you can just do stand heavy net arrow from full screen when you think you can just tag into an arrow and then you guess wrong and then you die to a TAC and Team Super.
Yeah.
I think he has
when assisted
like a number.
He's super dominant, and he takes really good support for himself from like Dante Doom. So if you're playing like a point version of it, like Milky's team, like it's super dirty, but he also just makes a just good use out of like Dante and the THC. I think you're probably right. I think he's more influential on point than I give him credit for. I really don't know about his assist value overall, but the matchup versus Doom...
I agree. I think his assist is okay. I think it's situationally good, but again, you never pick Hawkeye for the assist. It happens to be quite good for Deadpool because it's that slowish projectile and it saves his ground balance. That's why it's useful for him as well.
Yeah.
There are better assists for him than that, but I think... of course, I'm not going to speak for him as well, but like I feel like Dormammu didn't pick Hawkeye because it was rounding off the team well. It's good for Dante as well, but I think it's just like if you want to play Hawkeye,
yeah,
you kind of pick him for the same reason you picked Dormammu, like I was saying before as well. Like you just want to play Hawkeye, and you have him on a team in a position where he's safest for the longest period of time, and then you get him in when it matters.
Yeah.
I do think he does have some pretty big weaknesses. Like his incoming defensively is among the worst in the game.
Yeah.
No air options. His air buttons are okay, and his buttons are okay at best. I think he's like his fastest is a 6 frame. It's crouching lights of 5 frame, but it's really stubby.
I think leave him bottom of A for now. I think that's good.
Yeah, he's definitely better than Beta. But
Hulk.
I can't say he's better than the other guys as well.
Yeah. This guy is kind of hard to tier in the same way that I think people don't play the Hulk matchup right. We kind of already discussed it through Haggar. The best team is Hulk, Sent, Haggar, but you could also do something with Dante. You could do something with Rocket with Spitfire assist. And
Shuma as well.
And Shuma, Shuma's a cute one. That's interesting because you can actually convert the ground throws that you're taking at the start of the round, or occasionally can. It depends on when it happens.
You can also team super on the ground throw if you've got Shuma second.
Can you?
Which is why Jam played him there.
Well, if you've got 2 bars, I'm thinking this guy.
Sorry, go on. This
guy's good. If you get hit by him, you should be dead, and then you should be taking 2 mix-ups into death. So he's explosive, but there's a big but. He's got a big ass. He is not as potent as he should. No, he's more potent than he should be.
Yeah, I think Hulk sucks.
He gets away with too much.
Yeah. I think it very much is like an exposer, private investigator Hulk, but he again because of the nature of the team, he is very much greater than the sum of his parts. Or the team becomes greater than the sum of its parts as well. But I think Hulk as a character is very deeply flawed in that he has nothing that's safe besides anti-air gamma charge, but then there's counterplay to that as well.
Yeah,
like he has the gamma charge forward then back, but that is very punishable. It's like -20 or something. You can dash and punish it. Then there's the 50-50, like do they cancel with the super, but then you can just do like a safe option to beat that and blah blah blah. But the Hulk is constantly having to make guesses.
Yeah.
And the point of KBR is to minimize the amount of guesses you have to make while you do your pressure.
Yeah.
But there is you mentioned it earlier as well, like a lot of people don't play around Hulk as well as they should or can. And it makes Hulk look much better than he actually is.
This is the interesting bit, because Haggar still influences a match despite his shitness, because Lariat is a factor. Hulk, if you outplay Hulk, is a non-factor in general.
Yes, he's going to get snapped by most teams so much of the time. And Hulk anchor is not an anchor, he just has X factor.
Yeah. So in this world where I'm saying that KBR is massively overrated, the KBR team, not the player, I think Hulk isn't actually as good as Haggar in that world.
In my head, I want to put Hulk in C tier, but I don't think I can. I think if we think about like Hulk independently, and then like the potential of Hulk in the people play the KBR matchup correctly, he probably has to sit in low B. Yeah.
Hulk Dante drones. He's getting his 50-50s off. He's got some neutral. He can still do stuff, and he will be able to bully a lot of characters and a lot of team setups. But he's still struggling, and you should be outplaying him. I think any character with decent tools should be able to beat him, and whatever tools he can put forward.
Yes. Or just render him irrelevant.
Yeah.
As well.
I think we can just leave Hulk there. Jill, her ugliness. This is what Corky's been waiting for. This is one ugly ass character. Why did they do her so dirty? Is she that ugly in the games in Resident Evil?
No, but she's got the thing on her chest pumping her with T-virus.
Well, that's cute. That's like a little like ruby on her chest. She's doing all right. Like she's got wealth in her family. That should make her more attractive. But her face, though, she actually looks way better in this portrait. Like way better in that portrait. Like the actual game face that she puts out, though. Jesus Christ, it's like MVCI.
She's struggling. She's basically been poisoned. You're judging her on how she looks. Don't body shame Jill.
I want to put Jill.
She's tried her best.
I want to put Jill in D tier.
Oh my god.
I want to put her in D tier, and I want her below Phoenix Wright. I think Phoenix Wright is more worthwhile than Jill is.
Man, we're really going to deviate on the bottom 10 of all characters as well.
You're about to tell me she's A tier.
No. She's C tier at best.
C tier at best. Okay. What's your argument for moving her up one tier?
So, I think she's a very support dependent character. I think she uses support well because she needs ground based support and jam session.
And she has good teammates that she likes. That's a factor.
Yes, so she has raw tag routes, so she can solve her damage issues that people say she has. So her damage is actually fine. People just do really bad dual combos. Her meat gain is better than people think as well. Like her rushdown when you are locked down is disgusting. She has instant overheads. She can fuzzy you. She can do left, right, up, down, backwards, forward, Z-axis cross-ups. When you're blocking drones as well.
It's true.
Her air dashes to get through projectiles is... Sorry, not air dashes, sorry. The command dashes to get through projectiles is very practical. Crouch your medium, low profiles, every beam, but low profiles disruptor. So doing like crouch your medium, stance, dash forwards, gets under a beam and gets you in front of like Doom or Magneto's face. Pretty easily as well. So and her buttons are much better than credit is given for as well. Like she's got an two anti-air 4-frame jabs, anti-air stand medium.
Do you have an invulnerable DP?
Because she's got limits. Say again, sorry.
Does she have an invulnerable DP or something like that she can convert off?
Her super's invincible. So
no, but doesn't she have some sort of like anti-air DP?
Oh, you're thinking of somersault. Yeah, so her heavy when she's in stance, so it's down S heavy. Is totally invincible until
don't talk Konami codes to me. What are you on about? Like, is it invulnerable? Is it not?
Yeah, it's invincible. Yes, until after the active frames.
So she's got some invincible stuff. The thing with her, for me, and it's the age-old argument, is that she is, even if you've got damage engines on your team and it's some Corky J combo video, which I like a lot, by the way, she's still off real match situations, having to whittle you and chip and reset and TAC infinite, maybe, if you've got that sort of setup. Like, she can do stuff to control neutral for about 0.5 a second. Like, she's doing super and drones or something to that effect, and then she's kind of ass immediately again now she's ass without bar, and she's doing stuff that hits you, but it's kind of like, alright, cool, thanks a lot, you've hit me, that's some meter for me, I'll just reset here and block your whack-ass mix-up because it's going to be a cross-up, and then I'm out. Like, it's I'm being a bit emphatic, a bit over emphatic with this, but like, it's, is it more worthwhile playing her with top tier assists than it is to play like a good Phoenix Wright makeup? I probably think yes. Is it better to just pick A2 Rising Fang and win the game based on that than it is to struggle through all these little interactions that you've got to win with her to actually win a game? She's not helping out the characters behind her. She's draining them of all resources.
So interesting you say that, actually. So she has her arrow kick assist is way better than is given credit for. It's like a bootleg Rising Fang.
Get out.
Not nearly as egregious as Rising Fang is as well, but it has a bizarrely disjointed crossover hitbox. The Corky just mentioned it as well. She can combo from all of her assists by crossover countering, because she can start to cancel the specials. She has a TAC infinite. She can do from side or up anywhere on the screen.
Is that real? Corky, is that real? Or is that like Ammy's?
No, it's real. You come in, you do knee drop, and you go into stance. It's like how Hayden does a lot of his TAC infinite. So when you're in a stance, you don't exit the TAC state.
Yeah.
So you hold down light, you just do down, down, S, down, down, S, down, down, S, and it gives you the little sweep that's the first frame possible. You just do that over and over and over again. It's a really low damage. If you've got the execution to keep it up, it's a fairly easy TAC infinite as well. You can't do it from down because you need your ground bounce.
Yeah.
So you have to do medium or heavy knee drop to get the actual ground bounce itself. So there are a lot of situations where you won't be on point because you've DH'd out, or you've TAC'd to someone else, or you've done like a raw tag or whatever. So you might have to keep your character in, and then you could TAC back into Jill, infinite with her, stall a load of time, and then she's back on point again.
Interesting.
As well. She has, unlike the other three characters in D tier, she has super jump height confirms. Both by challenging at someone, by doing super jump into them, like MMH knee drop as well. She can do anti-air machine gun spray. So if she catches someone air dashing, so Corky showed me this like 12 years ago. If you catch someone air dashing with machine gun spray plus drones, and she'll almost always have drones, they fall into the drones. So they get anti-aired by the shots, they land in drones, and then you get a combo from that as well. So she has...
And you just need 6 more combos and you're good to go. Is she better than Felicia?
Yes.
You think she's better than Felicia?
Yeah, I think Felicia's at the cusp of D tier. I think Felicia's flashier and can make more things happen.
She certainly is flashy.
But I think I don't think people are wrong in saying that Jill is like a very high effort, medium to low reward character as well. Like she is a very difficult character to play for that as well. And there's no denying that. However, because like the scope of Jill play is so varied from like the people that have put extensive amounts of time into her, Corky J, and then people that have picked Jill for like a week and been like, this character's hard, I'm not going to play her, and you only hear from the latter. I think Jill has good aspects to her. I think she's a lot of people put her bottom 5. I don't think so at all. There's a lot of other like funky stuff that might not be necessarily relevant for a tier list as well. Like her level 3, the Mad Beast, can't be push blocked. So if you do light heavy dash, light heavy dash, light heavy dash, it's a block speed. It can't be push blocked. So if someone X factors and you make them block and you go into her level 3, you can stall out all of the X factor time.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anyone use Mad Beast?
Yes, I've seen Corky. That exact thing Corky showed me.
Yeah, showed you. I did this one time in that one match.
He would do it. No, he would do it in the air juggle lobby back on 360, back in 2012, 2013. He would be like, I've got this piece of tech I've come up with, Joel, I'm going to do it in a match. And then he would go and do it. And then no one believed him. Yeah, see, we've got someone else who believes it as well. Right. Like, Jill has like a lot of weird nuanced things you don't see because there just aren't any Jill players.
Here's the issue though, right? Number one, Jill is ugly as fuck, right? So she's going back down to C. No, D. And then number 2, like, you never see it in tournament because Corky ain't never took... Wait, I've just moved Felicia. What the hell am I doing? You'd never see it because Corky ain't ever placed in no big tournaments. Like, what's Corky doing? Like, I should be seeing this grand finals, right? If she's so good. I've seen some Captain America reach good tournament placings.
Corky,
what's Corky doing?
Evo 23, was it like 13th or something?
What, Jill came 13th?
There was a 3 in there somewhere. Might be 33rd.
Well, I'm gonna leave her here. Better than Felicia in C tier. She's ugly, so I'm really begrudging this. She should be D for that reason only.
25th. Corky got 25th at Evo.
25th at Evo? Like, see me in 5th place, baby.
You're talking about how you got 5th place.
Look at this guy. 5th place with this guy.
You want to... Yeah. And Jill's a hard-working lass.
Iron Fist is going there, but Iron Fist is better than Jill.
No.
And better than Felicia. He's a better character. I'm going to stick him back there for now, but he's better than Jill. He's a better character than Jill, 100%. Nemesis. Ass.
Bottom 5.
He has some funny stuff. Last time I can't remember where I put him, but this time I was thinking like he's going to be like 46th in the game, bottom 5. Like,
so I put him above Ghost Rider on my list.
Above Ghost Rider?
I think he has the like his ability to confirm makes him. Well, I mean, Ghost Rider confirm as well, but the ability for him to confirm at normal jump and super jump height makes him more relevant. I think he's got a weirdly okay assist with rocket launcher.
Yeah,
like it's very durable, does a ton of damage. It's stuckable on most characters, so it's a bit unfortunate as well. But I think Nemesis can annihilate assists if they get hit by one rocket launcher. You as the defender have to stop Nemesis from hitting your assist with a rocket launcher, or they will die in 5 hits.
Yeah.
The command grab is actually fairly relevant as well because you can reset into it, so it makes a lot of the other D tier characters, most of the C tier, and some
if he plays against Chris, if he plays against Haggar, plays against Hulk, plays against Hawkeye.
If they are so inclined, they can just reset them over and over and over again. There's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah. Shuma?
I think
probably.
He's actually okay. Shuma might be able to S out of it. But he is actually okay against characters with air dashes because he uses jump medium, his giant fucking sword normal, rocket launcher normal, to just clip people that are moving about in the air and just do MMS and convert that into a combo. He's unfortunately got very bad meter game because his combo structure is really bad as well. That's one of the only things that really holds him back as well. He's actually got a safe quotations mark move. So quarter circle forward light, the close on, like the lariat he does, is -2. So if you space it, it's not punishable. But if you do it point blank, it's
punishable.
You can throw it every single time.
Yeah. I'm happy with him there in D tier where he is. Rocket Raccoon, this guy, support character, small body, reasonable damage with certain routes, but sometimes lacks in that regard, and maybe a little bit of meter build is an issue if he's not supported with assists focused on him. His assists are great though, and his support is great because of his trap super. His trap super is probably the defining characteristic, with some other great characteristics with him too. And I think that support...
He is a non-TAC support character.
Yeah, that support I think lands him in B for me instantly.
I feel like we're underrating some of the assist characters as well.
We can push him up. Like I'm talking about his support here as an assist and as the other thing there with his.
I think he has two of arguably the best assists in the game. I think overall Spitfire is actually better than Pendulum. In terms of how
I can agree with that. Yeah.
As well. I think some of the top tiers use Spitfire better than Pendulum as well. Like Vergil prefers Spitfire as well. I think, the fact he's an extremely good pivot. So if you've got a strong point character and a strong anchor, he's good at rotating between them and letting them heal as well. Because you DHE into trap, tagging a character. He's a serviceable, if not quite good anchor as well. So he's fine, like, being DHE'd and getting your third character in and having your character order in like 3-1-2 from your initial team order as well. Yeah. I think he's got plenty of good matchups against some decent characters. I think he loses horribly to the top tiers, unfortunately. Like Morrigan and Zero and Magneto, especially, completely annihilated. But I think he has all sorts of plethora of good matchups. He has extra lives because of his size.
He has, there's a little bit of that.
Stuff and dodge a lot of stuff as always. Incoming defensively is pretty good because he's got fairly fast buttons like jump light, jump S. He can air dash out because of his rocket skates. He's got float. He is a teleport character, so you can just do the classic teleport plus assist, which means he's a support character that uses other assists really well as well. Yeah. So he's very splashable as like a second support character, whereas some support characters are a bit more selfish in that regard. And again, the THC with Rock and Roll is good. It's a good super to THC and
good THC. He's got a good DHC too. Yeah. He has anti-Phoenix tech to set up.
Yes, his incoming is just absolutely abhorrent when you have to defend against Rocket on incoming.
He has some really skank, which I think there's not many Rockets who play who use that type of thing. Like the log stuff that Jaeger's been doing is like just like you're in there, which way 50-50.
Like, he does like 6 different things, and then before you realize what's happening, he's unblockable. Even if he does the same thing like every single time. It's just like
it's
okay,
meaty
now I'm
log.
going to push block, and I've already been comboed.
Bring you down, and now you're being hit into the. It's the trap on the floor which locks you down, and then you're getting hit by the trap the rock falling from above, and you're getting hit low by him. You've got to really X factor out some of the time. To if you don't push block perfect to stay in the air, you've got to get out of there with X factor.
But then if you push block perfect, you get guard broken. So it's
No, I'm too sick. I throw take that. I think he's better than the B tier characters.
Definitely.
Is he better than Hawkeye? I kind of feel like he is.
Maybe. I'm thinking. I was just looking at that now and thinking, like, does Hawkeye's point value outweigh Rocket's assist value? And I don't know if that's the case. I think Rocket adds so much at the same time to any character, and he's a versatile assist character as well, because he's one of the few characters that has like two objectively, like, a reason to pick both assists. Because if we look at a character like Iron Man, for example, it's like UW is extremely good, Repulsor is also extremely good, but then there's so few situations you'd want to pick Repulsor over Unibeam.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, Rocket's assists cover a very nice, like, niche as well. So, like, Spitfire being mini drones and Love Trap being its own thing, as well. It covers
the horizontal coverage of that Spitfire assist is beyond pretty much most other assists of what they do. There's nothing else that fits that purpose, but also has that level of combo ability. They are surprisingly well extendable at the end of a combo, if that makes sense. You can extend with them despite high hit stun deterioration.
Yeah, I think I couldn't put Rocket above Ammy or Chun, but you could put him above Hawkeye.
Yeah. I think we're happy there with him. How many characters have we got left? We've got like 25 characters left. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Maybe let's speed through some of the
Ryu's shit.
I think Ryu's second most character in the game.
Can't combo off his throws. His install super makes him.
Don't talk about him losing his OTG. That's so irrelevant. He gets different combo structure in his super. You're the sheeple here talking about the stuff that doesn't matter. Engine is like the only thing he has that's actually good. He's completely outclassed by other characters.
He's got some stuff. He's just very much outplaying you to get a mix-up situation, or spending a lot of resources to get in that situation too. Like, you need to DHC him into Satsuma Haru, then to get yourself an assist, then to get yourself a high-low maybe. Like, you're winning a neutral situation just to get a mix-up in a lot of cases. You have to spend the bar to
still pretty bad afterwards as
well. Convert off his throws. Yeah, like he needed self combos off his throws, or at least to be able to get an OTG out there into an assist, into that sort of thing. Like, he needed it, because if he had a throw, he'd be a lot more viable. Because a lot of his neutral tools are okay. It's just that in the ways that you get hits in this game, he can't do that much off them apart from burn loads of meter. It's a little bit of a tricky situation.
And that's why I think Zenpul plays him an interesting way, because he constantly just, like, OS's throws into assists.
Yeah.
And then combos from that as well. But then you have to be so deliberate about all of that. And if you're making all these, like, extra decisions, then it's just like...
Yeah, you get it wrong if you're doing that. It's a dangerous game to play, because you can get birthdayed in situations. Yeah. I'm happy with Ryu being the worst we've seen so far on this list.
Yes.
So far. Sentinel,
the boy. So I think this character is sick, way better than people give him credit for as well. I think he is clearly an A-tier character. I think Drones is an incredible assist for so many characters. In terms of extending and utility, how it occupies the screen. There is counterplay to Drones, i.e. moving away as well, but depending on the character who's using it, they can abuse that as well.
Yeah.
The thing I really wanted to mention is I think Sentinel's point value is massively underrated. I think he, like Rocket, uses other assists, especially really good assists, extremely well.
Yeah.
And that makes him very good as like a secondary assist character. But I also think Sentinel was best played as a secondary point character. I think he is good at like rotating a low health, your original point character out, getting Sentinel in, and then playing him with 1 or 2 assists.
Yeah.
Because he has a number of like absolutely dominant neutral tools. Like jump medium is an insane button that hits half screen away, hit confirmable into like MM, double jump MMS. And then you're starting your combo with like a 400k hit confirm. He builds meter really well in neutral because he does spit a lot. People block drones a lot. People block assists a lot.
Yeah. The assist obviously super strong.
Yeah. But then
plus
stuff like with my team with Jam Session, or with the other common Sentinel team with like Plasma Beam, it gives him safe pressure. Sentinel like Hulk has no safe moves. So if a lot of the stuff that you see Sentinels do, like crash medium to fly or like crash medium to drones and stuff, that's all interruptible and challengeable.
Raw S is safe.
It's -8.
Yeah,
so
but you are half screen away by the time you get there.
If you block it mid-screen, but then if you whiff it, you eat shit for it. And if they block it when they're in the corner, there's no pushback and you eat shit for it as well.
Yeah, but how many times do you whiff an S and then do another S and catch them?
which is true. But then the second S gets punished.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of like player stuff
chicken
that
bucket.
Sentinel gets away with as
Yeah.
well. But
I think there's a lot of truth to what you say, and then if you
I
throw
did
in...
want to briefly mention this
Go on.
as well. But I think the key thing about Sentinel is hard drive. I think
I was about to mention hard drive, yeah.
Defining factor. I think the fact that it gives you a life, it forces your opponent to have anti-hard drive tech.
Yeah.
Which is not unreasonable if we're talking about like at the highest level as well.
Yeah.
But the fact your opponent has to consider that on your incoming and play around it
Yeah.
alone makes him relevant. He could have no other moves and only have hard drive and he would be a relevant character.
It's the same reason that Vergil's welcome, his incoming, is not just, oh, he can't jump, so he can't air dash or double jump, therefore he's dead. The fact that he has Helmbreaker and Dimension Slash together makes you have to consider both options and potentially meaty him immediately rather than letting him fall into a stronger mix-up. Because a lot of the stronger mix-ups in the game are left-right mix-ups, but Sentinel will either be meatied and then double jump after the meaty, or not be meatied and double jump and avoid a left-right. And any attempts to then catch him, like Sentinel players have an innate sense of when the time is to hard drive and catch your character, so you have to let him do some stuff unless your character can easily punish hard drive. In a lot of times, anyway. There's some characters who just do whatever they want, Sentinel, but...
Yeah, that is true as well. He does have some bad matchups, but I think he has some pretty decent matchups into some of the good characters as well. I think Sentinel Vergil is 5-5. That's my like hot take with this character as well. I think he does well into Vergil.
Wow.
I think he can fight some characters like Magneto okay, depending on the other assists you have as well, i.e. like Jam Session, if you have missiles, Log Trap as well. I think Sentinel Log Trap is really strong.
Yeah.
He loses zero Morrigan.
He makes good use, because he's got such good zoning, like, normals. He makes a lot of good use out of, like, you know, big assists, like Log Trap, even like Spitfire, or he make like, anything that's got a shape to it that it can be used with his stuff. He's able to then just lock off sections of the screen very nicely with those big jump M's you're talking about. The threat of S coming down, the threat of hard drive. I think when you mentioned Vergil versus Sent, the problem is that by the time you get to Vergil versus Sent, Vergil's probably got 3 bars. In a lot of senses, like if meter's pretty fair, like I'm happy saying that it might be quite an even matchup, but that's I suppose not what we're really here to discuss.
Yeah. Anyway, I think I would put Sentinel above, maybe even Chun-Li.
What? Get out.
Yeah. No, I'm being
Ray, Team Ray. What's the best Sentinel team? You got KBR, you've got Team Ray, you've got like a Zero Dante Sentinel. No one's ever going to play because 0 players play Vergil.
I'll be the differentiator as well. It's going to be something with so like MODOK, Doom Sentinel, MODOK Magneto Sentinel, Mag Doom Sentinel, or something Sentinel Dante.
Yeah.
Those teams let Sentinel play the game much more.
Interesting.
As well. I think the fact he uses X Factor extremely well, both X Factor 1, 2, or both. I say all X Factor 1, 2, and 3 as well.
Yeah.
He's got TSC infinites. He's good at TSCing into characters because of the hit stun on his buttons. He can TSC fairly late.
Yeah.
Like his assist is super synergy. DHC synergy is really good. His THC synergy is okay.
Yeah.
THCing with drones as well. I think there are so many powerful aspects to him.
Yeah.
His main weakness, of course, is the fact he's low health and a vulnerable body.
Yeah, he's a fat body. His health is not mega. He is a big target on top of having the big body, so he's often getting locked down into assists when you've got any sort of bad situation for him. You are ending up in them more often than like a lot of other characters are. He's also very throwable as a result of his fatness. Like you can throw him from like some stupid distances.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's quite simple, but then often you're doing a hard drive and it's quite tricky. But
yeah, so you have to like gamble that they're not going to be ready to tech it.
He's both maulable, but it's very dangerous to maul him.
Yeah, like he's always a threat as well. I think another facet of Sentinel that I only see me doing. I've seen Ray do it as well. I'm not saying like he's seen me do it as well, but like Sentinel's very good at just negating assists. You just press jump light as you're falling, and you completely negate a beam.
Yeah.
And then you call your assist as you're falling with the light. They move in behind it as well.
He does it versus Dormammu. just jump light a pillar.
Yep.
Can you double jump?
So
When you do that to an assist, can you double jump out of the jump light?
No, it doesn't count like you hit it, no, as well. But
It's weird. That's where I saw that.
He's got a double jump as well.
Yeah.
So he has like additional air mobility. His flight's actually really good. It's got fairly fast startup for a flight, like 18 frames or something. Morrigan's is 13 for reference.
Yeah.
His flight speed's quite good, but his ground speed is incredibly good. He covers so much ground with his plane.
Yeah. Drones is
he has
superb. His support is good. He's got a TAC infinite. He can solo combo and spend multiple bars to get kills, and his X Factor power up and boost actually makes him a threat. He's got a lot of good stuff going for him.
Yeah,
I think put him there for now.
Yeah, we can always go back to it.
So I'm not sure about like Chun Morrigan, sort of like making Chun not as effective.
I understand your reasoning there as well.
Yeah, I suppose it depends why we put it there. Do you mind if I just do the honours here with She-Hulk?
Yeah, please do it. Thank you.
I'll just stick her there. Like she's pretty, much better looking than Jill. Like I'll take the green lady with the big arms and the shoulders. Look at them shoulders. Look at that powerful man jaw she's got. I'm into it. That's my thing. Like the leotard. Like I'm all over it. Like the green hair. Yes. The problem is she has a shit throw game. Even though she's got the command throws, like she's got to get in your face, but she's kind of slow and chunky, and she doesn't combo well with a lot of like the good stuff.
She has anti-synergy with herself in that she has roots that want to use the wall bounce, but then her super requires you to have the wall bounce available to do all the hits of it.
Yeah.
Which means you DHE from like a 60k hit at the end of minimum scaling to do like no damage.
Yeah.
She has no. Well, she's got butt slam. That's her air mobility as well. But then that has easy counterplay.
Yeah.
You just pick and block it.
I think the thing she's best at, surprisingly, is Abigen's thing of X Factor 3 flying around the screen, grabbing you in a push block situation, like guard breaking you. Like,
it's
then,
just like overwhelming.
Yeah, just like it's the Spencer command grab thing. Did you push block? Great, you get an anti-air command grab. Did you not push block? Well, here's a standard command grab on the ground. And did you guess right? And that's the thing I think she's best at out of everything, which is kind of messed up. In a way, I could see that being more valuable than Ryu's application of anything Ryu does, in a sense. But then Ryu can full screen super you and kill you.
Yeah, you can put Ryu in a team and he has support value. Like
he'll help out.
Fine. He's got an install DHC as well. She-Hulk has 0 support value.
Yeah.
She has negative support value because you have to pick She-Hulk and then pick 2 characters around her as well. Yeah, she is unfortunately and hopelessly the 50th ranked character.
Yeah. Well, we can leave her there. Poor girl. Spencer's up next.
Spencer.
This guy, I think I'm going to stick him right here just for now, and I'm going to say that he is a superb support character for Nova and enables Nova's entire game plan, but then also has his own strong welcome mix-ups, his own damage and damage engine applicability to like Strange teams and Doom teams, anything with a crumple. He is an enabler of a lot of other good characters, but also on his own is a threat due to command grabs, due to low and high, due to left-right 50-50s, due to like big damage output on most of his hits. Like he's kind of scummy.
Yeah, I think he's what Haggar wants to be as an enabler as well, where he has such a good fallback as well. He's got the inventory reversal with X Factor. He uses X Factor 3 reasonably well. Some people make it look better than it is. Not naming any letters.
Yeah.
And then of course, the incoming is like his big thing. He's got such disgusting incoming. He's got effectively guaranteed setups and situations as well.
I think he's just ever present in the game. Like he's not amazing on welcome if your character is really good, but he's better than a lot of the characters that are not good. So the characters that he's beaten all day, like because they can't mix him up properly, because they can't let him land. If he lands and gets out, that just invalidates a lot of the mix-ups of a lot of characters. Whereas like Zero will mix him up before he lands, Vergil will mix him up before he lands. Well, good Vergils will. Bad Vergils will get teleported. Well, do a teleport and then get bionic arm through it. It's tricky, I think, to sort of weigh up, like, because he is bad in some regards that He does have to be generally pretty close to you to pose a threat, but he's so fast and gets there so quick. He's always got his invul stuff. He can happy birthday you with his invul stuff and then kill off it. Like, he's just...
He's another, like, assist... Because it's interesting as a second, because he's kind of dependent on a character being in front and behind him.
Yeah.
As well to really be effective as well. Because it's like you said, his point value is not that good.
Neither is his anchor value.
You said it, not me. But because again, he's similar. He has no safe moves. Like, none of his zips are safe. Sometimes they could be safe as well. Like, he can zip away, and some characters can just punish the zip away because he's airborne, so he can't cancel into stuff.
No one does though.
He's very... Well, that's just it. You'll see some people, like MODOK, you'll see kind of zip away with plus assist as well. It's like he needs an assist to make stuff safe.
Yeah.
So when he's left on his own, it's all read after read after reads.
Yeah. It's did you? No, you didn't. Did you this time? No, you didn't. Did you this last time? Oh, you did. You didn't. Oh, did you not? Well, I've lost then. It's
I think slant shot as an assist, it fills a space that no other assist in the entire game could ever assist. It's like the restand for extensions, and we were talking about way earlier as well with Nova. How it hits on
the
incoming
50-50
is disgusting. That alone makes Spencer relevant.
Yeah.
As well.
I think
he has
is
the ability to fight back.
An A tier character. I think if I was going to place a number on it, I'd probably place him around about like 11 or 12. We just need some more characters on this list, maybe. We'll see where he ends up.
I think that's higher than where I put him as well. But yeah.
The one I want to address is Zipfinite. Last time I created 2 lists because of this git. If he can do Zipfinites, I think he's like the second best character in the game. If he can't do Zipfinites, like, yeah, he's around about here. And I think, and I'm saying it now, I don't think Zipfinites are a viable threat in tournament. I just do not think anyone has the execution and the calm cool-headedness to perform these to the point where it's a thing that ruins tournaments, that ruins a set. Like, you might get them to do it one time successfully in a tournament, but after that, every other time they're going to drop it at some point. It's too many hits for too long with too tight of a timing and execution. It is not happening for any sort of length. Like, it's a marathon. You are running a marathon over and over and over again, and your brain is just not set up for it. Humans are too fallible, in my opinion. I don't know what your take is on that.
No, I agree with that as well. I remember when you were doing this last time, in between then, or at the time, or slightly afterwards, people were talking about how people had seen Devil Terminator hit like 60 reps of the Infinite.
60 reps?
So 60 sets of 3 zips, yeah. So 6-0.
Well done.
And, like, that's a lot, but that's not enough to time a scam.
I think you need like 100 reps, don't you? Or
yeah, so like if
600 hits?
Arguably the best Spencer player in the
200
world
hits, no, 200 reps.
can't fully hit it, then who is?
And I rate his execution.
That's just it. I think it's going to be someone whose execution is good enough to do it, but then those type of... this is like a very blanket statement. I think the people who have a good enough execution to do it aren't going to be good enough with Spencer or at the game to make it a viable threat.
In real life.
And I think the people that are good with Spencer aren't going to do the Infinite.
We're talking about a tier list, though, where if there is someone out there capable of doing it, then we can just have a theoretical top player who's got the skills to get it and to do it. But I don't really think like even like Scrubx or anyone can do it over and over again and win a tournament based on it.
So this is where I think if we come back to the kind of the rubric we were measuring at as well. So I think if we're considering what we are seeing people do rather than like the best of what we've seen people have done, then I think it's not viable to consider it as like a thing people will do. Yeah,
seeing a training mode thing like as a proof of concept is different from seeing it happen in tournament and being a thing.
Exactly. Okay. It's doable. It won't be done.
Like if you can go on like a YouTube video that shows like Viper's insane mix-up potential is this, you can't really lean on that when the real percent potential that we can say is up there is probably like a full schedule Viper and the sort of mix-ups that full schedule was doing. That's the limit that we sin. It has to be something that someone's able to do in a tournament setting and set up to the point where it's a threat. I think I'm happy with Spencer there. Spider-Man though, I don't know what the hell to do with this guy. Like he's kind of ass, but he's kind of
he's one of the characters I'm least knowledgeable as well. I don't understand this character.
He's better than
I don't think he sees it. Well, the thing is, I don't even know. He's I mean, I can't imagine being any less than B. His damage is insane. He's able to force like really weird
Does
situations.
good damage.
The fact he can like zip cancel his specials, he can block during those zips, which is disgusting. He has no support value at all. His meter build isn't good. His damage is good, but his meter build isn't good. He has like he can enable these like guard break setups with some teams like Magneto and Frank, but then they're really niche teams. He's got an invincible reversal with Crawler Assault.
Yeah.
He has Dark Phoenix tech, yeah.
He's Dark Phoenix. What's he got for Dark Phoenix? Is he just out of the range and he does his web throw, his little come thrower?
Yeah, I mean the ultimate web throw, I think it's got invincibility on it as well. So you just do it use normal cancel, special cancel the move that kills Phoenix, and then
right.
It just grabs her as she exits it because there's loads of startup on it.
Right, I see. So and he flies over to the wall, right?
Yeah, so it's frame 1 to 20 invincible. So you just do it as she's popping, and
not even like having to like time it. It just times itself then. The thing is,
yeah, I genuinely don't know like enough of this character to really say.
He's got a couple of things going for him, right? In that, well, he's got the damage, like you said. He's got team setups that he likes are generally pretty good characters.
Yeah,
he's not picking no Viewtiful Joe to optimize, is he? He's picking Doom, Dante, Shuma, like good assists generally. He's doing all right with that. And the other thing, he's kind of hard to catch. He's also got a capture state move that you want to avoid. So he's kind of hard to catch and kind of hard to get in on safely if you need to touch him. He can goo you up.
I think that's why a lot of people don't like fighting Spider-Man. He is such an evasive pest of a character.
I've seen people say as well, the "see you later" is hella annoying to fight against in a set. Like long sets, you see in that over and over again. Yeah. Like it's awful. So
especially when you've got the crowd like effectively cheering against you.
Yeah, well. you've got mental fatigue potentially creeping into an extent, which I don't know. Is that part of the tier list? Can I put that? I don't know, but it's a small thing. I don't.
If we're going to count characters like Deadpool and Chun-Li being like pests and pissing people off, I think we can consider that.
Yeah,
because it is there's no, because if we're talking about how like people make mistakes with Haggar because they're human. People get annoyed against Spider-Man because they're human.
Yeah,
and it's fair to consider as well. But
is here?
I don't think that would like up him on the tier list.
Is here like somewhere that he would?
He's better than Chris.
He's better than Chris. Well, I sort of think Joe's better than. Joe's worse than. Chris and Sparty, but like I don't know now. I don't know what's going on.
Definitely not. Chris, sorry.
Right, Storm then. Storm. I'm happy with him there, little Sparty, because he kills. He definitely kills, and he converts as well. He converts stuff. Storm.
So, last thing is what Inka's question about Spider-Man. How's Spidey doing at top 10? He loses to all of them. really, 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 really badly.
After annoying them for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Storm. Storm is an interesting one.
I feel like she's straight into C tier.
Maybe. There's some aspects to Storm. Like I'm not even considering Hellstorm. I think there are some aspects of Storm that are fine. Like she's got good mix, and her movement is incredibly good. It's Magneto movement.
Yeah.
Well, it's more like
movement,
Phoenix movement,
mix-ups, runaway in general, and then Hailstorm and TAC Infinites.
Yeah, and that's it as well. Like
that's the 5 really strong things.
Yeah,
she's kind of
she's just so
supporty.
Massively outclassed. And I think she's actually an okay point character when she's got proper assists behind her as well. People have done like meter build combos where you do loads of lightning spheres. They've got loads of hits and they build loads of meter as well.
Yeah,
but I think because she doesn't have like Whirlwind's fine. Because of the way it's structured, where it's like multiple separate projectiles rather than a projectile with multiple hits. It beats a lot of other projectiles. It can hit assists as well. Yeah. And she's just a really annoying character because she just floats around for ages as well. And she can stall because of float too.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think... I feel like she has to be in B tier because she has she has one key tool that has an impact on the match, Hellstorm, and she has okay support value. Whirlwind is passable as an assist. It's horrible for extensions. It's fine in neutral.
The DHC though, and the
DHC as well.
Infinite, the Infinite's very doable.
Yeah, but I can't. I want to say she's better than Chris. But
yeah, it's kind of funky because, like, I don't think what she did for Justin Wong was really anything to do with her. Like, I feel like the wins that he got, sometimes he won with her based on her strength, but a lot of the time he's winning based on Wolverine and just using her for damage, which he could have done with any other mid character because he was just Wolverine tattooing people to death.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's a hard one to judge because she's got some things that are really, really strong and some things that are bad and some just disappointing.
And if you're playing like her best neutral assist, like what is her best neutral assist?
Honestly, it's probably Plasma Beam, which is really disappointing.
Plasma drones. I mean, then you could play
maybe
some
like bolts.
It's like Storm, Vergil bolts, Storm, Vergil Scent, Storm, Vergil Doom.
Or like something Storm Strange as well.
Yeah, you could probably you could play a second like Mag Storm Scent, Mag Storm Doom, Mag Storm Assist.
But because she's a character that is like at a competitive level. Storm never is the fit for a team. You put her on a team.
Yeah,
that she can't be that high.
But if you did play her, she would be very, very hard to hit, very, very hard to block.
Yeah.
We just never saw it.
Because the funny thing to think about is, like, I hate to use this as an example, is when Joe picks Storm, he doesn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
He just exists with Storm, and it's effective. And that's just, like, what she is. And, like, when you think about someone who's, like, much more practiced with Storm, then, like, she can be a real problem. But
she is.
Not, like,
I fought some good Storms back in the day, and playing Justin Wong's team, in fact, as well, and she is really hard to deal with. It's just that no one wants to play her because she doesn't do her things as well as other characters do her things. If you want to play Storm, you might as well just play Magneto. He's like half of the cast better than her.
Yeah, there is a very immediate comparison between the two.
Like, I kind of want to say, like, I'm really shitting on Hulk and Haggar, but I kind of want to say, like, she's better than them. Because I feel like if I played her, I'm getting too personal now, but if like someone of a top tier skill level played her at like Justin Wong's level with a full support team for her, or a team really built for her, she could dominate a lot of characters. Like,
I think so as well. I think she would lose to some like random characters in C and D and B tier. But
Storm Morrigan.
Above Chris.
You want her above Chris? You're just downplaying now.
Yeah. No.
But below Spidey, below Joe.
I don't know.
All right.
I think there is okay. She's pretty much like a de facto mid-tier character.
Ah, bloody hell. Right, Strange coming up next. This guy, damage engine, anchor with 50/50s. And just will blow the shit up out of you if you do not play safely for the entire time that he's stocked with super, because he can do it anywhere on the screen. Converts throws.
It's another like neutral defining super, not as egregious as some other ones, but it's the one you have to constantly be aware of, and you can lose if you don't play around it.
Yeah, it's anti-Phoenix in that sense that she can't do anything without having the ability to cancel and keep herself safe. To like X Factor basically, so she can't even X Factor versus him.
Yeah, which is bizarre to think about that he has that impact.
He has to be dealt with before she pops, basically. There's that, and he's just got a lot going on, despite being so slow and can't air dash, but has a flight. Like, he does what he does so well, yet he's really shit. He's like a Haggar, but better.
Yeah, he's another interesting one. I don't think a lot of people play him maximally. I think he's not a true anchor. I think he's like Dormammu light, where you put him as far away from the front lines as possible until he's ready to hit the field, and then you play Strange, you keep Strange on.
Yeah.
And you play Strange with support, because Strange's point value is very questionable. All of his normals suck except stand medium and impact palm.
Yeah.
All of his normals are unsafe on hit except impact palm, of course, with he has no consistent safe way to end combos. Light Mystic Sword is 0 on block, but the last hit whiffs on a lot of crouches.
Yes, it does.
Medium Mystic Sword is
super punishable.
Very negative, but has and it whiffs on some weird characters that can, like it whiffs on Chris, and Chris just kills him for it every single time as well.
How's your hit bubble looking?
Then medium mystic sword is really unsafe, but has pushback, so in the corner you just die if you do it. He has if someone down backs in the corner, he can do nothing.
Yeah.
There is no mix. He has on a character down backing in the corner.
Yeah.
As well, but he also has really strong key point sequences, not too dissimilar from Dormammu, but meterlessly.
Yeah.
Where you call an assist, you put down an eye, palm it, grace, put down another eye, and so on. You do there as well, but there's no way to pull characters mid-screen, which is the problem.
Yeah.
So it's like his point value is not great.
He's got really good strengths, and I think being a great assist with a great DHC, great pair of DHCs actually, not just a damage engine but a battery at the same time, and then someone who he himself manages to really spend bar well and threaten with it, like in loads of different ways. Like I think he's a support character with anchor capability and a general place on most of the teams that he's on that you can't really say, right, why did you pick Strange? You could have picked someone else because he's justifiably there for a lot of teams. He synergizes really well with a lot of teams. Like he synergizes really well with Rocket, with Thor, with Dormammu, with Dante, with Nova, like with Vergil. Like he synergizes really nicely with a lot of great characters.
He really does.
And is a present threat on all the teams that he's on. So with that, I want to put him in A tier. Am I wrong?
I kind of do as well. No, I think the reason that, alongside all of that as well, despite the fact that he has very questionable point value, is enable ability, and that Bolts is such a good counter call assist, in that because it's active, it's effectively active twice.
Yeah.
And it's active for so long, it's very good at just shutting down other assists for a long period of time. Like it's so good into drones, it's so good into jam session, it's good into other beams, good into missiles.
It beats pretty much every assist it interacts with, it beats. In terms of projectiles, it beats every other beam. I went through and tested. It clashes and beats all beams. Does it beat jam session?
Because, sort of. It depends on when you call jam session, but there's times where like Dante leans forward as he does the knee slide and he gets hit by the bolts as well.
Yeah.
Am I trying to say no? Okay, no, I might be misremembering. But the other thing is that bolts isn't a beam; it's a projectile.
Yeah.
That just has, it looks like a beam, so it's active full screen instantly, unlike a beam which has travel time, which is why it trades with stuff like plasma beam.
Yeah, because plasma beam's putting out like, what is it, one frame of durability for 8 frames or something like that.
Yeah, whereas bolts is just a constant 8 frames of durability as well. Okay, so yeah, there's 2 frames where bolts can hit jam, but I feel like I see that interaction have more than not.
I like that Shadows just knows that there's 2 frames. What? How do you know that? What? Have you been in and tested?
Yeah. I see those 2 frames more than one should, probably.
Yeah. So, like that, and then it stops missiles. It's really potent against a lot of stuff. Anything that's standing up that you're trying to do with your character or just trying to get into the air, it brings you back down. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. I feel like I want to say that he's a better character than Sentinel.
I can't. I think I really do rate Sentinel's ability when Sentinel is left on point and how much he allows you to play other characters safely.
Yeah.
I think it's much more value because like you would use a character like Sentinel to get Strange in to play Strange.
Yeah.
As well, I don't think I think Strange's point value is too volatile compared to Sentinel.
Yeah, and I think we're about to see A tier, like in these last few characters, last like 20 characters, like blow up a bit. Maybe some B tier too. Strider's coming up next. And I think he's undoubtedly a B tier character, an A tier character.
I was about to swing. This is my guy. It's absolutely A tier character.
I think he's better than. I think he's better than Dorm.
I agree.
And I think
a lot of people view Strider as only an anchor or only an X factor as well, but they don't consider just what Strider is like as a point character. He has massive disjointed sword normal state above and behind him.
Yeah.
He's constantly safe on block. He's like stand heavy into orb summon is -1. Orb shot is plus on block if there's any space as well. Jaguars, they can be beaten by like normals. You can interact with them as well, but you can send them up so quickly that some characters just can't keep up with the output he's doing there.
Yeah.
His damage is dog shit. That's the worst damage in the game.
Yeah.
But he has.
Well, just don't do damage then.
Yeah.
If that's one of his bad tools, don't use it.
Like one of my favorite things to do with with Strider is instant overhead someone, then just insert it again.
Yes, it's
And
scummy.
then because you kind of reflexively hold down back when you're getting comboed as well. So you just do 2 instant overheads, and then you've just done like 130k into another 130k starter into the rest of your combo, and then you TC, or if you run a damage engine. If you're playing actual point Strider, then you have damage engines like Strange and Vergil.
Yeah, no one does that.
But I think I do. So we got one of them in the chat as well. I play as a side team.
Nah, that guy's fake. It's all fake. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Amongst Mirage.
So
But yeah, and that's just like regular Strider. But then of course in X Factor he is insane. I think not only a handful of people really do like good Strider X Factor combos as well. Like Strider can get through 3 characters in his X Factor time as well.
Yeah.
I think playing Strider taught me that it's fine to snap when you're in X Factor. Like if I'm playing against a KBR, for example, and I spend my X Factor to hit Hulk, I'm not going to spend all my X Factor time killing Hulk because I can beat Hulk in the solo matchup. So I'll snap out Hulk, get in Sentinel or something, kill Sentinel, then beat Haggar, then beat Hulk.
Yeah.
I think he has such a good matchup because he can play so much more aggressively in X Factor when he's already an aggressive character anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's massive. I think having 2 level 3s. I mean, of course, Ouroboros being level 3 is a shame.
Makes him special.
Yeah, but it gives him like decision making as well, which isn't always a good thing too. But he has you take level 3 and a damage level 3, and a damage level 3 is really important for comebacks. Just like being able to tack on 440k damage to the end of whatever your combo was. And Strider gets a lot of like random hits too. Like you get hit by birds, by bird bomb and orb shots in neutral.
Yeah.
So by the time he does hit you, you're very killable.
He's converting off like a lot of those stray hits as well. Accidentally option selecting, great stuff.
Super jump heights,
He's got decent utility on his supers in specific ways. Like his level 1 super, but his level 3s are really good. And I think his X Factor 3, his incoming options are very good. If you read it, you're doing good against him. But if you don't, which is very easy to misread what he's going to do because he's got options, then hold this ninja. Because X Factor 3 Strider, in my mind, is good for 2 characters most of the time because he's really safe.
But realistically, is
yeah, because he's so fast, and even if you think, right, he's going to teleport M here, let me grab, sometimes you just get smacked out of that for some reason. Like, I'm anticipating what you're going to do, I read it correctly, and get hit for it.
Deadpool Pride does it all the time. He just does medium teleport heavy, and like it's on you to react to it. Even if, and like you just said, they might like when I played that set against Takari a while ago as well. I got hit so many times going for a throw on the medium after he teleported and just getting hit out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which is correct. But I mean,
you cannot play the third one.
I do not want to fight Strider ever. Really, I have to snap him, which means having Strider as a 4-character team for you. It's basically an extra life, and he's really good at escaping the mix-ups on the way in, because he's got such good abare. He's so good at staying alive, coming in, and then catching you for some dumb shit because he's got these 360-degree normals, and then he's got throw option selecting you, and then you back out again. He's DHC'd, he's TAC'd, he's an asshole. And 1v1 no X Factor, he's still stupid quick and has great tools to fight. Like he's stupid still. He's not a bad character by any means, apart from the damage.
He really is.
Yeah, I like him, and I think he's not Nova level, and I do think he means. I think he does more than Spencer does, despite Spencer meaning a hell of a lot as a damage engine and that great assist. I kind of want to say he's above Spencer.
I would put him above Spencer as well. I think I was half paying attention to the last moment as well, but I think the fact that he has a presence on the game when he's not even on screen because of the threat of Vajra.
Yeah.
Because people.
It does fucky things all the time, that assist, in the hands of good players.
Even if you don't call it, because people are moving around prepared to play around Vajra, they think about, like, I'll use Inkler as an example here as well. We played a set a little while ago where we spent the whole time plinking around with Magneto, just waiting for the Vajra, but I did not call it once. And it just made the matchup different as well.
Yeah.
So, like, you can use that to your advantage. Like, Strider's a threat both in the match as an assist and even when he's just on your team.
Yeah.
Which I think matters a lot.
Nice. Okay, I think we're happy with him there then. Skrull. This guy.
Skrull sucks.
He sucks, but he also
I love Super Skrull.
Enables this asshole. I don't think he sucks. He's got so much going for him, but he enables Firebrand's whole assholeness. I mean, really, really good as an assist for that guy, and that's about the most effective version of Skrull that I can think of. He's seemingly random, but basically can just switch up on you at any moment, and he escapes welcome mix-ups from me way more than any other character, like pretty much most other characters.
He tucks himself in with the air dashes as well, which is good.
So what he does, he just lifts his little bits up.
So my take here, I think Super Skrull is the best C tier character.
The best C tier character?
Yes. I think if you're forced to play Super Skrull, he is in a lot of trouble. A lot of the stuff he has isn't real. Like his little dive kick thing isn't safe. It's also chicken blockable. I think he has to make a lot of reads constantly.
Yeah.
Especially with his command grab as well. Like his incoming offensively is very good. But then you still have to make kind of a read-based situation.
Mm-hmm.
You typically get one mix. You don't really get layers of anything as well. He doesn't even use assists that well, but he's also, if you're playing like a Skrull team and not like him supporting someone else, he really needs very specific support that isn't given by two characters.
Right.
So
I don't know if that's a viable argument here though. Because his position really should be on a Firebrand team.
Oh, sure. So if you're considering exclusively that, then
well, because that is going to be able to fight pretty much anything else in the game, whereas a Skrull point team with 2 assists or a team that's like really trying to maximize Skrull isn't going to compete in the same way. I don't think. Would you agree with that?
Exactly. That's what I mean as well. That's why I think Skrull is C. I think, man, yeah, but like high C, because what he enables is disgusting.
I think
well,
thanks to that though, I would put him in B, and maybe do something like that. Like he's enabling one thing really specifically, and he has the ability to do things and catch people and read. Like he has the ability to capitalize on stuff, loop the resets versus all the crap characters and Vergil. He can force chip setups out of his full screen cross up level 3. Like he's got stuff. He's not lacking for tech and neutral positions that are hard to hit for a lot of characters. So I think he wins versus a lot of other characters, especially the bad ones, for free. Sort of suffers against good characters, but then can still just like, oh, what's that you play in the matchup, right? I'm just going to hit you with a meteor smash, and then get started.
I think that's fair. Yeah, I think especially like having B as like the baseline for characters that enable someone else at the very least. I think is okay.
Yeah.
But the last thing to consider, tenderizer point infinite.
Is that real?
I mean, Rubex would do it fairly regularly.
Rubex is
it's easier than
special.
It's easier than there's infinite. That's for sure. But then you also have to hit people with Skrull.
Tiger knee, button mash super, button mash
You
move.
buffer it. You buffer it during the hit stop of his down heavy charge.
Jeez.
Like it's not easy, but it's definitely doable.
Is that jump cancel off his down heavy?
That's how it works. You do down heavy full charge to OTG because it has some fixed hits done, and then jump instant tenderizer, and you get 9 of the 10 hits, and then you land and you just charge it again.
Nice.
That's how it works.
Nah, you're dropping that.
Firebrand's good.
Taskmaster. I think Skrull's alright there. Taskmaster.
Yeah. So Taskmaster's another interesting one as well.
This is your guy.
I'd probably slap him next to Hawkeye. I think he's a very belligerent character, and that alone makes him
up here
with Hawkeye. Yeah, absolutely.
You want him in A tier?
Yeah. At the lower end of it as well, he's absolutely not a B tier character.
I was gonna put him in C.
If you put him in C, I would leave the call.
Where did I put him last year? Last year I put him in the equivalent of C.
Midway through B.
He was B, but I had an S plus. It was S plus S A B C. Here I've got the same layout, 5 tiers, but I've got S to D here.
Absolute garbage.
So last year I called him a B tier, but the equivalent this year is C tier.
I think that's when I stopped watching the stream. January last time as well. I think I went to bed, but I wasn't there to defend Taskmaster. So this is the thing. I think Taskmaster's a weird character. Not a weird character, but I think Taskmaster's in a weird situation where people don't play like the best version of Taskmaster. They just put Taskmaster with some okay assists and then they play neutral with Taskmaster.
Yeah.
I think Taskmaster, when he's got an assist that lets him pick up from throws, i.e. jam session, an assist that lets him double up on assist punishes, because that's what his big thing is. He builds a lot of meter in neutral. and then he snipes an assist, DHG's out, and he obliterates assists as well. His damage is insanely good. He has unblockable setups. They're not like, you don't pick Taskmaster to build unblockable setups around him, but he can just do them like without you expecting them as well. Like if you just hold an assist plus charging start and then do the unblockable, and then you pick up from that as well. He uses damage engines really well, specifically Spencer and Vergil, because he's bounceless. Yeah. So you can do like a full Taskmaster combo that does like
Vergil.
850k and then DHG and kill everyone else.
And he likes Doom. He likes Dante.
He does like Doom as well. He has a raw tag route into Vergil, which is huge. So it only works with Vergil as long as you have Jam Session, where you do like a really delayed SC, raw tags, blah, blah, blah. So he's got loads of damage engine routes as well. He has a checkmate situation. So if their last character lands and you have X Factor and you have Dante second, you can Charging Star Team Super, X Factor cancel it, do the unblockable.
Yeah.
There's no escape to that. If someone has X Factor and they try an X Factor reversal, you counter Super and then you kill them for it. He has really good buttons.
Well, that's where Strange wins, because Strange is going to counter Super the projectile.
And then you just do nothing. You just wait for the X Factor and then...
Yeah, and then he's not punishable.
Well, yeah, you projectile counter the Super, innit? Anyway. But yeah, he's got extremely good lights, crush light specifically as well. His medium's really good. Stand medium's super good anti-air. Charging Star is insane.
Yeah.
He's very safe on block constantly because you just web through and cancel everything. He is unfortunately a strike throw character, which is why having the ability to combo from his throw is important. So you do a lot of forward throws because you can't combo from his back throw, and then convert that. And then Taskmaster builds like 2 bars of a throw combo using 1 assist, and then you deep through your team, or use your damage engine as well. But I think he has the ability to just kind of like turn the tides on any situation.
Yeah.
With his Charging Star, which has the startup of like a 6-frame startup for Charging Star. And I think
here, I can see top level task is different from most tasks that you ever see. What I do think, though, however, is that any team with these supports being used effectively is going to be a higher tier team than any task team that uses him properly. Because you're going to have, like, task with Dante Vergil, for example, or whatever his best makeup is not going to be as good as a top tier setup for Sent, or for Strange, or for Hawkeye, or for Rocket, or for Chun or Ammy. Like, these characters above here are getting better teams than Task is overall, and will therefore have a higher tier placement. That's my argument.
I think that's fair. That is fair. I think because I can Taskmaster pretty cleanly beats all of those characters below him.
He
as well. He probably goes quite even with Arthur as well, but he pretty cleanly beats everyone else.
Yeah,
as well.
he's going through projectiles. He's out durabilitying a lot of them, especially when he's got assists, and he's just controlling space well enough that they are struggling against him. Maybe he gets bopped by a random gamma charge or something like. He's looking good in a lot of matchups.
But I think his good teams do pretty well into other good teams. Taskmaster's good teams do pretty well into other good teams above him as well. It's also like the teams that will have like Rocket Strange or like Sentinel or whatever as well. I think his 2 best teams are Vergil Doom, so Vergil second specifically, and then Dante Vergil as well. I think those 2 teams match up well into a lot of other good stuff, and I think he does okay into some top tier characters.
Morrigan Morrigan missiles.
Yeah, so Taskmaster Jam Session with Taskmaster is pretty effective into that as well, because he can projectile counter. Like as long as when she's not Astro, you can start like reflecting fireballs, and then Jam Session gets through. You can do Charging Star, cancel that into a projectile counter to negate 2 different fireballs, especially one behind you. Jam gets in, and then you follow through behind that as well. It's like, it's not good. I'm not saying it's like a 5-5 matchup, but it gives him more room to fight top tier characters than other good characters with strong assists behind them. Work as well, while still having the damage behind it. As well.
He does have the damage, definitely. So, moving on, Thor. You've played a hell of a lot of Thor. I've played a good amount of Thor.
I played against a hell of a lot of Thor.
I've seen some good Thor. I think, like, Iron God's team, maybe the best Thor team I've seen. So he makes very good use of, like, 2 top supports in the form of Rocket Strange. Thor himself, with those characters, he's kind of in an odd position where he can end up losing to some wank stuff, let's put it. But at the same time, fights like Morrigan and doesn't care about
Yes.
missiles.
Yeah, again, he doesn't beat Morrigan, but he can make Morrigan have to play differently, which is good enough. Like, he's a weird sort of anti-meta character, but like you said, he does lose to like random stuff as well. Like he loses pretty badly to like Firebrand, Wolverine, like those sort of characters because he can't stop their rush down.
Yeah.
But against characters that play more neutral against him, he's good at just kind of disregarding neutral as well. I said when we started, I probably would have had Thor as like the de facto high B character.
High B.
But I think considering where we've put some of the other support characters, I don't know if I could put him like above Arthur, Iron Man, or Akuma as well. So I'd probably have him above Joe, is where I'd put him on this list specifically.
I'm having a hard time placing him because it is that way where, yeah, like the support characters do much more for those better characters that can play them, whereas Thor is the one who's being supported by like these other characters. You've got to make a Thor team.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I don't think Thor's support value is bad at all. He's got a beam assist if you run Spark. He's got an invincible crossover counter with Mighty Smash. He's got technically a safe DHC because of you can whiff Mighty Punish the command grab. He's got a strong DHC to DHC into with what's its face with Mighty Tornado. Does like over 200k pretty cleanly as well, and he has a TAC root / TAC infinite as well.
Yeah.
So he's fine if he ends up second because you can rotate him back onto point very easily as well.
I'm trying to think, like, these characters are not fucking with Thor. These characters are going to really not fuck with Thor. Maybe Cap a little bit. Like, Hulk, interestingly, is doing okay with Lariatu. Like, Skrull, Chris...
So I don't think Hulk does well into Thor at all. I think if you see, like...
Is that just Doppel's fault, then?
Yes, and he acknowledges this as well. He says like when he plays lane against like Hulk players, he does not lose. Like he will if he's fully prepared to play.
So he's a moron then.
Stall out. Yes, Doppel is dumb, and he doesn't play the matchup all the time. But when he does play the matchup, he plays it extremely well, and it's pitiful. Like Hulk just can't break through
the
like Spark
mighty
assists.
The beam.
Yeah, and if you start because light sparks like disruptor, it's one hit. So if we start doing medium sparks, which are 3 hits, then suddenly, what's his face? Thing can't get through it anymore as well. Actually, Minion's really going to extend. He can't escape Thor's resets because he has tech resets, or air tech resets. Oh, hey, Tangra. We're talking about Thor now, actually.
Yeah.
But I think his ability to put out damage, his ability to actually mix people up because he's got Triadish Light. So it's not like Magneto level as well, but it goes much further than you think. And it's like you must have played against E where he's done like the crossover instant overhead as well, where Thor will just kind of cross you up by accident because of the momentum he gets as well.
Yes.
So I think the fact he's got pretty reasonable support value and good support and good point value, but he is assist dependent. Like he is assists. He needs something to kind of top up because he gets a lot of random hits. He very rarely gets clean hits as well. He'll get a lot of, like air mighty strikes and such. So he needs something that the DHC is well, i.e. like Arthur, Vergil, Strange, those type of characters.
Yeah.
To maximize it. But I think the fact he loses to Rushdown pretty easily is his biggest bane.
I think that's it. Like, he is an extremely evasive character who has armor, projectile, invulnerable stuff that makes him really incredibly hard to hit for most bad characters and mid characters. If they have a good throw game, if they have a fast speed and can pressure him off of any sort of contact, they can make him suffer a little bit, and that's when you start and then you snap him out, or in my case I like X Factor in him at the moment, with Wolverine at least. He needs to die because he's very hard to hit, or he needs to be snapped out, and then you've got to take care of something that's more important on the team. He does give your team an extra life generally. He's just slow in scrappy battles and unsafe.
Yeah, that's it as well. Like his fastest button's what, like 7 frames or something, 8 frames.
Yeah,
so it's hard for him to like fight out of a situation. He has to escape. As well, but I think he's much better than people give him credit for.
I think I'm happy here, and all this time, like Doppel's been playing 2 Bs in an A tier, like all this time.
Firebrand's an S tier in my books, just from playing Doppel. That's the PTSD.
Yeah, like Breslin, Iron God did say that, and then Doppelghost is over here just playing Thor with like an okay assist and like nothing at the back, like mental case. He's not set up for Thor at all. Yeah, he does Thor stuff all the time. He's just so evasive and crafty. I think we move on to Trish.
Yeah, Trish. I actually think Trish is pretty easy to tier, in that I think she's almost exactly right next to Storm. In that they have a very similar effect in terms of how they rush down.
Yeah.
It's Storm's is probably better. Trish has issues with hit stun on her moves, so a lot of stuff tends to like miss sometimes. She's got instant overheads, like her jump light instant overheads, but it doesn't combo into down heavy or dive kick.
Yeah.
So you have to do like assist call, jump light, dive kick, and combo from that as well. She has big fuck off sword normals.
Yeah, she does.
Safe to cancel into because you cancel into traps as well. So there are some characters, notably Wolverine, that she really struggles to, or that they struggle to deal with, like just her doing that over and over again.
Yeah,
she can stall really well, but she can actually attack from the sky, whereas Storm can't.
She can. Anyone who doesn't innately have good air movement or a good projectile to mess her up with, like she can literally just throw round trips and push them back and call her assist like rapid slash, and then just keep zoning, chipping, zoning, chipping, and zoning and chipping. Like it's scummy. And as they come in, like you have to block a trap or something, and then it's jam session, and then it's a mix-up, and then you're back to being zoned out again. Like she's really good versus a lot of the cast, and she can also fight to an extent a certain amount of a lot of these characters because her dive kick is a prescient threat in a lot of matchups.
It is.
It's such a good tool that like that and the trap that she can just lay makes you have to really like play around her. It's tricky. It's quite tricky. Interestingly, in my little, I just chucked together some characters in a tier list. I just sort of went, yeah, you there, you there, you there. Had a little think about it and then just left it. But I had, in C tier mind, I had before it went like Task, Spider, Storm, Thor, Trish, Viewtiful Joe, Arthur. Like, who are all like Arthur, Thor, Viewtiful Joe, Spider-Man. They're all literally here together. You've just made me move them up a tier.
Yeah.
Which might be the theme here with this.
Yeah.
Which might be more like the way you look at it. Maybe everybody's pushed up a bit relative to me shoving a bunch of people down.
Perhaps as well. I think I see the value in a lot of like niche things from just having observed a lot of characters more, perhaps.
Yeah. Inkler did have her above Viewtiful Joe at a first glance look. And to be fair, being 3 characters above, being 1 character above in a 50 character game is not a big deal for it. I'm happy with Trish there. Any final comments?
I think her main weaknesses is the fact that she doesn't do a lot of she's a very meat dependent character but doesn't build a lot of bar. Her projectiles don't do that much chip damage, so it takes a long time to whittle people down, and so a lot of people aren't going to shouldn't accidentally get hit by stuff, so she'll play neutral for like 30 seconds and maybe build like a bar in that time. But that's why she's only B than A.
Why I think that K-Brad's makeup of Trish, Vergil, Dante is probably her best team. It gives her the damage for 1 bar once she's built 1 bar, and allows her the neutral control with jam and then the keep away with rapid slash. Like, I think it does everything it does as much as she can get, let's say.
Yeah, she'd ideally like missiles, but having a damage engine is important as well. But,
all right,
Tron. I think Tron is finally our next C tier character.
Tron.
So I think she is.
I'm moving her up a tier from last year.
What did you have her last year? Did you have her in D tier?
I had her in D tier. Yeah, I had her sort of like 3rd from last.
I think she's better than that as well. She's got extra lives because of her hitbox.
I don't have perfect information. I don't have perfect knowledge, but like a lot of her stuff is super big and hits you in the weirdest ways and stops your projectile in the most annoying ways. Like she's got stuff that just makes like Wolverine worry. It makes like my Magneto worry. Like matchup, like probably could be played.
It's like Nemesis Turbo in that regard, where she just puts these huge things out of the way, catches people there dashing. Yeah, and then like Jirogo mentioned, like she unlike Nemesis, she converts them into massive fucking damage. Yeah, he's such a good.
You are dead
as well.
But it's like my Magneto will go over her. She'll be like going under, and her S will catch me like up and behind her into a ground bounce, into jump loops, into
an absolute like nuclear dunk.
Yes, like she is like a quarter of the screen away, facing the wrong way underneath you, and yet your Magneto's getting bopped for it, and it's like, come on, we're safe on the screen here. I actually think she gives a lot of other mid tiers characters. Like,
say that again.
Did I say that? Sorry, I started reading Sexy Ranchero's.
You said like you said a broken sentence and then stopped talking.
Yeah, sorry, I started reading Sexy Ranchero's comment. She gives a lot of like mid-tier characters and a lot of like low-tier characters trouble in ways that I hadn't really seen before with Tron. Like T's sort of probably changed my opinion on this a little, especially set up with bolts and lariat from Haggar. Like it's really tricky to get on her safely because she's got big stuff. Like you shouldn't be doing like just like air dash jump heavy all the time with her, because you should be picking spots better and spacing better, zoning better, and then going in once you've got the advantage.
Yeah, I think like creeping into like a threatening range without your opponent realizing it and using jump medium. Jump medium is the problem button. And then just like correct for that as well. Like doing low air drills is really strong as well because it looks punishable but actually isn't.
Yeah.
So T stopped doing a lot of like grounded drills. It's like from like personal experience as well. It makes Tron a bit more tricky to punish. I think Boulder is way better as well, like her forward heavy.
Yeah.
Because it has a hit on the way up and then a hit when she throws it. It's plus on block.
Yeah.
And safe, or it's obviously safe because it's plus, and she combos from it if it hits.
Yeah. I think she suffered massively in the last 12 years. Let's just say it. Ultimate came out. She didn't have her invincible assist, and the people who played her, who were good, dropped her immediately because she didn't have the assist anymore, and there's better stuff on the table, and no one really developed her to a staggering level apart from like Abigail, who wasn't fulfilling her needs for assists. He's just doing Thor stuff and then doing Tron stuff and then doing Shield stuff. Like, is there anybody else who's played her with any sort of team that's a setup for her?
I don't think anyone's played it like Sexy Rancheros plays a lot of Tron teams as well. But as far as like at the top level, all the Tron players are weird. So you got like Mad Robot.
Wow! Shout outs to Mad Robot, like completely weird.
Yeah, because they play Tron Frank and then Wolverine Anchor, like, and no one plays like a real Tron team.
Yeah.
Tron Doom Dante. I could
Mad Robot's so good. I was so hyped to see Mad Robot at Evo. Like that was so good. Really sad that it went out. Trauma Drones, Trauma Doom Dante. I can believe it.
Her big problem is that her. In terms of her damage. But I think she's better than Felicia for one. But I think the fact that she's got such slow buttons, I think the fact that she has really bad incoming defensively, despite the fact that she can like survive a lot of kills as well. But she is also snap fodder. It's part of the reason why T started playing Gusta Fire Assist, is that it gives Haggar the same extensions, but importantly it's an invincible crossover counter. So instead of playing Boulder, which is kind of the preferred assist because it's a good like projectile that has durability, it has 10 durability, so it beats a lot of other stuff, including some beams. But then like it's really hard to get her back in safely while just raw tagging. She's very vulnerable to being air thrown. Like if you stay underneath her jump heavy, her jump S, all have like loads of startup and can easily be thrown. And then of course you just get snapped, or if you play certain characters, just kill her.
Yeah.
From that as well, which is why she's not nearly as good as she could be otherwise.
Thing is, like, that's an extra life again. And those characters that are on the team, like, she's taking like bolts. You want to get rid of the strange bolts and the anchor. You want to get rid of Doom or Dante. Like, a lot of those characters that you pair her with have decent assists and like characteristics like that you need to get rid of more than killing her. And then even if you do choose to kill her, she's also got the funny body for a lot of characters.
Yeah.
She's good for some characters. Like Dormammu gets great stuff on her, but like some characters just she's so wide and weird. Or is it that she's tall when she's sideways on? Like she's just a fatty, just a weird fatty. The robot body doesn't help. It
is funny that some characters have no problems. Like Chris has no problems comboing her. Dante gets easier combos on her as well.
Yeah.
And then some characters can't combo at all.
Yeah. Wolverine struggles. Yeah. So I think I'm happy with her there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's her placement as well.
Next
I'm
up,
then.
then.
To Viper, maybe Wesker. I'm going to use the toilet quickly.
You're going to do what? Toilet? Right, cool. Viper is, in my mind, a A-tier character who she's got so much invulnerable stuff. She's got so much neutral, like just stuff that she throws out there. She's got a rapid fire seismos. She's got her I-beam. She's got focus attack, frame advantage, FA, focus attack, which she can then leverage against neutral things going on. She can unblockable, like the stuff that she has, along with the great scaling that she has. Good meter build, reasonable. allows her to be just a very complete character, but then also used effectively is a happy birthday machine. Like the rapid fire size mode just keeps your assist pinned whilst you're pinned. Like, well, you're blowing up that assist whilst you're getting pinned. She's really strong, and she pairs really well with all of the best characters. She pairs well with Vergil, pairs well with Dante, pairs well with Strider, pairs well with Spencer, pairs well with Dorm, pairs well with Zero, probably with Morrigan as well, to be fair. Probably pairs well with MODOK. Like, she's doing really good out of all of her pairings with all the top tier stuff. I don't think she's effective as Nova. I think potentially within human limits, Nova's simplicity and the flowchart that he has is just so much more executable for a human than Viper's overall game plan is. As good as like full schedule was, like Livable Terminator with Nova is so good. I think she's better than Strider overall because she's just so versatile and can just invalidate half the cast, more than half the cast. Like these characters here don't do things against her. Like she just does stuff that these characters just get bodied by. Maybe you start to get like, you know, some of these and it's a character by character basis, but she is dominating a lot of the matchups that she fights. And then, you know, if she falls in, he falls in, he falls in, he falls in, he falls in him, maybe, no, she could probably get bodied as well. Like, all of these characters, maybe Cap is getting out. Like, she just unblockables them for free. Vergil gets unblockable for free. It's just dominant. Really, really powerful stuff. Really, really technical character, yes, but once you've talking about this top level that we're talking about here, just so potent. And I think it's more potent than like Ammy. I think overall the game plan's better than Firebrand. I think we'll readjust at the end, but I think that's just super duper strong. I'm gonna leave Viper there. He's back. I put Viper here just beneath Nova, just overall above Strider.
That's more or less what I would have thought.
She's
as well.
just got a lot going on. Enough said.
I assume we're talking about like realistic Viper as well.
Yeah. Which is like full schedule level Viper with like maybe even more metro experience and tech, and she's just great. Like unblockables happening all over the show. Like your characters don't survive. Most of the cast, unless they've got air dash options, double jump options, invul super options, like are struggling against her. They're just getting bodied for free.
Yes. That's right.
Wesker's coming in.
Wesker. X Factor 4 S tier character.
Yeah, get the glasses off. He's like, yeah, there we go.
I think Wesker's an interesting one in terms of where he probably realistically belongs. I think I chucked him. I'll just put him here. I put him like bottom of A for me. Fair enough.
Because he synergizes well with nice assists. He moves around with those nice assists very well, and generally will be threatening in a lot of situations to pretty much like 45 to 47 of the characters in the game. Like he's a threat once he's in a lot of like positions on the screen. He can then be a threat. He's not a threat like full screen, but he's kind of running away in that position and happy to do so.
I think that ability to pivot between like going in and using assist for the mix and then playing keep away is valuable as well. I think that's the kind of thing that keeps him available. Available is not the right word. Sorry, like relevant as well. I think he's the issue of like, despite him being able to pester a lot of the characters, I think he also loses really badly to a lot of the top tiers. Again, like on an even playing field.
Yeah.
As well, from like maybe Deadpool and above, I think he has so much trouble versus all of them as well. I think you could reasonably put him in A tier.
Yeah.
At the very bottom as well. I think the fact that like he isn't an anchor, but he's a really good user of X Factor.
Yes, he is.
At the end of the day, he's just any teleport character that gets faster is just good in X Factor.
Yeah, he's great at getting hits, but he's all in on his resources. Like especially with players who like get the glasses off to get the buff straight away. Like that game plan is very all in. A lot of players will spend X Factor 1 with him. It is dangerous to snap him to the back because Dark Wesker is still a thing. I don't care how good you are, unless you've got a good chunk of your team left and some resources, like, you need to be able to guard cancel or need to be able to call an assist and wait and see what Wesker's doing, because and have him like run into something, because he's so fast. Like, it is so scary. Like, you think he's done a heavy teleport, but he's actually behind you doing a low. So you're like thinking high block and then he's hitting you low, or you think low and then he's command grabbed you. And it's kind of like, okay, I'm not fast enough as a human to react to the stuff that's on the screen right now, because he's at whatever stupid power speed boost he gets.
Yeah, and then suddenly you're making like excess decisions, and then Wesker can like dash up and whiff a command grab when you jump and still interrupt something you're going to do with something else as well. So he's very much like I mean, I think because of how like he can be like a game deciding character, I think he probably could be in low A. Just the fact he just can win games out of nowhere.
I mean, I've seen like Inside play him for years and fight with good players. Seen Ray the other day playing a Shuffles team, the Wesker Magneto Sentinel, an absolutely beautiful Wesker play. Really strong, and just it takes a top level mind to be able to pilot that guy to get around.
He's a very fundamental character as well.
But like characters can do it. If you've got good ground speed and you see an opportunity, you can then maneuver and make something happen. He's a character, he's a lot like Iron Fist, except he has the opportunity to maximize the situations that he gets himself into. When he sees an opportunity, he can do something about it. Whereas Iron Fist is much more like, oh, there's an opportunity. Oh, fuck me then. It's just like, fuck's sake. I'm happy with him there, or at the top of B. It's much of a muchness. Frank West?
Frank. I think Frank's probably the hardest character to rate on this list, because of the fact there's 3 main levels of 1, 2, 3, and then 4 and 5.
I'll just come out and say it. I think level 4 Frank, level 5 Frank is great at welcome mix-ups, and then the moment right after the welcome mix-up if you block it. But he's kind of ass beyond that. Like, he will dominate lots of mid-tiers and the low tiers for free. But against good characters, he's still a character who needs to be within a sword's length of you. And he doesn't have a super fast blink dash, or a teleport, or an air dash to get there. He has to like roll and assist to make space and then jump medium or something like that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or throw some projectiles. But if you're a good character, those zombies don't matter to you. The pies don't matter to you. Like the cream pies, like Frank West cream pies, like never mind. You don't even feel it when Frank West tries his cream pie on you.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a pun, but I was too tired. The reason why I felt it was harder is like the chat's already mentioned. I feel like based on averages, he'll probably end up sitting in somewhere in high B. Yeah. But I think the fact that despite like if he does have very layered mix-ups as well, there's a setup Frank has. Yeah. After when he kills, which will often be the case when you DH into a more team super, that is a guaranteed meaty that leads to a left right, leads to blocking to assist, into another left right, and then you can guard break as well. Yeah. It's good too, and then his snowball is so immensely powerful. Especially because 99% of the time he'll have jam session behind him as well. And I think
the two best teams are, in my opinion, Mag Dante Frank and Zero Dante Frank, with Zero Dante Frank being the best team, in my opinion.
I think Magneto is better. I think Zero has the problem for 2 reasons. One, I think Zero has the issue of he might end up killing before he can do the raw tag. And the second is that you have to make a decision whether you keep Zero in and do the mix-up with Zero, or then play Frank. Yeah. Whereas I think
Zero has the better mix-up there.
But then is it like the better Frank team? It's just a Zero team with Frank on it at that point.
Well, yeah, and it's a better, because Frank is doing what Zero does, but you have to level up Frank and take the risk of not leveling up Frank. At least with the Magneto team, you get something unique, and that is that you get the hypergrav unblockable, like the guard break. You get the hypergrav into Tempest, into DHC to Funny Face Crusher, and get to then kill the next character, and then do it again if you do it right. I think there's some sort of setup that Fuzzy had. Fuzzy? Yeah. Reedman, whatever it is. Fuzzy. Was that I can't remember which
the artist formerly known as Reedman.
Yeah,
the artist formerly known as Physicup. Sorry.
Is that way around? Yeah.
It was Fizzy Cups, now it's Regal Reed Man.
Yeah, so this means that you're actually getting something there, but then Mag Jam is not as potent as Zero Jam is. And I said before that I think Mag Jam is a bit of a rough thing to do on its own. And you get Shopping Cart, yes, but it's not the same thing as a beam, or not the same thing as like
Shopping
missiles.
Cart is not a primary assist.
Yeah. It's really hard for me to say. Like, overall, I think Frank pairs really nicely with a few of the best characters in the game, and I think I can probably sit him like roughly where I put Wesker, like top of B, bottom of A, because you're building a team for him. It probably wants Dante on it, and then it's going to have some form of like Zero, Magneto, Nova.
Precisely.
The volatility makes me want to just chuck him down in B.
That's what I was about to say as well. I think the fact that there's situations where you have to play level 1 Frank, and while they're winnable, they're very difficult. And level 1 Frank is a D tier character.
Yeah.
I think there is okay. I think he is arguably better than Akuma. Yeah.
If he gets it, he's good against Phoenix. He's just a roll and a funny face crusher against like Morrigan away from like changing a matchup. Morrigan has to worry about paddles through soul drains or whatever. Soulfist, it's tricky.
And the shopping cart super is like a thing as well. It's not like it's like Hyper Dragon Star as well. You have to respect it if you're playing a projectile based character, because he'll blow through it and then hit you with an X Factor or DHC and then convert.
Yeah.
And just kind of spiral off of that. But there's so many situations where, even if you kill the point character, where you might just something will just hit you, and then Frank will get level 4 and then run set play off that as well.
Yeah.
There are many situations where Frank won't get the level, but there's also many situations where some obscure interaction will happen, and then Frank gets max level and then you die.
Yeah.
I think top B is.
He's a scumbag for it. Nice. My character, Wolverine. This guy, very basic, very simple. Good tools, great stand jab, great crouch jab, cross up tool, but also a front hitting mashable Berserker Barrage, so he can cross you up or hit you in the front. If you're waiting for that cross up, like I can just get some free pressure on you. Get some pressure on you by going into Berserker Barrage instead of trying to take the risk and going for the slash on the other side. Throw and dive kick, always going to be strong in the game. His option select at 99 is super strong. He really likes fast assists like Tatsu and Iron Fist, and like he can play with Doom and Vergil, which is really great. He can play with Dante Akuma. The problem is that he sort of needs 3 characters, like a lot of characters want. He needs 3 characters, he needs 3 different assists, but he can only have 2. So you got to sacrifice. And what are you sacrificing with Doom Vergil? You're sacrificing 2 neutral assists. You can just get in the 1. You got 2 combo assists there, but both of them are slow. You're probably TACing on that team. With my team, you've got 2 combo assists. Both of them can be used in neutral, but Iron Fist is the main one. You're avoiding the need to TAC there. It's the most damage you'll ever get with Wolverine team. Like Dante Akuma, like you are scaling your hits a lot of the time. And even if you do get a nice Tatsu hit, 1 million health is still sometimes really hard to achieve. It's kind of just you are struggling for damage in some cases with Wolverine, so you have to snap. You have to give them 1 extra life in a lot of cases. And then if you don't win 99, you are getting zoned. Is there anything else you'd mention on a roundup?
I genuinely think that was kind of everything as well. I think he's just, you started off like he's just a very basic, straightforward character. He does what he does well.
Which for tournament is fab. That's really good for tournaments.
Yeah, extremely valuable as well. Like the ability to like just execute flowchart and then do sequence with assist that's safe and then follow-ups and blah 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 from there is really effective. But yeah, it's the fact that if you survive, and again it's a big if because of the Pope select and all that. He auto loses to a bunch of characters, even characters that are much worse than him as well, which is where like Wolverine's soft volatility comes in. He
sort of wins a lot at 99, but then struggles against like Viewtiful Joe without like Plasma Beam assist. Struggles against Tron.
The character that stands out to me is Chris.
Struggles against Chris. Yeah, it's so shit. He's a better character than Chris overall, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you could put him above Chun-Li because of the fact that he's a very like reliable.
Yeah, you are.
If we're thinking to like highest level human human factor, Wolverine is better than Chun-Li there because you have consistency.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I don't think he really gets into like these characters start to have synergy, like which is super duper potent. Like Chun-Li, I can still hit her with an assist, send and whatever. I can still hit these characters and then snap and win a game. Whereas these guys have like, yes, I can do that, but like there's a lot of synergy going on here, which just sort of elevates them a little bit. Like Viper and Strider and Spencer Dorm. Like there's a lot going on there. I don't think he really outmatches them overall. I mean, it's kind of like we start to think, right, what's the matchup between Wolverine versus Spencer or Wolverine versus Dorm? But it's kind of like you still have to think overall. He just gets hits and then he kills, or he TACs and it's effective as hell. He snaps. Like it just works and it's dead simple. You don't get the tournament pressure messing up everything for you when you least want it. Like he just he's potent, like Ingler says. He's potent. He does stuff, and just when you think you're safe, there's a Berserker Slash in your ass.
Yeah, and I think over the years people have gotten better at fighting Wolverine as well, but then like his minimum level is still pretty solid, or like minimum capability at like a high level is still fairly solid, as well. I think it will always keep him. He's going to struggle a lot again because he gets demolished by the top tiers.
Yeah.
But he's a permanent fixture. In the game as a result of that.
Yeah. I can see it.
I think that's a fairly solid placement. I think you could still argue Chun-Li over him because of Morrigan, but I think Wolverine there is fine.
Yeah, I can sort of see it. I think probably that's a more effective thing there. But now I feel like I'm just putting Chun like a little bit too generous, but then she is friggin' ridiculous with Morrigan. Yeah. Wolverine beats people without fundies, Wedge.
True.
Knowing luck.
No.
So MODOK, I need to just grab a quick refresh. I have been thirsty for a while. I'm just going to go let Molly out as well. Talk to him about MODOK.
I'll chat about MODOK. So I've got a fairly decent amount of MODOK experience. I've been grinding out the past about maybe 6 weeks, so I've taken a break from him recently. I think MODOK is extremely powerful. To me, he's number 9 on my list as well. I think he's got, technically speaking, the best 99 in the game because he does not have to play at 99. He also doesn't have to land at 99 because he can stall himself in the air for ages. I don't have access to this as well. If I was going to fix Akuma, I'll move him down. I'll put him next to Hulk. And then people will bless you for playing a bottom tier character. But yeah, so MODOK has such an amazing array of matchups, especially into some of the top tier characters as well. Like he fights okay into Morrigan. I mean, Morrigan's not great as well because he gets ping ponged pretty easily. Magneto does do pretty well in MODOK at 99 as well. I don't think I played the matchup as best I could from the matches we played also, but I think the fact he can move away from characters a lot is good and directly above them. But his ability to stall in neutral by sitting at super jump height as well makes him, again, above and beyond, or maybe the second best character from Morrigan behind Chun-Li, which is where we see Mothman see a lot of success with that team. And he can stall in the air for 18 seconds if you do optimal stalling as well. Hayden did a video on it, I think it was Hayden anyway, of just how long MODOK can stay in the air for. And even besides that, his ability to attack at super jump height, to engage and disengage, his movement is fantastic because he can air dash, fly, air dash again. He can convert things because of his ground bounce jump S. He can challenge 18 real seconds too, not Marvel seconds. His ability to just like lock off parts of the screen with Analyze Cube, which I've realized is probably one of his best moves, is you just do Analyze Cube, it exists in a place of the screen, and the character moves into it, and then you convert that into kills. He's extremely good at using support and also being support. He's a damage engine with a great assist. It's kind of hard to use Sonic Blaster. Welcome back, by the way. It's kind of hard to use Sonic Blaster because it has push away, it doesn't have fixed hit stun. But then Balloon Bomb is fine. Barrier's got some niche, but it's also still good as well. He's one of the few characters that has good assists. But his ability to rush down and keep away and do like a lot of anti-push block, like doing crouch heavy loops, which aren't that bad to do, is anti-push block.
It's on his own.
No one blocks. Yeah, because you're try-dashing to negate the push block as well. So the jump negates any early push block, the air dash negates the late push block.
Nice.
And people very rarely block low twice against Sentinel. Against MODOK. So you often get a hit starting from crouch heavy,
Yeah,
which
they're both
builds
robots.
like 2 bars. Jamming bomb is one of the most fucked up things in the game.
Yeah, jamming bomb is kind of messed up.
You can practice for it, but
It's
like you can only practice so much. So you can practice doing like supers inversely and holding up forward to block down back and stuff like that. But you're not defending against MODOK pressure.
every time I've said throughout this entire evening that that character's snap fodder, you're giving them an extra life basically. MODOK snaps and you are jammed when they do the route correctly, and you are now going to have to block a jammed character. That character is almost worthless for a stupid amount of time. It's broke.
10 Marvel seconds 10 seconds, 600 frames, where a character has their inputs inverse. I think I've only played against my experience with MODOK. I think there's been maybe 2 or 3 situations where someone was jam snapped, and then they survived the snap with the jam character. It is devastating to fight against that as well. And then even beyond that, that character still has to come in to deal with MODOK's mix-ups. Like MODOK has guaranteed unblockables on people. He's got like really good anti-Vergil setups because he can like air dash and OS throw at the same time. Big barrier is messed up. The one where he spends a cube. I don't think that MODOK's better than Nova. I think he's 1 step below Nova. MODOK is number 8 or 9 on my list. I think he's better than Viper, worse than Nova.
Stick him there a sec.
But I think he is such a good character, not letting you be able to play the game and just being a pest. His defense is okay. He can't, quote unquote, can't back as well because he lands him. But he can block by flying. So he's the only character that can do a 1-frame fly to block, and then a 1-frame fly to unblock. To block again, sorry. A 1-frame on fly to block, sorry. So there's a lot of situations where he looks like he's really vulnerable because he's in the middle of an air dash, and you can just do 2 different things to block. And just be completely safe. As well. But his meter build is insane, his damage is insane, his incomings are insane.
Yeah. He can also like get stupid high in the air, stupid fast with that instant air dash tech. Like that.
So
and on hitbox, I don't think that's an issue at all. I was really struggling to do that on stick, but on hitbox, it's all together there for you on buttons.
Yeah, I've been practicing it on pads rather, and it's doable, but it's hard to do consistent. Like you have to be like proper practice with it because I think it's a 1-frame input because you have to do it as you're jumping. Maybe it's a 3-frame input. But and then so you get a grounded air dash. You in the ground, air dash up again, fly, and then float about, and then you get another air dash when you use up your flight again. So its mobility potential on like hitbox and levelist and stuff is insane. It's good on pad anyway. Like his plank dashes are really good, so you can try dash normally and it's still really strong. But he just has so many good tools. He's an awkward character because he's got like a dead zone in front of him. He's hard to get used to, but he's not that bad. But I think he has such a powerful matchup into so many characters.
He loves all of the best characters in the game as well. I don't know if you've already addressed it, but like him being a Doom Vergil, him being a Dante Sentinel, him being a Morrigan, he can be whatever he wants for whatever situation he wants, and he's really fucking good in all those places. I think he's
a problem character.
I'm happy with him there because of the Morrigan potential. I maybe would think like the unblockable potential is a little bit strong with Viper, and she's just as messed up as he is. But like the extra stuff that he's got, like the Morrigan stuff, like is just edging it for me personally.
Yeah, he's such a deceptively versatile character.
So
as well.
That leaves us with 7, and I'm interested in how this has ended up like this. With this tier list with you, I've ended up with a lot more characters pushed to like the middle tier and a lot more characters pushed into A tier, whereas normally I spread it out a bit more and I have a lot of these characters here in the C tier, a lot of these characters moved like to the top of like D tier a little bit. So there's a lot less characters in this C and D as I had in my previous like bottom 2 tiers in the 2023 list. It's very unique. I don't think I've ever made a list quite like this.
I can give an explanation to that as well. I don't know if you wanted to go over that now, or if you wanted to do the last 7.
We can do the last few characters. Let's do X-23 first.
So X-23 I'm not a believer in. I think that the 300% teams are real. I think they're a way to play something different, but they're not. But like you have to win neutral in a weird way.
With like Mag Jam.
Or play the Magneto team. Yeah.
Or Dante Iron Man.
That was the one that indicated one. I forgot the Mag one as well. But yes, she's like, it's so much effort for something that, again, it does work. Cryptic was really good at doing it.
Yeah.
As well, but I think as far as because she's a win condition character, you don't want to have to play X-23. Is a thing as well. So I think again, she's similar to like Hulk or Haggar, where she probably belongs in C tier.
Yeah.
I think she's not good as a character, or not that good as a character. She has tools that seem really good. Like she has a dive kick, she's got fast buttons, but her damage is kind of okay.
Yeah.
She's really assist dependent. She also really wants 3 assists.
Yeah.
But I think if you put more stock in the 300%, then maybe like low B, but otherwise...
I do like the 300%, but playing Mag Jam or like a Dante point team is kind of just asking for trouble. I also think like her biggest strength is her theme, which is the best theme in the game.
Get out of here.
And you're playing her on Anchor, so you'd hardly get to hear it. Like, I just disagree. There are some point X-23 teams, but again, she's fast. Her buttons kind of have some like skank usage because of her speed, but again, she's not mixing you up the way characters should be mixing you up. She's kind of like somehow a more agile Iron Fist, but then sucks when it comes to throws. Like, you've got to play her in a way that gets like lots of strikes and lots of like little frame traps and maybe the occasional command grab. But she's just a tricky character to play.
It felt like every time I get hit by her, it's usually because they forced a scramble situation and it's ambiguous what's happening, rather than like she's done a real mix.
Well, you made a cover to her theme. If you want to listen, link it, baby. Link it in the chat. Whilst you're doing that,
if you link it in the chat, I'll time you up.
there's a guy here who is
now
easy
we get
to
back
play.
to our top 6.
This I shouldn't really need to talk about these before I place them. I can place them all now. But Zero, better than Vergil, in your opinion?
Yes.
Yes, for me too.
Zero is solid number 2. I think the topic came up yesterday or the other day when Doppel was talking about like how is Magneto not the best character in the game, but we might as well put Morrigan in the more.
Salty Doppel questions.
But the top 2 have installs that completely break the rules of the game. Like they have tools beyond that as well that are just good anyway. But Astral Vision and Sugenmu, we'll talk about Zero specifically, but Sugenmu is just like, it's bonkers in it as a super as well. He doesn't build meter during it. Who cares? It lets him do 600,000 damage for 1 bar.
Yeah.
So he can hit you with the absolute most insane hit. Like he can put so much shit on the screen. Like he can throw a fireball and you block it and you get hit by it mid-screen, and because he can't do the Sugenmu, he does like command dash buster and then you just die. Where he's so volatile, not volatile, but volatile to fight against, whereas you make one mistake, you can just lose the match from like any random hit from Zero. Where he will kill you meter positive, he'll do a messed up mix-up that has 5 layers to it and kill you, and then he'll do the same thing to your anchor character and then X-Fact you and kill you. Something Bogey did rather, because he hasn't played recently, that a lot of other Zeros I've not seen do, is just crypt sequences, where similar to like Dormammu and some other characters, where if you spend X early, you can spend X Factor 1 and just do an infinite block string that has very timing, so you can't like push block to dodge all the chip damage, and you just lose. So Zero's a very good like checkmate character, and again, we've talked about it a couple of times as well, but he uses all the best stuff extremely well. He pairs well with all the, maybe besides Magneto, he pairs well with the top 5.
I mean, like some Zero Dante Magneto sounds pretty hot to me.
Honestly, just doing like command dash plus disruptor, and then
like Mag Zero Sentinel, like Joker did for a good while.
that's a real team. But like zero missiles, 0 beam, 0 rapid slash, 0 jam,
Zero Morrigan, kinda. Not quite as good, but like Zero is able to decide that you might do something in a certain portion of the screen, and then he can completely cut that screen in half and then lock you down with an assist. And if he chooses to Sugenmu, he can keep you locked down, get the next assist on you, unblockable you, or mix you up 3 or 4 times in the process, or just chip you, run away. And the fact that he can read where or what you'll be doing and then just cover it without having to put himself at risk, and then convert if it hits with lightning and buster is quite preposterous. And the fact that he then gets to elevate that with assists on top makes him just diabolically strong to fight in neutral, but then any hit is death, provided that they can complete a combo, which most zeros can at this point. You rarely get big drops. And even if you do drop against a zero, you're just teching into more shit. Like, they are really good at recognizing the drop, and then sometimes even getting a mix-up out of the drop. It's, skank. Very, very...
It really makes you hate the game when you play this character as well. But yeah, it's serious. The game has 1 frame of recovery. It's unpunishable.
Yeah, it is.
Also, he has a 4-frame sword normal. His normals are bizarrely fast. They have really distorted hitboxes because they're all swords.
Yeah.
His jump heavy and down heavy are just uncontestable. Like, they can't be air thrown. They just have massive hitboxes. It's like, imagine Shuma's Tremble, his Mystic Smash was like good.
Ugh.
It's just 0 pressing heavy.
Yeah, you need a big great S move to beat that stupid thing. It's just not happening with a lot of characters. You need a disjointed hitbox to hit him out of his pizza cutter. And he's just so deliberately like fast. Like, they made him so fast with his teleport down, his teleport through, his backdash is insanely fast. Like, it is crazy.
It covers 45% of the screen for some reason.
Yeah.
So he just disengages by pressing 1 button and holding back.
And his mix-ups are layer after layer after layer after layer after layer after layer. It's like a Star Wars convention. Like, it's just layer after layer all the way down.
I was trying to think of a pun while you were saying that.
And like, if you get hit by layer 2, like layer 3 and 4 just convert for you. If you get hit by layer 1, layer 2 and 3 does it for you. Like the way you set up the mix-up all converts itself. It's nasty. It's horrible. It's really annoying. Like onions, yeah. So I don't think there's too much needs to be said there. He's best friends with all the best characters. He destroys neutral in so many ways. He kills off everything, and the only real weakness to him is certain throws are unconvertible. Certain throws.
Yeah. But then if you tech into a fireball, then he just gets pressure afterwards. So
That's it. Yeah. Phoenix. She still controls the game from the moment it starts. You are thinking about trying to kill her. Not thinking about beating Magneto as much, or killing Vergil. Well, Vergil's not on the team. Like, you're not thinking about, right, I need to kill Magneto, he's the problem. Magneto's now not a problem. Like, Zero's not a problem. Like, whoever it is. Morrigan's not the problem. That's ridiculous. That's a strange sentence to say. It's now about Jean. And that makes her alter the way you play. And that is so strong in and of itself.
Yes. So for that reason, among other things as well, I actually have Phoenix 3rd on my theory list, or my tier list rather, not theory. I think it's very much an argument for Vergil being 3rd, or even Magneto as well, or Phoenix being 5th. But I think because of the polarizing nature of Phoenix, and the fact that, so people talk about anti-Phoenix tech as well, like, it's like, just do the anti-Phoenix tech. You have to hit Phoenix. And I don't think people understand just how good of a character Phoenix is. She has the best mobility in the game. She has a fantastic air dash, think ground dash. She's the only other character with a think teleport and flight. The other being dormant and you can't think on the ground. All of her specials are safe. Well, most of her specials are safe. All of her buttons are safe. She's got air mobility with forward heavy and down heavy as well. She's got like an invincible reversal. Yeah. Of course, you don't always want to be using it as well. But like, as a character, she has everything you need in a character. And then you also have to play around Dark Phoenix.
Yeah.
So
it's tricky. And I would say, like, if, the top tiers were like Zero and Vergil, I would be like number 3, like, whatever you're happening with, like, else to do here. Like, if Morrigan was just Morrigan and didn't have soul drains, she wouldn't be the counter that she is to Phoenix. But she's got the soul drains. She's got the and Zero and her both have the free X-Factorless side TAC tech.
Yeah, they just dash past it. Yeah.
Like Morrigan being the counter that she is to Phoenix, literal hard counter, and for me, Morrigan being the best character in the game. I can't put her above Vergil because Vergil is more applicable to every match than she is. Because Vergil will happen even if you lose all your meter. She won't. She will die and get chipped by more Morrigan. That's another aspect of the match, that if you've lost all your meter, you're now just going to get chipped to death anyway, on top of all the insult to injury that's already happening. Like, she's just getting hard countered so much by Morrigan. which means I should probably do Morrigan right now, right after Jean. What a sentence that is.
Yeah, she is objectively the one as well. There was a long period where I was on the 0 number 1 train because of like the set play and the instant kill and so on, but
Yeah.
Morrigan's the blend of how strong she is on point and also her support value, and like just the idea of soul drain is one of the most insane ideas of a move you could have. Just like be able to steal people's meter. Like it's fine if it was like if you got hit by one of them every now and again and you lost a third of a bar, but she can do like combos that do like 6 soul drains and you lose 2 bars.
Yeah.
Because you got hit by 1 fireball, or you got hit by one of her 4 frame low or a 13 frame instant overhead.
Yeah.
Because of, or like 16 frames instant overhead, her doing flight S or something. It's like, well, you just eat shit now.
And you do literally
it doesn't
eat shit.
matter that,
I guess I'll just die.
yeah, it doesn't even matter that she doesn't kill you because she leaves you in a worse situation than if you had just died anyway.
Yeah, because now you are
Like,
thirsty for a hard tag or going to spend any bar that you've got left and end up with a dead character that falls in. It's such a strong thing, and the fact that there's only a small handful of players who can use soul drains within their game plan really shows that there's still so much more depth to her character that can be explored and used consistently.
Yeah,
like,
that's it. And I think right now, I know we're going to try to avoid taunt placement, but like the way Escalante plays Morrigan at the moment is bonkers.
yeah,
That's just like the constant movement. She's uncatchable. The fireball sequences, the fact she can cover her assist perfectly. She like not even mentioning Morrigan with missiles is just the most impressive thing in the game.
it's you get a combo on her and then you're getting hit by missiles. You try to face off against her and you're getting hit by the 3-frame DP into a full combo into soul drains.
Exactly. Yeah.
You get hit by
and
a
she,
3.
and she has the point infinite as well.
Yeah, point infinite, and that's very rare, isn't it? But she got the TAC infinite as well. She's so stupid broke. She's able to have a winning matchup against pretty much everyone unless they are spending bar actively, and her bar gets spent slower than their bar. So Swords runs out, Sugenmu runs out faster than her Astral does. 600 frames her Astral. I think it's 10 seconds.
Not 10.
7.
Just quickly check. I think it's 7. So that's 540. Or
Like, she's
40.
outlasting them. Who else? Like, she's got favourable matchups against everybody unless they are actively burning bar. Like, Dormammu needs spells.
It is 10 frames, sorry.
It's 10 frames.
10 seconds. It's
10
590 frames.
Oh, God.
I thought it was 7. That's even worse.
Yeah, we hate her. She's just so good. Zero has such an incredible flowchart. You get a hit, 2 characters can die straight after. She doesn't need to take that first step. You can die just by living in neutral land, where other characters that are fair have to play. She is not fair. She's playing neutral, but you aren't. She's playing the game, and you're just watching what's happening.
You have to watch her play, watch her do inputs over and over again as well. But
yeah, she's
it's hilarious that she's one of the most broken fighting game characters. Like, besides characters that are just like they ruin the game by existing. I mean, she sort of does that.
But
as far as like characters that are still within the realms of the game, she's one of the most broken fighting characters.
For Chris G's rise, all of that, when he started to dominate, it started to look like the game was done. The game couldn't survive anymore. But there were such good players around that persevered and learned and developed, and maybe could have developed more. Like, people are still learning stuff in this game. Like, you go into training mode with a mission in mind, and you will find something. Like, the game is so deep. But like, people were, fighting her with Team Nemo, or with like F-Champ's team, or Zero teams. Like, Joey D comes along and beats Chris G, or something like that. Like, Cloud 805 maybe. Jewel Kevin comes along, KBR beats him. Like, not consistent, but it's entertainment. She's still the best. She's still never going to be an underdog in any matchup. The worst matchup she has is even, basically. Unless
that's exactly it.
Yeah.
It's insane to think about.
Yeah. Unless it's like her versus Dark Phoenix, literally, like, already happening. But that's how it goes. Hsien-Ko,
nothing changes.
Yeah.
You have to be a bit cautious of overdrive, and that's it.
Hsien-Ko is... She snuck in What's she doing here? Where did
So
I put
I
her?
have a this is another like perhaps Bond could take as well. I think she is perhaps slightly better than Felicia.
Slightly better than Felicia.
I do not have Hsien-Ko on my bottom 5. So I think she has an odd amount of good matchups, especially into decent characters, almost exclusively because of Gong. There are a lot of characters that are forced to play differently around Hsien-Ko when she's got Gong out.
Yeah.
I think for the exact same reason, she can cover her assists extremely well because you can't beam an assist if there's a Gong on screen.
Yeah.
And then while her mobility isn't good, if she's got something like, if again we're talking like PZ Poi here, like calling missiles with Hsien-Ko, you can call missiles, do Gong to protect it, super jump with it, or if you expect someone to move under the missiles, you just move forwards, and then suddenly they're having to like, when they're in Hsien-Ko's face and they block Pinwheel, they're like the pendulum where she swings forwards.
Yeah.
She gets a mix up after that as well, so she
Yeah.
can do like either a 3-hit high, a 4-hit high, or just go low.
And the other aspect, like gold armor, when she activates that and hard tags out, even while she's on the screen with it, but when she tags out, she is now, in my mind, like Phoenix. She means that I have to constantly watch for an assist that I cannot do anything about. Playing against in ratio the other day, I had to keep invulnerable supering through the assist just to not get clogged by it.
Yeah.
Because you can call it so late that I can't do anything but stop or invul super through. So I now have to snap her in because I can't deal with that assist on a long-term basis. It's going to eventually catch me. Unless I just run away, but it was ratio, so I had to have some stuff that I had to go in a bit. But like she becomes not Phoenix, but she's a point in the match where if I just let her sit, both characters get huge benefit out of basically a moving lockdown lariat.
Yep.
That I can't happy birthday even after recovery.
Yeah, the counter players, you need to do something that's like, again, it's character specific counter play as well, but just like do something that has multiple hits that she can't survive. So, like
Chaotic Flamer.
Force. Everyone's seen the Jabril clip where he just let go of 2 busters and 2 fireballs and it just instantly killed Hsien-Ko as well. But then you have to be conscious enough to do that, and because of the way some like very smart Haggar players will call lariat it almost looks like they call it after they're in block stun.
Yeah.
And then by that time you've kind of overly committed, and then you don't have time to back away and punish it.
That's it.
But the assist by itself is good anyway, because you can just call it with it has a brief delay. It's like a mini Firebrand swoop or better Firebrand swoop.
Yeah.
And then you go in after that as well.
Yeah.
But I think the reason why a lot of people see Hsien-Ko as so bad is there are so many people that gold armor Hsien-Ko and put her on anchor, and then she gets left by herself, and then it's Hsien-Ko versus like 3 characters. Of course she's going to do badly as well.
Yeah.
But then the thing with characters, because she's not a great character, but a character like that with support, you can prove is much more effective.
Yeah, she does.
Because it's supplements her bad mobility.
It's so much about gold armor. Like, without that, like, Felicia's mobility for me takes it over like Hsien-Ko, but the gold armor just does it.
I don't even think gold armor is like that good.
I do.
I think it's probably the worst install in the game, in my opinion as well.
Well,
I think there's some people that agree with that as well.
In terms of like,
I think you have to be clever about it, but it's like you said, it has. I see it the same way Vardria as well. Like when she's gold, you just have to constantly be aware of it, and the threat of it exists, and that's what makes it more effective as well. But I think relying on gold armor Hsien-Ko is just going to get her killed as well. But like having it as an option, I think is good too. But I mean, like when Hsien-Ko's point value is also fine, but she's got good DHCs in. Like the sword thing is safe, and she's got gold armor to DHC into and out from as well. Incoming missiles are actually pretty scary too. But go on. Oh, you can say
like some pendulum stuff going on, but I'm happy with where she is right there. I'm happy. Yeah.
Nice.
We've got Magneto, and Magneto for me is.
I think if we've got Phoenix below Vergil, I would put Magneto third.
Third.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely the third best.
It's Remy listening. I'll put Magneto in a C tier. No, so I think it's very close.
I think he's the third best top point character in the game. Third best.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you depending on how much you value the anchor factor of Vergil,
which I do. For me, Magneto is fourth because that's the best point character. That's the second best point character. That is the best overall anchor character, all things considered. And then this is the third best point, but doesn't do the things that these three do. Like, there are times when I will happily snap Magneto out to get to a more valuable character, and there are times where I will think, oh, it's an opportunity to kill Magneto, I might do it, and then I'll snap, like Doom, to get to Phoenix, for example. Like, Magneto's very valuable. He's super strong on point, super strong as an assist once you've switched out a bit and your team's like in a muddled up order. He doesn't have safety HCs in a lot of situations. He has them in some situations. But he's friggin' excellent. Like, he's such a good character. His meter build is insane. Yeah. His speed and evasion and wherever he wants to be, he can be. If he doesn't want to be in your face getting mixed up, like, he can get out of there rapid.
That's just it. So I think the willingness to play like lane Magneto is lost on some people, but it's so disgusting to fight against because like just plasma beam. It's just like it's well over 100k in chip, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
you constantly get peppered by beam. I think the other thing that blows my mind is what you very rarely see air disruptor from Magneto. Of course, he has a lot of recovery when he's in the air as well. But like, if someone air dashes, you just catch them with a disruptor, and they just have to plummet all the way down to the ground.
Yeah, soft knockdown on it. Well, he normally does not have any air actions after disruptor. But he's broken, so he can air dash cancel the recovery.
Yeah, there's always the guard cancel.
There was always a saying back in the early days. Whenever something new got discovered, Magneto probably had it too. Like, whatever the glitch is, whatever the broken thing is, Magneto's probably got it too. TAC Infinite, yeah, he's got that. Like, whatever it is, he's probably got a version of it. Turns out he has the easiest TAC Infinite. He always corner carries, so he always has a perfect setup for a TAC. Great TAC options, great reset options. Like, he's got nearly all the tools. He's got a counter, for God's sake.
Yeah, the only thing he's missing is like an install.
Yes.
The joke for the longest time was if Magneto had an install that did nothing, it would make him the best character in the game. Yeah. Because that way you could just DHC in and out freely as well. Because his only weakness is he's pretty bad as a second character. Or he's not bad as a second character, but like he doesn't have a safe DHC. Yeah. It's situationally safe.
Yeah.
But just to freely get Magneto in would be abhorrent.
And the reason I sort of put him over Jean is because like it used to be that, you know, I might put Jean like here or maybe here or something like that and do it like that. Oh shit, what have I just done? No, get back there. It's Morrigan being so completely countering, or so much of a counter for Phoenix, that I don't think there was a time when I probably wouldn't even put Phoenix in top 5, to be honest. There was
I think there are plenty of people that would agree with you, actually.
Like there's a lot of anti-Phoenix tech out there. A lot of it's universal. I say a lot of it. Some of it's universal, but a lot of it comes with a lot of the best characters. Some of it more skank characters, but even then, like, I think Magneto does more to win a game and controls the match much more than Phoenix's overall influence, as great as she is. You still got to generally win, apart from like the Morrigan teams, like where you don't have to win anything. You're just playing, you're winning just by calling her assist, running away and making sure your assist doesn't get clarted into the sky. I think the reason why I still value Phoenix, I mean, no one's really playing this variation of team nowadays, but just how Morrigan somewhat dissipates the effectiveness of the Morrigan as a counter to Phoenix as well. Like, obviously the problem is any character can get hit by Soul Drain and you lose bar, and that affects Phoenix directly. But I think the fact that Morrigan will frequently be someone's point character, and you can eliminate, again, just hit Morrigan in quotations, but you can eliminate Morrigan earlier than she can eliminate Phoenix. So Morrigan
Morrigan players will frequently have to get through your whole team to get to Phoenix, or choose to snap in Phoenix as Morrigan and then do a mix there as well. But if you, as an ex-Morrigan player or Magdoom Phoenix, is probably any other Phoenix to play, if you get rid of Morrigan earlier, it's so much more difficult to stop Phoenix, if not impossible as well.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no denying that Morrigan is a direct counter to Morrigan as well. Oh, God's sake. Let's talk it 2 in the morning. Morrigan is a direct counter to Phoenix by virtue of her existing. And the fact she has so much anti-Phoenix tech on her own, plus or minus X Factor.
Yeah.
But I think this is where that team game aspect comes into play, where you can circumvent that by not having Phoenix come in at the same time as Morrigan.
Yeah.
But you don't always have control over that as well.
Yeah.
So.
I think hot take, maybe not hot take, but much like before with Hulk, people play against Phoenix wrong, which really is odd to say, because it's one of those matchups that people have probably thought a lot about and decided that they aren't going to try and snap her. Like, they'll snap her and she has like 3.5 bars. She'll come in, she'll block the mix-up, she'll get back out, and then they'll get another hit on the next character for some reason, and then let her build like 4.7 bars whilst killing that character, instead of just snapping when she has 4. Like,
you see that happen way too often.
Like, and then she gets dark, and then they lose the game, and it's like, why did you did it last game? You've done it again this game.
Yeah.
You must continually snap her and use all of your resources to snap her, and then fight whatever the remnant of the team is.
Yeah.
Like, you must use resources continuously and just make her feel like she cannot breathe. And you must develop good damn setups as well. Snapping her and then just trying to hit her like meaty with so much shit isn't the play. You have to develop some stuff for her, because she's so bloody mobile. Teleporter, dash, invul super, there's stuff going on there for her.
Because you just want to meet her when she has all those air options, and then like she lands and then doesn't get hit by the mix, and then just teleports out or super jumps out or something.
Flights and then air dash, this one is the one that I'm slightly changing this time. Doom. Best support character in the game.
Yeah, hands down.
TACs, foot dives, DHCs, like, he's got it all. The great assists, like, he does all the stuff. Apart from like full screen murder assist, like sort of murder DHC, like he's doing it all, and he's doing it all in style because he looks fabulous. He's a very good character with or without X Factor. He suffers in certain matchups, but what's my but? What am I about to say?
I mean, what do you think about that as well? I do think Doom's bad matchups are overblown as well. I think there are some characters who pretty clean dealers horribly against.
But this is what I was just saying. Like, he's got bad matchups. He loses some matchups. But what is the big but in all of those matchups?
He's just foot dive.
He's one foot dive away. He's one foot dive away from winning a matchup, like, at all times. So whatever the chance is, if a matchup is 9-1, well then he just needs to find one foot dive.
Yeah, just if you think about it this way, when you say 9-1, 10% of the time Doom needs to hit a foot dive. Or in 10% of matches, Doom will hit a foot dive and then win the game for it as well.
Well, you could even look at it like, 10% of the time, like, the foot dive needs to hit to win the matchup. We'll do 10 foot dives.
Yeah.
See what happens. And then the Scourge and the matchup changes, and solo Doom problem and all that. So normally I have my top tier as this. Like, this is it. Morrigan, Zero, Vergil, Magneto, Phoenix. But I'm actually going to slide Doom in, and it's the same thing. Like, he's still sick.
I was actually going to say, I think Doom is unequivocally an S tier character.
Yeah.
I think Dante is behind Doom in support, and I think Morrigan's behind Dante in support. But I think the impact Doom has on the game as a whole, like the meta game as a whole, is like undeniable. It has been undeniable as well. There's a reason he's on the majority of teams. Because of how effective he is, because of how it's less relevant to a tier list, but how accessible he is as well. Yeah. But the fact that he is almost always relevant in matchups at a high level as well. Like, even in the games where he has bad matchups, there's a reason why SDP is a joke, is because even the best players will lose to Anchor Doom again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
Just because Doom's ability to do incomings solo, like get the one hit and then just do 2 incomings in X Factor without X Factor and just build all the bar in the meantime, you just lose. And it's like, well, you can play Wright for genuinely like 70 marble seconds, and then just lose in 10 seconds.
Yeah, two incomings, and it's kind of like you think the incomings aren't that great, but then he just hits you with stuff, and it's like, oh, that's going to be a cross. Oh, he's hit me front. Fuck. Foot dive. Oh, shit. Like, oh, this looks blockable. No, what the hell? How did that cross me up?
Yeah, and sometimes Dooms will just stand in front of you, just do like mid-screen, and then just do jump medium. Because you expect that you're overthinking it, like, are they going to super jump over and then down or do cross up medium or whatever, and they just jump and meet you and you get hit for it. And he has like his own guard break stuff too, like doing jump medium into foot dive and then you land in guard break.
Yeah.
Like, it's just endless.
It's like you want to punish him for a bad foot dive as well. So sometimes you don't push block, but then your dashes down and then you're now minus and he's in your face. And it's like...
Yeah, and then you go to delay push block, but then he's blocks them. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, dash goes through.
There's always a chance.
So
with Doom. There are some matchups that are completely like almost unwinnable, like genuine 9-2-8-2 matchups, like stock Dormammu and stuff like that as well. But there's always a chance.
Once there's an assist, and like if it's Hawkeye plus assist, Dormammu plus assist, it's grim. But you know, there's always a foot dive. There's always a hope and a prayer. And good Dooms with great movement really make you double sort of like guess yourself with like Hawkeye or Dormammu. So Doom is getting an S tier spot for me. I'm putting 6 in there. The one which sort of now I wanted to discuss over is Dante's position. Dante. I think Dante's number 2 support in my mind. And I think I put him as 7th last time in the game. Like 0 Dante Vergil is the main reason for that. Or the occasional like Dante Doom variant of a team.
I don't think Dante Doom is impactful enough.
Yeah, the anchor is really necessary
but,
to make Dante an actual threat, because Dante is like, you've spent all your resources now like getting that bad anchor out of the way, and then Dante comes in and survives a welcome mix-up with his options, and then there's a Helmbreaker and an X-Factor and all the stuff. Becomes a little bit more scary because, well, you've killed the problem and now Dante becomes more of an issue. So it's interesting. Like, do I think Nova would be better positioned as number 7 versus Dante? The support is so important, but his support is specifically for 0. Whereas Doom's support is 0, is Morrigan. Oh wait, Dante does Vergil as well, but Doom is like all of them at once. There's a big sort of like gulf there with the amount of characters he helps. But then again, it's not about the amount of characters; it's about what is the best setup with that. And like 0 Jam is pretty friggin' great, even if you think 0 Missiles is great.
I do get it as well. I think. Yeah, if we're talking about like kind of high level end game-ish, then yes, Nova being, well, I mean even then that kind of exacerbates 0 more at that point, because 0 with Jam is debatably better than or pretty cleanly better than Nova Spencer as well, and that's more of like a, man, is it even? I'm like second guessing it now as well. But
damn it.
I'm really not sure. Nova's annoying enough to be 7th.
Hey, when did
Morrigan get here? If someone told me Nova was 7th on their tier list, I would be like, okay, that's reasonable.
I kind of want to do this. I don't know if I want to put him over MODOK Viper. Behind MODOK or Viper. I wouldn't put him Strider over him. I think it's just Nova I want to edge.
Yeah, I think I mean Laserworth mentioned a thing as well. I think that the thing that would probably put Dante above Nova is if people were doing the Timer Scam Infinite regularly. I think it's not too dissimilar from the Zipfinite in that it's way more accessible, of course, and it's fairly easy to start. But the indirect effect it has on like winning the game, or is a direct effect rather, because you're still in time, makes having Dante on the team a win condition in and of itself, rather than being just like the support character.
Yeah.
But
Timeout Infinite Scam is messed up. Like that shit, you guess wrong once, at like a certain point in the game, and that's it. Like, you're done.
Like that is like a game-ruining piece of thing if people were doing that regularly.
Yeah.
Like it would genuinely make me not want to play the game if that was like the meta.
More people should do
scam.
it. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna learn it. Because it's interactive. I do it as well.
One thing I am gonna do is I'm gonna put myself. I'm just gonna take this Iron Fist guy. I'm just gonna shove him right there. Just gonna shove him right there, and he's gonna be the same exact position in terms of number, but that fucking assist. That assist is driving him. It's rising. His fang is rising.
Yeah. I mean, I
sound
originally had
disappointed.
to Romora. I originally had Phoenix third on my list, but yeah, I still don't think Phoenix Wright is bottom 5 either.
But someone's got to be bottom 5.
Put Felicia there. Felicia can be bottom
Put
5.
Felicia there. Felicia better than Phoenix Wright.
I feel like I'm more likely to lose to a Phoenix Wright than Felicia.
It's tricky at this point. We're going to be splitting hers. There's some awkward ones here. I think
I'm not bottom 1.
I'm pretty much just happy with where we are on a lot of these. I think like we could argue until 3 a.m. It's already half 2 about specific positions, but this is a much more compact tier list than my one from last year. I think there's a lot more A tier characters, and I think there's a lot more B tier characters and a lot less C and D, whereas I spread them out more evenly last time, which made it look a little bit funny. Like the number, like if it was just a numbered list, it would still be roughly similar. Like I still think a lot of these characters would have been just pushed down, or maybe like Hulk and Haggar would have stayed in B, or whatever it would have been, like A tier by accident, or whatever it would have been. But numbers would have been roughly similar for a lot of characters. There's some that you definitely sort of like maybe swayed me a little bit, and maybe time has helped me understand a bit more about certain characters. Let's think.
Yeah, there are definitely some hot takes on this list.
Certainly. I was fully ready to put Taskmaster in C.
That is insane.
Felicia's fucking useless, Remora. Coming in here with your shit opinions. like she's just striking at you all day. Like, push block her ass out. Like, the only thing she got going for her is that she likes decent teammates. Like, that's the only good thing she got going for her. Reasonably fast, likes some good teammates. She's basically Iron Fist, but, well, she's got tits. Jill's actually doing stuff. Jill's actually mixing you up. Like, she's actually
Jill has a way to
doing
get through projectiles. She has an invincible reversal. She has somersault. She has water. What do you mean she does nothing?
Do you know what we're here not to do? We're here not to argue with Remora, because Remora has terrible opinions and makes terrible choices with his characters. Apart from picking them, he picks decent ones.
I love when Felicia just does a... How does Felicia hit with no assist? She does a dive kick that's chicken blockable.
Why are you playing these characters with no assist? This is a tier list, friend. Dafty. Right, so we are here. We've arrived at the final tier list. It looks like it's very wide. Can I just like make it a bit more like look like a tier list?
Oh, there you go. You got multiple lines per column now.
Go like that. Put you over here.
Oh, the chat's
again.
right in the middle of it, yeah.
Move the chat.
There we go.
There we go. Yes, that's like it. Look at that. How many characters have we got? Like 6 there. 7, 8, 9. Is that 18 characters in A? Jesus, Glass, what have you done to me?
So this is the thing. There are a lot of good characters in this game. So like A characters are the ones that have like a very present effect on the game, for any given time. Anyway, there's some in B that could be considered that as well. B, like I probably would have put some of the support characters higher personally as well. But if we're going even Stevens on this as well.
I'm a support liker. I'm a support enjoyer. Some of these support characters here.
Yeah, I still think Arthur should be like higher, like above Shuma. It's just me.
Above Shuma. I just think Shuma just it's more of the screen is getting covered by the thing that he does well. It does well. Damn it. Like Tatsu is so limited. I would probably put Shuma above Tatsu. But yeah, I think like if we were to do a thought exercise with this, potentially having more of a support dynamic with it would probably be a nice way to differentiate a list that like means that we're not just sort of looking at this and saying, right, okay, Hawkeye's terrible on point for whatever reason. Like Wolverine's a much better point character. Like it allows us to just show that the reason he's there is for this factor or that factor or that factor, rather than just like here's a plop on a list.
Yeah.
We can do more though. I think me and you should do some sort of team discussion at some point.
Yeah. Sounds nice.
There we go. And probably ban Remora from chat. Most likely for the best. Yeah, Remora has terrible opinions. Other than that, that has been a tier list. That was a slog. That was longer than I thought it would be. We started at 9,
I
and
I think one of us said in the chat this is going to be about 5 hours as a joke. I said we'll cleanly be done by 5 a.m.
Yeah,
and we're not too far off.
If you have been listening to this one in the car, on your journeys to work or school or whatever, if you've been listening to this in your evenings, I hope you've enjoyed. This is what I do. I like long form videos just to listen to. I can listen to like a 9-hour video just over the course of like a few weeks, like gradually 20 minutes at a time. I love it. So I hope you've enjoyed this type of thing. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to comment down below what you'd like to see. Make sure you like and subscribe, of course, as well. And if you do want to see me make specific content and actually make it, rather than just being like, please can you make this? And I go, yeah, cool, and then get around to it like 4 years later. Support me on Patreon, patreon.com/Spartan Throne. I have 3 different tiers for different levels of support of you, but the top tier subscription gets you full control over videos that I make for the channel. So if you want to see it, you get to be a director. You get to sit on the throne and decide what comes next for Sparty's channel. But other than that, Glass, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me with this.
Yeah, I always love talking about the game as well, so it's been a pleasure. I was mentally prepared to stay up late, so here we are.
You've done well. You've done very well.
I'm gonna go. I'm so glad. You're working tomorrow. I'm not the one.
I've got to get up in about 4.5 hours. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna get into bed and die.
Hopefully, my son does not wake up early.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
But yeah. Again, been great chatting, just talking about the game, seeing Remora's opinions.
Yeah, I'm so glad that Remora only came in for like the last 4 minutes.
God, if you were here for the whole 5 hours.
Oh, it would have been completely unbearable. Who's playing some Marvel? We got Justin Wong playing some.
I thought you were asking me to play. I was like, are you fucking mad?
It looks like Zetsu's the only person playing. Go on, let's just raid Zetsu. Let's get out of here and raid old Zeti.
Let's do it.
It's been an absolute pleasure. You're a gentleman, Glass. Thank you ever so much. Thank you to every viewer who's been in this evening. I appreciate you all so much. It's been great having you guys as company. Why can't I type now? Full Zetsu. There we go. And hit that raid button. If you get in that chat, please stick in some emotes. Stick in the Sparties, the Iron Fists, the Dormammus, the Monkey D. Garps, you name it. Just get it in the chat. Nice one, peoples. Have a good evening, and I'll catch you all next time.
Bye.
We're raiding.
Nice. We got that. There we go.
And
what was that? MPH?